Hello ladies and gentlemen, today I became the devil's siren bride. Manhwa audio recap, so subscribe to divine into the video. Arya, my angel, the emperor said earnestly, come and save me. Salvation. The emperor seeks salvation from the monster. How absurd, it was so funny that she could no longer laugh. Arya stared at him as he stretched out his hand towards her cage, but she didn't move. Please sing, Arya. If you don't sing, I'll make sure you'll never be able to walk again, he fumed, threatening her into submission. His strength was quickly ebbing, his madness near. After tons of threats and persuasion that lead to nowhere, he finally resorted to begging. He was completely insane. Please sing for us, Siren. I beg for your mercy. Please, Siren, the dancers pleaded. Until just a few months ago, these were the people who wouldn't hesitate to bring her misery. They laughed at her and whispered behind her back. The musicians and conductors who played the song for the siren, even the knights who guarded the emperor. They called her a monster, but here they are now, begging on their knees, waiting for Arya to open her mouth. Arya caught her breath as something lunged painfully up her neck. Cough. She spewed. It was blood. The pain throbbed in her chest and the blood slumped all over her body. She looked at her hands, which was now coated in blood, the red fluid loosening her grip. With teary eyes, she clutched her chest. Ah, so this is how I die. Arya smiled. At long last, she can finally have her eternal rest. Her tightly closed lips opened and she finally sang. Come to me, sweet death. As Arya began to sing, the whole audience became silent. Nobody could take their eyes off her. Shush has been abusing her voice, so it became rough and tired over time. Nonetheless, everyone was still mesmerized at her singing. Her voice rolled over the hills in sorrowful waves. It was raspy and quiet, yet so powerful as it was brought out in a fit of pain. Come and guide me into peace. The song, which started calmly, wrapped around them like a warm ray of sunshine. They echoed amongst the masonry and up to the rafters, then comforted and stroked him tenderly as if it were the voice of an angel. Oh, my lord, someone said as they shed tears with a serene smile. The melody purred to the soul, piercing through and touched their hearts from within. I am tired of this world, Arya continued singing. This song she sang was a hymn about seeing heaven through death. However, due to Arya's dark tone, it became a completely different song. It turned into a song to call upon the devil. Come, the blessings. The irresistibly sweet sound that reverberated in the silence instantly clutched their hearts. Arya's songs were like poison, slowly devouring their entire being from within. Come. The murky voice grabbed their ankles and dragged them straight into the swamp. Into the swamp of the abyss, into the swamp of death. Into the swamp of hell. The sound spread violently as Arya continued to sing at the top of her lungs. I am waiting for you, she shouted. She begged to God who had abandoned her. She begged to God but ended up getting hurt, cursed, and left alone again. Eventually, she lost hope in God. Come and close my eyes. If there's no God, then she sincerely prays that the devil will take her instead. Gasp, GAHK. Suddenly, the emperor let out a strangled scream as he felt overwhelming pain. He couldn't breathe. It was as if someone was strangling his neck, squeezing the life out of him. A second later, he lost strength in his feet and he fell to the ground. The impact of the fall shuddered all the way through his body, which only made the pain 10 times worse. Blessed Sabbath, come. Arya sang as she let the last note of the song curl slowly from her lips. The song was over. The ritual was finally finished. Gasp, cough. The emperor choked as he gasped for air. His hands were shaking and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Puzzled, the fallen emperor slowly got back to his feet. What on earth is going on? When the emperor looked around, he realized that most of the audience had fainted. Turns out, it wasn't just him that had to endure that unbearable pain. Some of the knights that regained consciousness drew out their swords, but their aim was negligent and their feet staggered. The emperor was appalled. If he had a sword in his hand, he would have carelessly ended his own life because he couldn't withstand the pain. The dread creeps over him like an icy chill, numbing his brain. How dare this BTCH? But when he came back to his senses, that fear quickly turned into anger. How dare you try to kill me? Arya had little to no rights as she was the only siren remaining on the land. I saved you from the brink of death, and this is how you repay my kindness, he ranted. Sirens live for the purpose of singing. They are not allowed to do anything else. Today, I will surely break your will to live. I shall punish you for disobeying me. He took one of the knight's sword and lunged towards her. Suddenly, a black shadow cast over her. After living inside the cage her entire life, she finally gained freedom. She closed her eyes. Sweet death, blessed rest. It was then that the door suddenly swung open. A man with black hair said, "What a sad song." He moved closer with those hollow eyes that stared so deeply into her own, and as Arya raised her head, their eyes met. The Grand Duke of Valentine, the man who sold his soul to the devil. The man who was not supposed to be here actually came. His red footprints stained the white marble floor as he approached her. He really came. Arya couldn't believe it. The Duke took out his sword, which was drenched in blood. The blood on his sword danced merrily as he drew a semicircle on the ground. If you seek salvation from the devil, then now is the time. Beyond the wide-open door, the blood-stained imperial palace was as serene as a tomb. Just like it was in the beginning. You're welcome. The devil killed the emperor. The Sabbath has come, he said indifferently. Then he took the key out of the emperor's arms and unlocked Arya's cage. Creak, the cage slowly opened. Standing underneath the chandelier, the devil shone brilliantly. His eyes, which looked like burnt ashes, glistened underneath the lights, and when they reflected it, they made tiny stars. In this dark night, his eyes are like the moon, scattering the nascent rays, ever illuminating her soul. How stunning! For the first time in Arya's life, she was mesmerized by a person's eyes. The birdcage is open. Fly anywhere you wish to go. It was a memory that she would never forget even after her death. Arya looked at her shackled ankles with a blank face. Then she raised her head. The Grand Duke of Valentine. A traitor who killed the Emperor. Yet, he was her savior. Her cage was wide open. As the Grand Duke said, if she had wings, she'd gladly fly away. But, I can't fly anywhere, Arya said as she laughed and wiped her bitter tears. Her death was near. Put an end to my life. As Arya was about to open her mouth to make her last will, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her vocal cords. She bent over as drops of blood splattered on her lap and knees. By slow, torturous degrees, the coughs eased in intensity and then slowly passed. She glanced at the violent red that stained all over her body before her eyes went blank. You are a bird with a broken wing. The Grand Duke's languid gaze briefly touched her twisted leg. Siren, I've heard that listening to your songs drives people crazy. Arya collapsed, her body slowly becoming weak. The Grand Duke held her dying body in his arms and said, "Then I guess your song won't affect me. Because I've always been crazy. If there is a limit to madness, you must prove it yourself." The devil smiled and carried her body. Having no strength left in her frail body, Arya finally closed her eyes in the devil's arms. Shush, Arya. You must never speak, all right? Arya's mother, Sophia, had been feeding her potions ever since she was born. After drinking the potion, Arya was not able to say anything. She became mute. She couldn't even cough. You're a pathetic failure who should never been born. Arya's expression sank. Why did she have to be beaten and cursed by her own father? His facial expression was one of absolute disdain. He abhorred her. To him, she was nothing but a burden on his shoulders. I can speak. I have a name, too. She blamed her mother. The mother who would never visit unless it was to deliver potions. The mother who would scold her when she didn't drink the potions. The mother who had never read her fairy tales or sung her a lullaby. The mother who had never even embraced her. Does she even love me? Arya knew nothing. She could only watch her as the days went by. When she turned 10 that spring, she learned everything. Sophia had passed away. Her vocal cords were completely torn. She took her own life. It was said that she committed a violent crime. She knew of the truth only after she overheard the maid's conversations. Sophia tried to protect her from Count Cortez. I was a siren. Siren, named after an ancient creature, it was an ability that ran through Sophia's veins. The ability to charm, lure, control, and heal others by singing. Sirens were mythological creatures that only existed in legends. However, 12 years ago, Count Cortez found out that they truly existed. So he kidnapped a siren and introduced her to the world. That siren was Arya's mother. Is that how I was born? Her whole body trembled. The news pained her, but it was incomparable to Count Cortez's domestic violence towards Arya. How dare you run away from me, you btch. I won't be your nanny. It hurt. A lot. That day was the worst day of her life. Arya sat there, tears pricking her eyes, pale hands trembling with fear and sadness. She tried to block out the screams, but it was impossible, the noise kept ripping her heart. She felt more pain than the human body could bear and she genuinely believed she would die. I have to run away. She had thought of escaping before. But she was only 10 years old. Furthermore, it had only been a while since she discovered her mother's true intentions, which were to protect her. Suddenly, Arya let out a scream. Ah! She wailed because she couldn't endure the pain any longer. Ha ha, yes. There's no way that a siren's daughter can't speak. How dare you try to deceive me? No. Stop it. How beautiful, like the voice of an angel, as clear and as soft as a feather. In the end, Arya ended up following her mother's footsteps, living the life of a siren. The powerful nobles begged her to sing, offering her all of their wealth and shamelessly kissing her feet. The secret social parties of the imperial family and aristocrats turned into a gathering to listen to the songs of the siren. They did terrible things. She saw many things she shouldn't have seen. She heard things she shouldn't have heard. I didn't want to know any of this. She prayed to God every day. Please save me. But God never responded. Due to her overwhelming talent, the siren's songs became even more popular. The people worshipped her as if she were a deity. They begged her to save them. Until the worst comes to the worst, rumors began to spread throughout the empire. The siren was rumored to be a monster, not an angel of salvation who borrowed the voice of a god. The legendary monster deceived all of you, Saintess Veronica said with teary eyes in front of the believers. I also got addicted to her songs and most of the palace officials went crazy, the emperor too. Her tears seemed so real that the congregation in the square became agitated. The nobles went crazy, the emperor became a tyrant. The empire fell to ruin, and it's all the siren's fault. The siren was a fake, not a sacred being, but a horrible monster. The real one was Veronica, the saintess from the Holy Empire. They shouted in anger, the imperial family is over because of the monster. We must clean up the imperial palace that has become a den of heathens. Be in power, O holy being. This is not just treason, it's blasphemy, the sirens declaring a holy war. The benevolent saint shook her slender shoulders slightly. War was inevitable. She raised her head as if she had made a decision. Their eyes rest upon golden arcing rays that fell behind Veronica's fluttering blonde hair. I will save all of you, Veronica pledged. Wow. I will purify the palace and grant God's grace so that no more innocent sacrifices will be made. Saintess Veronica, the protagonist of a perfectly woven heroic narrative. And Arya, the villain who ruined the empire, the root of all evil. I drove them to madness. Really? Even Arya herself was confused. The imperial family, the aristocrats, the commoners, they all said that it was her fault. The war had begun. Men and women of all ages were mobilized for war. They were dragged unconditionally, unable to refuse the conscription. From the street outside came a peculiar, blood-chilling sound. It was like the low snarling of many voices, and it grew louder and louder until it became a sullen, muttering roar. The knights called the scene a purification process. Execute the monster. When the public sentiment arose, the emperor hid Arya in the depths of the palace. Execution? No, you have to sing like a bird for your entire life. Then he broke her leg, covered her mouth, and held her captive inside a small birdcage. How long have I been here? Arya burst into tears. This is how she dies. She gazed upon her bloody palms and clenched her fist. Yes, I'll just die. Once the last remaining siren dies, no one will have to suffer like her. Arya gave up everything. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her emotions from coming out of her rotten heart. Do you want me to kill you? Arya shifted her gaze to the source of the voice. Lloyd Cardance Valentine, the devilish Grand Duke who was said to have murdered all of his relatives and cut off their limbs at the age of 18. Here he was, staring at a woman with a broken leg, trapped inside the Emperor's cage and dying. Because you called for me, I called for you, the devil. The Grand Duke of Valentine, a despicable tyrant like the Emperor, but he was also a murderer, and he worshipped the devil. Rumors said that he sold his blood-stained soul to the devil. Call me when you need me. Your songs can be heard everywhere. It was as if the devil had offered her a contract with her soul as collateral. Hell, kill us all. Arya was dying anyway. What else would she rather do than revenge? A bird with a broken wing will not be able to fly again even if its cage was opened. But at the brink of her death, Arya chose to come, sweet death. Call upon the devil. The Grand Duke, who barged into the palace, murdered all those who stood in his way, with a single sword. Everyone lost one of them, all except for Arya. The screams tore through the room like a great shard of glass. They were the kind of strangled cry that belonged to those not long for this world. Every face was stained with red splatter, and limbs lay at unnatural angles underneath the light of the chandelier. The night was filled with terror. Arya was the only one who saw the light of salvation behind the Grand Duke's back. Too bad. Could I have listened to your song one more time if I had come a little earlier? I wanted to hear you singing, she answered slowly. Has my song corrupted you, too? No, I corrupted you. He picked up the finest herb leaves that had been scattered nearby in a languid manner. Then he stuffed it into a smoking pipe and bit it in his mouth. Let's go to hell together, he said as he pressed the pipe to his red lips and puffed out a cloud of smoke. I apologize. If you hadn't called me in, you could have gone to heaven. Hell. The scene in front of her looked like hell. The imperial families and nobles on the floor were lifeless. Their bodies were scattered in multiple places, stained with dried blood, crimson, and the room was filled with a nasty butcher shop odor. Furthermore, the emperor died. God asked us to forgive our enemies. Sacrifice yourself for others. Deny yourself. God, but even on the verge of death, the vengeance of a devil was far too sweet. If the price of her revenge was hell, then she was willing to pay for her sins. Sing, I want to sing. For the first time in her life, Arya waited to sing on her own volition. Listen to me. Her voice didn't come out well and she could barely open her lips. But the Grand Duke was still willing to listen. The devil who took me to hell. Her savior, he held her in his arms. The pain that weighed on her heart slowly died down. All of her senses gradually escaped from her body as she began to fall into a deep sleep, and a faint smile hung around her face as she blinked her last second. Arya had passed on, but as the numbness of sleep slowly faded from her limbs. A floral scent. She smelled the scent of spring. Is this hell? Her eyes opened, her eyelashes faintly batting against her lids when she blinked, and she gasped in a breath. A familiar ceiling covered her vision. It was the attic ceiling that she had been locked up in until she was 10. She pondered for a while, her breathing beginning to steady. How odd, she thought. There was no sharp pain in her chest anymore. It had pained her a lot when she breathed. It doesn't hurt anymore. She touched her face. No burn marks. Why can't I feel them? She sat up, dragged her feet off the bed, and cast her eyes around her surroundings. The cage is gone. She wasn't locked up. She was free. She could move her whole body freely. Her legs weren't crippled, her wounds were gone, and she could actually speak. It's not a dream. Her limbs hadn't been without pain these past few years, yet here she was. Her body was perfect, younger, and healthy. Arya jumped to her feet and ran towards a small window. The petals, which heralded the end of winter, fluttered. It's spring. The spring greeted her as butterfly wings greeted the air. The sky was blue, the flowers bloomed, and the sun brought a welcoming warmth that coated her pink calamine hair. It was a beautiful landscape, something she thought she would never see again. Arya reached outside the window and grabbed the petals that scattered through the air, holding them in her hands as if she were praying. Ah, she was resurrected. The devil has given her another opportunity. I can talk. She didn't drink the potion because her mother had died. The fact that she still lived in the attic meant that her father had not heard her voice. Father, Count Cortez, the one who ruined my life. She sought revenge then, and she will do so now. Her revenge was all that would make her whole again. The first thing that popped into her mind was not the surprise of turning back in time, or the confusion regarding her unusual surroundings, rather. It was the 7 letters of revenge. He must be drinking by now. He should have been drinking in that place since morning. Arya wanted to visit her father, so she opened the door of the attic without hesitation and immediately headed underground. Gasp! Goodness! You scared me. What? How the maids were dumbfounded at the sight of her leaving the attic. Arya brushed past them carelessly. She will soon meet her so-called father in the wine cellar. What are you? Count Cortez was too drunk to fully grasp the situation. He was confused about Arya's sudden appearance, and he held a wry expression. But when Arya began to sing, his face brightened and he was soon bathed in astonishment. The song that I heard in my sleep. The dreamlike melody, which seemed to be repressed in water, soon echoed throughout the room. I opened my eyes, awake from the scattered dreams. Arias singing guided the Count to the river of oblivion. Her voice sounded like an ingenious fairy, a playful yet tangy tone. Pizzicato, he could hear the slender strings of a violin being plucked from somewhere far away. Gone, the mysterious night. At that moment, the song succeeded in capturing the Count's deranged heart. This was the song of the siren. This is ridiculous, he said, astonished. No, it can't be. How in the world are you able to? Don't tell me that Sophia, the Count proclaimed in disbelief. It was beautiful and angelic, something he never thought he'd yearn in his entire lifetime. That's not all. The lyrics swam through his head like a wakeful dream, the notes soothing him, siphoning his entire being from within. But at the same time, there was anger laced in her words, and a bloody smell filled the entire room. This intensity was something he could not overcome. It seized and locked him in, just like an incurable poison disguised as an angel's touch, ready to lead him to his morbid death. He could feel it subconsciously. They are both sirens, yet the discrepancy. That song would make sane people deranged, a small voice, yet something that could bring the whole aristocrat under her feet. Perhaps taking control of the empire was not an exaggeration. Let me hear once more. More, more. The Count begged before stepping on a bottle of liquor and fell to the floor. His bloodshot eyes set rigid on the siren as he outstretched his hand, trying to grip his figment of desire. It was hideous. Arya shifted her gaze upon his body and stared at him, her eyes filled with disgust. To think that I was sacrificed for someone as pathetic as him. To satisfy the greed of those who know nothing but wealth and power. How stupid I was. Count Cortez, he controlled his daughter, who knew nothing, with violence, compelling her into his bidding, things beyond imagination. The violence he brought to her, still fresh in her memory. New bruises appeared on her body every night as they caused agony that could only be seen on the inside. She was terrified of him, but not anymore. My voice shall be the last thing you hear tonight. Arias' cold words cleared part of the irrational haze in his mind. Wait. This song is yes, you know this song well. It was the first song that he told her. A song to deal with nobles who know things they shouldn't know. You'll forget everything. No. What are you doing? The siren didn't address his superficial outcry. Her symphonious voice sprang to life once more, not carrying even a hint of sympathy. The song was like a mirage. The night disappeared as if it was nothing but an illusion. A part of him faded like a trace of snow in the first of summer. Every single part of the memory residing in him was torn down. A haze gradually veiled his whole body and his memory vanished without a trace. Everything was a dream. No, not a dream. The siren, whom I've been longing for, is standing before me. The Count desperately shut his ears and shook his head, as if by doing so, could retain a portion of his memory. That voice. Nothing could ever compare its worth. With that in his hands, neither honor, power, glory, or wealth could satisfy his greed. Yet his lifetime longing condemned his effort as she sang the final verse, concluding the ending by herself, without him in it. Everything was just a dream. He was reeling under overwhelming force as the bloody metallic taste passed through his throat. Siren, he shouted as he coughed out blood. His eyes were dull as his determined gaze finally faltered. He screamed his final plea as her voice squeezed away all his remaining strength. The song was over. The desolate cry of the Count finally stopped, and Arya found no reason to hear his regrets anymore. It made no difference for her as she wasn't even going to give him a chance to ask for forgiveness. Looking at the senseless Count, Arya asked coldly, "Where are the mermaid's tears?" "Mermaid's tears are inside the drawer of my bedside table, in a jewelry box." "Where's the key?" He rummaged through his pockets, his bleary eyes filled with bewilderment. A clinking sound chimed before the key emerged from one of the Count's pockets. Arya ripped the key away from his hand and ran straight into the Count's bedroom. She turned the key and found a jewelry box inside the drawer. She carefully opened the small case. Underneath the box was a pearl earring, its rainbow-colored luster glowed underneath Arias' shadow. Found it, the mermaid's tears. She never dared to resist her father because of the pair earrings he had, or better known as, the tears of a mermaid. The mermaid's tears were able to fend off the influence of the siren's voice. It's like a shield that would protect the wearer, even from the malicious voice of the ill-willed siren. The bearer of this earring was someone even a siren could never harm. I was able to flee from my father just after my mother died. Ironically, the Count used to carry the mermaid's tears wherever he went, but after Sophia died, he left the earrings untouched inside his drawer. He began to wear it again ever since Arias' identity as a siren was revealed. Mother Aria swept the jewelry box with her fingers and clicked open the case. If only I had come back a few days earlier. Aria shook her head. She was fortunate enough to return at the right time. Had she returned even a little late, she would not have been able to break out of the Count's grasp as smoothly as she did then. As much as she missed her mother and her presence, it was important not to be greedy. Less, she would wind up losing this fortuitous opportunity. Aria sealed the jewelry case shut and clutched the earrings tight within her hold. She really came back to when she was a measly 10-year-old. Aria put her hand on her pounding heart. I thought I'd be in hell. She denied God, yet instead of being punished, she was given another chance. A new life to rebrand those years of foul memories. It was ridiculous. Now there would be no burn marks deforming her skin nor two slender yet broken legs. I can change the future. Aria felt unshackled, for she had been given the freedom she craved for a lifetime. Nothing will chain her ever again, not the Count, the repugnant aristocrats, and certainly not the Emperor. The seed of her childhood nightmares, which reigned her entire life, was finally gone. What do I do now? Her mind agonized upon her worrisome future. Unfortunately, the potion she had taken had consequences of its own. Apart from losing her vocal cords, the potion also shortened her lifespan. The potion gave Arias freedom a time limit. It was something she couldn't change even if she had traveled back in time. I'll die when I reach 20 with this limited time. How can I spend the rest of my life meaningfully? Only one thing is for sure, she should never let anyone know that Shush is the only remaining siren. My songs will drive people insane. The siren's enchanting music fascinates yet poisons people's minds at the same time. Their voice could lure them to insanity and corrupt their thoughts. Aria was fed up with such situations. Suddenly, she recalled a peculiar individual who held her on the brink of her death. Siren, I've heard that listening to your songs drives people crazy. It was then I guess I won't mind, because I've always been crazy. She recalled the voice in her last moments. His grey eyes blurred as if they had lost their original color, and would only brighten when he slaughtered the nobles. His eyes were soulless and lifeless, gaze wandering everywhere as if searching for clarity. Perhaps he desired sanity, although he could not stand it. Perhaps being sane tormented his mind. Perhaps that was why he could not take himself off the high, wishful dream that gradually faded as he came into contact with brutal reality. Lloyd Cardant's Valentine. He was only at the age of 18 when he inherited the title of the Grand Duke. However, 4 years later, a dreadful accident occurred. The Valentines were brutally annihilated. The entire bloodline and even their subordinates, they were all killed. Hence it was named the Valentine Incident. Lloyd Valentine was the only survivor of the tragedy. Naturally, he was referred to as the criminal, although no punishment was executed. The incident was said to be the culmination of the devil's madness, which was passed on to the Valentines, generations after generations. Even the emperor overlooked the incident. Simply put, the affairs of the Valentines were inviolable. That might be true. Indeed, he could have been involved with the devil and killed all his parents, relatives, and subordinates. After seeing him slaughter the aristocrats without batting an eye, even a dim-witted person would doubt him. But he didn't want anything. Every single person who signed a contract with the devil had their own desires. It might be gold, glory, or honor, but it was surely something they desired so greatly. Something that they would offer anything to obtain, even by trading with the devil. But not him. His eyes weren't even burning with anger and vengeance like what was present in Aria. There was no passion nor zealousness. His eyes were just empty. His vacant eyes did not desire anything, yet he didn't hesitate to help her get her revenge. He offered her a choice. Just like a devil, it didn't occur to her that he could be the one that caused the Valentine's massacre. A man who doesn't want anything. Aria gave him the benefit of the doubt. Because he had given her hope, I will give you happiness. If he accepts her, can I spend the rest of my short life next to you? Aria thought. She wanted to be the firefly that illuminated his darkest night. Give her entire life for him, a desire to protect him, and a willingness to take on suffering if it was for his happiness. The maids are insane. The wooden flooring in the attic creaked under the maid's heavy footsteps. Aria sat on the bed, her eyes set to the window before retracting her gaze back to the maids. The maids put her breakfast on the discolored yellow quilt. On the tray was a watery yellow congee with an odd stench that wafted throughout the room. This is porridge. The Count told us to wash and dress her. Why does the Count suddenly care about her? I don't know. They could not help but sneer at the sight of the young girl. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Arya was the outcast of the mansion. Every person knew she was the victim of the Count's abuse, yet none held her in favor, hence they regarded her as a ghost. They stood there, doing nothing but staring at her with their arrogant eyes. Perhaps the Count is planning to acknowledge her as his child. No way. Right? He even declared that he wouldn't register her as a family even after he died. Is it because H is drunk? Ever since her mother passed away, he would only drink throughout the day. Isn't he trying to replace her? Perhaps H is trying to substitute her mother like an ornamental doll. Arya had all of the distinctive traits of the Siren's bloodline. Her hair that flowed softly down to her waist, resembling cherry blossoms in mid-spring. Her pupils twinkled as though it was a polished pink sapphire, and a rosy color stained her cheek with a reddish hue. Her appearance contained a lovely aspect that no one can deny. The child's charming features shone even brighter than a gleeful spring. With such ethereal impression, someone might mistake her as a spring fairy. Siren. People would speak of the diverse beliefs about the legendary creature, but they would always agree about one thing. Their stunning appearances. The Siren sings so sweetly that she lulls everyone into her song. With her voice she enchants, with her beauty she deprives of reason. Voice and sight alike deal destruction and death. It used to be an unfounded legend. But when Sophia, Arya's mother, first appeared, the world had no choice but to accept their existence. The existence of a beautiful monster, Siren. Look at her eyes. They're like jewels, trapping people with its enchanting gaze. One of the maids sat on the bed and stared at the child. Her mind was muddled before she soon came to her senses and said, "What am I saying? She can't even speak." The approaching footsteps echoed sharply throughout the halls, growing louder every second. After a while, the attic door slammed open, revealing a maid. Everyone's eyes darted towards her. Panting, the maid spoke, "The Lord has just sent Sally to the capital to pick up a new dress for the young miss. You're just in time. We were actually discussing that. H is sending her to the Grand Duke of Valentine." The chatter stopped, and a heavy silence settled over them. Everyone was speechless. Well, be at the expense of the Grand Duke. The maids shifted their gaze towards Arya. Everyone was pale, afraid to imagine what the Grand Duke might do once he finds out about Arya's mistreatment within the mansion. Unexpectedly, some of the maids sympathized with her. They pitied her because she had been abused all her life. "The Grand Duke hasn't sent an official letter of marriage though," one of the maids pointed out, trying to reassure the others. Needless to say, her efforts were futile. Due to inheritance and family alliance, marriages were contracted at a young age in most noble houses. Hence the average age of engagement was rarely over 14. The Grand Duke of Valentine would turn 14 years old this year. Well, Shush is going to die anyway. That's right. Shall be sacrificed to the devil before he harms us. The House of Valentine usually searched for marriage partners only once in a generation. Then, the wife would have to bear the child of the Grand Duke and continue his bloodline. The child of the following marriage would get to inherit his succession rights, titles, precedence, and entailed property, but it wasn't as good as it sounds. The Grand Duchess usually dies after giving birth to an heir. There had been many rumors about it, but no one knew the actual truth. Those that became the Grand Duke's bride had to break all ties with their family and friends. They were nothing but sacrifices. That was what everyone called them. You can't speak, and soon you'll be stuck in the Grand Duke's mansion forever. You have nothing to fear, though. I'm sure you suffered much worse. While listening to the maids, Arya recalled her memory of last night. After she got hold of the mermaid's tears, entrancing the Count became quite simple. All she did was add a few words to the lyrics, "Send me to the Grand Duke of Valentine," and it immediately worked. Shall I sing to them like what I did to my father? No, there was no need for that. The maids kept repeating, "You need not be afraid." But Arya did not respond. There was an uneasy tension in the atmosphere. The maid's unsettled eyes glanced unceremoniously around the room. Then, Arya rummaged through a small old silver bag that she had been carrying on her shoulder. She was mute, so she carried the bag every day as it contained items that helped her communicate. Inside the bag was a bottle of ink, a quill, and a pack of cards. Arya wrote on a card and held it out to the maids. Get rid of this. Make it edible. The maids let out a gasp. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shush shush is ordering us. Arya stared at him, her expression as empty as a blank sheet of paper. Then, she kicked the bowl of soup beside her feet and spilled its contents all over the floor. Arya gazed at the maid who nervously served her tea. She asked for edible food but was given afternoon tea instead. The maid laid flamboyant desserts on the table. I don't even know what these are called. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, but Arya hated it. These types of lavish foods were common for aristocrats. But not for Arya. How long had it been since she was treated as a human being, not as a bird in a cage? Arya beckoned for them to leave after sipping her tea. If the young miss needs anything, please don't hesitate to call us. Not in their life. She would never give them the chance to make up for it. Arya glared at him, her sight blurred with fury as she remembered the maids who had deftly abused her. It was the kind of glare that harbored malicious intent. I will get my revenge someday. Arya shifted her eyes downward, thick pink lashes brushing the apples of her high cheeks. She gave them a smile that seemed sweeter than the delicacies laid on the table. The maids were astonished by the scene before them. Then, she opened her pink lips and mouthed. Get out. The maids, who read Arya's lips, were startled and hurriedly left the attic in panic. After a while, the sound of footsteps completely disappeared. I'm sure their whole body stiffened when they saw my sarcastic smile. How exciting. Arya touched her cheek once more, her smooth skin, which was no longer scarred. When Arya was a siren, Count Cortez would always tell her about nobles. The aristocrats within the capital were demanding and loathed the sight of anything ugly. Since Arya had a burn mark that covered half of her face, she was labeled as ugly. Hence why the Count forced her to wear a mask. However, she did not need one now as she didn't have the burn marks anymore. Still, I should cover my face again. The expression of disgust. Arya knew the look. It was the look that the nobles made when she accidentally stripped off her mask. When they saw her face, their insides would curdle like milk with lemon. The sight of her made them sick from the ends of their hair to the nails on their toes. She did not need the mask. However, Arya's daily routine consisted of her wearing a mask, so she planned to do it again. Are we on the right path? Count Cortez growled, irritated by the rattling sound of the carriage wheels. The coachman replied with a quivering voice, I am not sure, my lord. We've been following the path, but I can't even see the entrance of the mountain. If you don't know, then who on earth will? He shouted, finally losing his temper. Stop the carriage this instant. He raged. It was definitely morning when they left the mansion, but now, the sun was already setting. Arya and the Count had been riding inside the carriage for days without rest. They were utterly exhausted. Damn it all. He yelled, gritting his teeth. That devil bastard, I swear, one day I'm gonna. The Duchy of Valentine was an unknown land. Tucked away amongst the Ingo Mountains and forests, the land was cut off from the outside world. Foreigners were strictly prohibited from entering. Furthermore, the territory had tight security. They would check everyone thoroughly before letting anyone in. Even when engaging in large and small diplomatic activities or dealings with merchant guilds, the Valentine family had always censored their opponents with great strictness. Understandably, they ignored the Count's offer to meet. There wasn't even a single reply. Arya mused. The Cortez family was famous for its lineage of musicians. Amongst them was Maestro Lo Cortez. He was famous for his overwhelming talents in singing, songwriting, and composing. He was known as the father of music and was considered to be the most outstanding musician of all time. Even Cortez, the maestro of music, was disregarded by the Valentines. Thanks to this, the Count snapped. His rage exploded like magma. He immediately hired a guide from the guild, scheming to break into the Grand Duke's mansion. It is better to go back, my lord, the guide calmly remarked. He assured the Count that he was the best in the industry. But Arya was petrified. She felt a chill down her spine. Your request was ridiculous from the very start. Nobody dares to visit the Grand Duke's mansion. Those that enter the Ingo Mountains have never come back alive. The Count had given him a large sum of money, yet he told him to go back. Anger boiled deep in his system, and he was ready to kill the guide. You were the ones who accepted my commission. If you dare not take responsibility, you must pay with your life. Count Cortez threw open the carriage doors and drew his sword, ready to cut his neck. If I'm killed, you two will be chased down by the guild. Then we'll both go down to hell. Count Cortez snarled, the sword cutting deeper into his neck. Gasp! The two of them continued to bicker. Meanwhile, Arias' gaze was elsewhere. She leaned out of the carriage and stretched her arms out the window. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation. Is this a barrier? The source of the siren's power is enchantments, the siren's enchantments. The mage's mana, the priest's divine power, the shaman's spiritual power. Each power has its own differences, but the energy's essence was more or less the same. The barrier blocked the entrance of Ingo Mountain. Is this perhaps an illusion? The barrier prevented them from entering the mountain by creating an illusion. It seemed as if they walked in a straight path, but in truth, they were constantly circling around the same place. Some intruders weren't able to cope with the situation, so they ended up killing themselves. As expected, this wasn't easy. Then, the sun was gone, and the nighttime came. The paths that were illuminated just hours before became lost in the blackness. As the forest fell into darkness, Arya heard the cries of beasts. Rumbles, there was a shock and vibration as the ground trembled. What in tarnation? The knights of the House of Cortez unsheathed their swords, their skin clammy with nervous sweat. That's why I told you to go back. The guide wailed, goodness gracious, what are we gonna do if the rumor about the monster is true? Monster? The deformed beast, many times larger than the common predator. What? Why are you telling me that now? Because you kept shouting at me. You didn't even stop to listen, he accused. Arya had also heard of the rumor. The reason why so many people thought of the Valentines as devil worshippers were because of the rumor. It's the devil's curse, someone muttered. Suddenly, a scream broke out. Help! The sound echoed throughout the forest, desperate and terrified. It was a cry of hysteria and disbelief, bordering fear. The scream was one of the guard's last words before he perished. Arya fixedly stared at the knights surrounding her and didn't look away for even a second. Yet, by the time she blinked, another knight fell to the ground, his corpse soaked in a pool of blood. My eyes can't keep up, but I know there's something here. A moment later, everyone was dead. The knights, mercenaries, guides, and even the coachman. The life that had once dwelt within them was nowhere to be found. It was a brutal slaughter. The ground was covered with soulless bodies lying limply. Arya lifted her head from the ground. In the midst of the bloody corpses stood a man wearing a black cloak. How entertaining, he smirked. His voice was deep, like a low roll of thunder. How did the House of Valentine fall to such a state? The social hierarchy is nothing but a joke. A massacre had just happened before Arya's eyes, but she felt no remorse. Her tragic past had diminished her emotions. This method of slaughter beside the man were two large creatures that seemed to be the monsters that the guide talked about. It's been a while since the dogs ate. The man called the beasts dogs. The creature was huge and grotesque with black matted hair. They looked like wolves that were 3 times bigger than the regular size. Then Arya locked eyes with the man. Grey eyes. The man came up to her, passing the pile of corpses, and pointed his sword at her. His lips parted. Kill her. Arya's brain had shut down. The beasts ran towards her, and her knees gave away as she fell to the cold, hard ground. She shut her eyes, waiting for them to deliver the last, finishing blow. Kya! But there was no pain at all. Arya opened her eyes, tears blurring her vision. Sob! The monster licked Arya's hand and wagged its tail like a dog. Oh! The man glanced over, the corners of his lips fighting a smile and his eyebrows slightly raised. Suddenly, he broke into a fit of laughter. He was amused at the scene. After seeing Arya collapse, the beasts lowered their bodies and laid on the ground. They stared at her with puppy dog eyes, asking to be stroked. Saved. Arya thought, grasping her beating heart. Not far away, Count Cortez had fainted with foam in his mouth. Are you insane? What are you guys doing? He snarled, scowling at the beast's absurd acts. The beasts immediately hid behind Arya's back. Ha, how amusing, he leered. The man approached Arya. Arya stared at his feet, which left bloody footprints onto the overused dirt path. His steps grew closer to her every second, and once he stopped, Arya lifted her head towards his. The man was tall. Too tall. Who the hell are you? He glowered. Initially, his eyes resembled a dead fish's, empty and dull. His facial muscles were just as loose. There was no anger, no sadness, no joy nor resentment. He simply seemed bored. But now, his eyes expressed sentiment. Instantly, emotions flashed through his elaborate marble-like eyes, brimming with astonishment. He stared at her, wondering how someone so dainty could tame his hounds so easily. He was clearly interested in her. "You're wearing a strange mask." He thoughtfully gazed at the large mask covering her face. The mask was a relic left by Arias' mother. "My hounds respond instinctively to strong magic. These dogs obey me because no one else could oppose my power." "Could you be stronger than me?" "Impossible." The man was overwhelmingly powerful. He was far stronger than her. No matter how talented Arya is, she was nothing but a mere 10-year-old who had never been trained. "You look weak. Like an insect." The man observed Arya from top to bottom. Sirens are the friends of animals. Being able to interact with them was one of the unique quirks. To think that this ability could save me from the monsters of the Ingo Mountains. Arya glimpsed at the beasts. They had transformed from ferocious-looking wolves to gentle sheeps. They licked her mask, acting vulnerable and cute, making it hard for Arya to come to her senses. Her mask was now dripping with saliva. Truthfully, Arya had never used her ability to communicate with animals. This was because she had never encountered them, or to be exact, she wasn't allowed to. She still remembered the horrific incident. Count Cortez always kept her under surveillance and watched her every move. If an animal approached her, he would not hesitate to level his crossbow and shoot him to death. "Did you call that animal? You want its help?" he mocked. "Ha, how ridiculous. Don't even think of running away from me." He picked up his crossbow and fired a bolt. The bolt struck the animal and blood splattered on Arias' face. The animal whimpered, its body gradually losing warmth. Blood pooled around it, tinting its white stomach crimson. It vacantly stared at her, eyes slowly losing its luster. Arya paled as the odor of death rose in the air like invisible smoke. The animal was as cold as the ground it laid on. It was now dead. Ever since then, Arya had vowed to avoid animals so that such miserable things would never happen again. She had never considered interacting with animals again, but the hounds before her looked strong. Their skin was thick and sturdy. A bolt would probably feel like a prick of toothpick to them. "How cute." One of the hounds looked up at her with its big, round eyes. Its soft, furry ears flopping over as it tilted its head. She hesitated for a moment, but soon gave in to the cuteness and patted him gently. Then, the other hound rolled over, displaying its tummy and asking for a belly rub. So adorable, she stroked its belly. The beasts looked similar to wolves, but Arya had finally realized why they were called dogs. Their fur felt like silk against her skin and glistened in the moonlight, reflecting it like a pure, black mirror. Arya could not resist petting them. "TCH. The man clicked his tongue, "You might as well get buried in the fur." He could no longer see Arya. The beasts' bodies were so large that their massive fur covered Arya's tiny self. "You better tell me who you are once you get inside." The man grabbed her by the back of her neck and lifted her up. "Your lordship is very courageous," commented an old man with slick gray hair. His name was William, and he was the Valentine's butler. "You are the first people to enter the Valentine mansion." He placed a mug on the table. "Your lordship is very lucky too. Your life was saved thanks to the little lady," he said to the count. Arya leaned towards the mug and peeked at its contents. The sweet fragrance of chocolate lingered throughout the room, but it was not hot chocolate. She wrapped her hands around the ceramic mug, letting the warmth flow through her fingers. "What is this?" She swirled the mug and the brown liquid circled around. It looked just like hot chocolate too, but it was also condensed. Then she poked her finger inside. Squish, soft. "Is this marshmallow?" Then, the butler whispered something to her in a very small voice. "Drink melon. It tastes like melon." Is that what he said? As Arya stared at the mug, the man wearing a black cloak finally opened his mouth. "I need to go to the hunting grounds," he said while casually leaning against the wall. "Right now?" the butler questioned. "I need to feed the hounds before the mountain animals eat all their prey." Count Cortez' head was a mess. He couldn't grasp the situation. Finally, he raised his head and asked, where in blue blazes are we?" Then, the count shouted his words. Our family's personal knights and mercenaries became dog food. He glared at Arya, redirecting his anger toward her. Grr, the hounds lying beside Arya got angry and threatened him. Frightened, the count averted his gaze and lowered his head. "I shall repeat my words. Your lordship was only able to survive because of Miss Arya here," the butler added. A moment later, the man spoke. I will compensate you. Do you have any other complaints? Count Cortez was speechless. But, the amount. The butler nervously turned towards the man. Give him as much as he pleases, he replied, annoyed. Count Cortez bit his lips. It was a good deal, but unfortunately, he had come for something else. Actually, I came here because I wanted to introduce my daughter to your son, he stammered. The count was afraid of him. After witnessing such brutal slaughter, he thought that the man was no different from a monster. He anxiously glanced at Arya, gesturing for her to take off the mask. But Arya did not move. The count gave an awkward smile and quickly glazed it over. Ahem, she will show you her appearance later. I assure you that she is my real daughter. Then why have you been hiding her? Because Shush is mute. This one sentence cleared up the whole situation. The reason why the count married Arya's mother, a commoner, was because she was a siren. He wanted to acquire the power of the siren and pass it on to his bloodline. But the siren's daughter was mute, so she had little to no value. Even if she can't sing, she can become a great tribute to the duchy. Arya wasn't able to speak, so she could never reveal his dirty secrets. If you pay the proper amount and take this child in, the House of Cortez will never step foot inside the duchy ever again, he laughed. He was like a merchant explaining the value of a high-end product. The count continued, one flaw is that she wasn't taught how to read and write, but she learned it at will. If you ever want to discipline her, you can just inflict a little pain on her arms. Arya listened to his words. Count Cortez actually tried his best to prove her value. Arya just told him to sell her to a great house, but she didn't expect him to do such a good job. I just hope the Valentines will accept me. Unfortunately, the butler was not impressed. The Count of Cortez, you came here without prior notice, made a fuss within the mansion, and insulted the Grand Duke's name. When have I ever insulted his grace? The reason we condoned your rudeness is because your father, Count Maestro Cortez, wrote the masterpiece of the century under the auspices of the Valentines. Count Cortez' face flushed. He had just been told that the reason he survived was only because of his father. The butler continued, the Valentines encourage art and respect the value of geniuses, so I suggest that you hold back before further staining the Cortez family name. In truth, what he meant was if you cross the line any further, then we will not hesitate to kick you out. The count was very much ashamed and hurt, for it was the first time that he had ever been disgraced by someone of lower status. Arya, on the other hand, was impressed. The butler had already known who Count Cortez was. The count had always been compared to his genius father. He had lived his life in his father's shadow, thus leading him to develop an inferiority complex. It was unusual for butlers to talk back to guests, but he is the butler of the devil, so. Arya couldn't believe it. To have gathered such detailed information on an intruder without prior notice, the butler was incredible. Arya glanced towards the butler and their eyes met. Oh, I see. Is the young miss unable to drink because of her mask? Huh? Arya was puzzled. There must be something that the Duke wore during the last banquet, he murmured. I'll bring you another mask so you can finish your cocoa, he said kindly. He changed his attitude in an instant. Arya learned that the chocolate-smelling beverage was called cocoa. She felt embarrassed. The devilish butler, who seemed to be a vicious character, turned out to be surprisingly kind. Or at least only to her. Why? Arya wondered. Suddenly, the hounds started barking. Woof, woof, bark, bark. A heavy silence ensued, thicker than the uneasy tension in the atmosphere. The count had a bad feeling, so he took Arya's cards. Don't do anything foolish and stay calm, he threatened, clenching his teeth. Subsequently, he grabbed hold of her arm. The hounds became even more violent. They growled, baring their sharp teeth at the count. Ah! The man grabbed the count's wrists and twisted it to an unnatural angle. All right, I'll take her in, the man said, taking off the black hood that covered half of his face. Arya stared at him in awe. The Grand Duke of Valentine. As expected, the man was Lloyd's father. His tall figure, his method of slaughter, his overwhelming power, and murderous intent. Even with his hood on, Arya could easily recognize this man as Lloyd's father. The way they ruthlessly kill people, it's similar. She observed him intently. He looked just like Lloyd. Their hair was jet black and coiffed to perfection. Furthermore, they had the same shape of eyes. But they also had their own differences. Lloyd's hair was short, and it stopped right above his nape. On the other hand, his father had hair that flowed right up till his chest. They rested on his shoulders, straight yet soft, swaying like prairie grass in the breeze. The Grand Duke stared back at Arya, not avoiding her gaze. He had eyes like a pool of pure crimson blood. As Arya peered into his eyes, she felt as if he was searching deep into her very soul. But for the Grand Duke, her gaze was different. It was a curious gaze that he had never received except from his children. "You're a strange kid. Haven't you heard rumors of me feeding humans to my dogs? I even tried to kill you." Arya, of course, was prepared to die, so she nodded and grabbed the Grand Duke's cuff. His eyes widened, and he was at a loss for words. He seemed genuinely surprised. "Huh? Why?" Arya was also confused. She didn't expect him to react that way. The Grand Duke glanced down at the little girl holding his sleeve. "I will deposit the down payment immediately. William, handle all the procedures." He beckoned the butler, ordering him as per usual. "Your Grace is very impulsive sometimes," the butler sighed, tired of the Grand Duke's spontaneous decisions. "Are you dissatisfied with my decision?" "Not at all. I am actually quite fond of the young lady here. One who is loved by animals could never be evil." "I'm not so sure about that," Arya thought. After that, William ordered the rest of the servants to prepare the money. As Count Cortez had affirmed previously, you are not to set foot in this mansion ever again. The butler will erase your memories, and you will forget about today's events, the Grand Duke said in a cold tone. "If you were ever to break your promise, I will not hesitate to erase the Cortez family name from the face of this country. Think wisely, for your family is at stake." Despite his outrageous remarks to erase the genius maestro, Cortez, from all history, no one doubted his words. For he was the infamous Grand Duke of Valentine. Wait, I have one more condition, Count Cortez spoke, holding his twisted arm. "What more do you have to say?" The Grand Duke's tone was full of malice and hatred. He seemed offended by the Count, who dared to ask for more. The Count was terrified, but he still managed to muster his courage and spoke. "When Arya gives birth, you must give the child to me. That's all that I want. If a siren gives birth, there's a high possibility that the child would be a siren as well. To think that he'd still be greedy even though I've brainwashed him." "I see that you're willing to become dog food," the Grand Duke hissed at the Count. What? "I'll let you disappear from the face of the earth if you'd like," he threatened. The beasts growled, baring sharp fangs. Petrified, Count Cortez froze at his seat. He no longer had the audacity to ask for more ridiculous requests. The Grand Duke gestured for William to proceed with the payment procedure. "Escort the Count out." "What? Why? Is it not obvious? Your words might emotionally affect little Miss Arya here, and I refuse to be in the same room with the likes of you." "What? Had you not spit out those last words, I would have been able to at least kick you out nicely." Erase his memories, including the fact that he had a daughter, the Grand Duke ordered his knights. Arya didn't know that erasing the memories of a person was possible. Then, the butler spoke. "The Valentines are very skilled at erasing memories. You will only feel a slight tingling sensation on your skin." At the end of his words, a couple of knights dragged the Count to a separate room. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream broke out. "Slight sensation, shall we go, miss?" William said, still smiling. "I ask for your understanding over the lack of preparations. The Grand Duke's decision was so sudden that we did not have the time to prepare. Young miss will be staying here for a while until your room is fully furnished." The room was breathtaking and spacious. It was decorated with lavish furniture, and the decorations consisted of luxurious items and sculptures. The colors were like nothing else, vivid and bright. But above all else, the most distinguished part of the room was undeniably its art. The House of Valentine genuinely treasured art. Infamous and expensive artworks graced the room, and paintings that spoke of their profound history were displayed on the walls. The entire room resembled an art gallery. An appraiser Arya was in awe. Her impression of the Grand Duke changed immediately. She expected the room to be dark and gloomy. Rather, this is more beautiful than the Imperial Palace. Indeed, it was more gorgeous and vibrant than the Imperial Palace. Perhaps the rumor about the Valentines having authority over the Imperial family was true. Arya wondered. "I thought it was just a baseless rumor." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. William entered the room with a rosy-cheeked middle-aged lady. "Good evening, young miss. My name is Diana, and I am the head lady in waiting and caretaker of the Grand Duke's son. I will be serving you from now on," Diana spoke with smiling eyes. Her smile was as bright as the sun, blinding anyone who looked at her in the face. My eyes. Arya fiddled her fingers, trying to relax herself. Come to think of it, this was the first time someone had actually regarded Arya as who she was and not her identity as a siren. The Grand Duke's son. He must be caring for the madam right now. Madam, she must be Lloyd's mother. She was one of the few people who will soon be killed by the devil's curse. She will die soon. I hope you aren't too shocked by the Grand Duke's sudden decision, Diana said in a soothing tone. Seems like Lloyd won't welcome me upon my arrival. Well, who would welcome their contracted fiancé? First of all, Diana said, eyeing Arya. Arya was very skinny and frail. Upon meeting her, she couldn't believe that she was 10 years old with that tiny body. Please write the types of dishes you prefer so that I can prepare them for you in the future. Baffled, Arya blinked her eyes. Then, Diana dipped a quill to the ink and handed it over to Arya's slender fingers. Dishes I prefer? My favorite food? I don't have any preference. Arya had a lack of appetite. The only food she had ever eaten was cold pork porridge, and she would further lose her appetite whenever she was called a siren. She didn't even bother anymore. Eating was just a means to survive. My knowledge regarding food is limited. The only thing she knew about was alcohol and drugs. She didn't want to know, but couldn't help it. Arya often met nobles who held illegal parties. They were involved in prostitution, drug trafficking, and political corruption. The parties were dangerous and obscene. There was even a rumor that said the siren would only sing in corrupted places. It was tough for me. Ink smeared the white card. Arya took too long to think, so the ink droplets dripped to the floor. She had no choice but to write down whatever she could think of. Warm soup. Is this enough? She thought that it was all right as long as the soup did not smell and was served while still warm. Unfortunately, Diana was not satisfied. She had hoped that Arya would write more, so she glanced at her with a despondent face. Shush is disappointed, and so Arya pondered some more, and after a while, she noted down another menu on her card. Bread and cheese. Is this enough? Arya thought. But contrary to her expectations, Diana's expression sank even more. So she wrote another one. Cocoa. Tastes like melon. Tastes like melon? Diana asked. Arya turned her head towards William, hoping he would explain it in her stead. He bit his lips with a subtle expression, neither smiling nor frowning. What's wrong? Arya gave the butler a few glances, but to no avail. She had no choice but to explain it in writing. Soft, white clouds floating on top. PFFT, I apologize. William turned around, holding back his laughter. Diana burst into laughter as well. Seemed like she and William figured something out. Oh, ha ha. The taste is like melon, she nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Thank you. Is there anything else you need? Diana kept asking with an anticipating look, and Arya had no choice but to answer frankly. I don't know the names of any kind of dishes. Diana had a tearful countenance plastered on her face. Arya was embarrassed by the sudden change in the maid's facial expressions. Is she crying? Arya quickly thrust out another card. If you let me know, I'll memorize it right away. Shocked, Diana hugged her. The card slipped out of Arya's hand. She was bewildered. For the first time in her life, someone had actually embraced her. What a strange person. At that point, the arms squeezed a fraction tighter, and Arya breathed slower, her body melting into Diana's as all her muscles relaxed, giving into her warmth. It was warm and cozy, just like that time she stroked the hounds. Strange enough, she had no intention to push her away. Arya blinked. Young miss, she sniffled. It must have been so hard. You're in good hands now. Ishush is trying to comfort me, Arya thought, puzzled. No one had ever regarded her as family. Everyone abused her, treating her like a worthless puppet. It's always like that ever since I was young. There were times where she'd cry a lot. But now, even her tears had dried out. She felt nothing. Not even despair. She was detached. Arya wrapped an arm around her shoulders and buried her head into her chest. It's all right now. You didn't do anything wrong, Diana said while patting her head. Diana continued to console her. The maid of the devil's mansion emitted a strange aroma. The smell of sun-dried blankets. She smelled like the lingering scent of spring on a blanket that was dried underneath the sun. Oh my! Diana was surprised. She was startled because Arya had been standing beside the window since dawn. Did you have a nightmare? Arya shook her head. Diana looked her in the eyes and concluded that she, in fact, did. It's my fault. She wailed. I should have stayed with you a while longer. No, you're still a baby, but I was careless. You were scared, right? It rained all night too. No, Arya didn't usually sleep till morning. Arya tried to gain back her dignity by holding her no card over and over again, but Diana didn't listen. She kept treating her like a baby, and Arya couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Baby, even if she did travel to the past, her conscience was certainly not that of a 10-year-old. My body may be small, but I'm definitely not a baby. Arya tried to explain that she was not a baby. Diana's lips rose into a grin, and she lightly stroked her head. Ho ho, aren't you still a baby? Arya was flustered. It's warm. Arya thought stroking someone's head was just a simple action, but it was surprisingly soothing. I guess this is why the hounds kept pestering the Grand Duke to pet them. Arya stared at Diana's hand, our eyes brightened with each stroke. Do you mind if I stroke you from time to time? Diana asked. Arya held out a no card to her, but she kept glancing at Diana's hand brimming with anticipation and hope, so the maid couldn't help but laugh at her innocence. Why were you leaning against the window? The flowers outside are beautiful. Arya pointed towards the window with a quill in her hand. The garden was adorned with garlands of the most vibrant blooms. I can see the flowers. I like them. Count Cortez used to trap her in the mansion's attic, so all she could do was gaze out the window and admire the beautiful scenery. It might seem boring and useless to others, but to Arya, the flowers symbolized her hope to survive. I see, so the young Miss fancies flowers, she smiled. Well, there are a lot of rare plants here in the mansion. Rare plants. Arya spent most of her life in confinement, so when she heard the phrase rare plants, she couldn't resist feeling curious. Arya peered at Diana with gleaming eyes. Oh, if you stare at me so imploringly, Diana exaggerated. I just stared at her with puppy dog eyes, but she looks as if she has just been attacked. It's raining right now, but would you like to get acquainted with the garden? Arya nodded. All right. Well, dress you up with the outfits you brought from home, Diana said as she ordered the maids to bring Arya's luggage. The House of Cortez sent the luggage. Which one of these cute dresses do you usually wear? All the dresses were actually brand new. The clothes Arya usually wore were rags. But I can't just tell her that. She hesitated for a moment but decided to answer honestly. I haven't worn any of these. My father bought them for me before we came here. Diana's expression darkened. Upon taking a closer look, these dresses are hideous. Huh? Didn't she just say they were cute? The fabric and design used are of poor quality. It's unacceptable. The Lady of Valentine should wear no such thing. Really? Diana made it seem as if the Count was a cheapskate who could only buy his daughter hand-me-down rags. Call the other maids. We'll be taking the young miss measurements, she instructed. Aren't we just going to the garden? Why do they have to take my measurements? Arya wondered if she'd even have the time to go outside. We'll finish this in an hour. Bring me a dress, a silk hat, and a lace umbrella. Maybe it is possible. Arya stood absent-mindedly. Everything went by so fast that she could not grasp the situation at hand. Then, the maids gathered together and began to discuss the dress she would be wearing. One of the maids spoke in a solemn tone. How about this dress? It's paired with a cloak, so I think it's fine for this weather, and she could wear these boots too. The outfits were stunning. They could even satirize those worn by the imperial family. Moreover, the detailed linings and the decorations were on a different level. Now I know why they mocked the Count's dresses. The difference between her dresses and the Valentine's was like heaven and earth. Arya was fascinated by the gorgeous and appealing dresses, but what she was most fond of was the sky blue umbrella with delicate white lace on its rims. Wonderful. I got this tiny umbrella. She often imagined the sound of raindrops hitting an umbrella to calm down and relax herself. She couldn't wait to listen to it in actuality. Diana remembered something while glancing at Arya. The mask you're wearing looked uncomfortable, so I made this in a hurry. Diana held out a mask. The mask was made with soft silk, and the inside was stuffed with cotton. Fluffy, but it had rabbit ears. What on earth? Arya glared at Diana in protest, but Diana just chuckled. Rabbits are very friendly. This way, you won't be scared at night. She grinned. Our baby won't have any more nightmares. I am not a baby. Arya pouted. Ho ho. Of course, you're not a baby. Young miss is already grown up. How silly of me to make such a mistake. Arya tensed up. Diana was the first person to have ever treated her so kindly. It tickles. Arya had butterflies in her stomach. Diana had shown her so much love and care. While she wasn't used to it, Arya was still grateful. Diana worked hard on the mask, so Arya had no choice but to accept it. The Grand Duke, too, has never asked me to take off my mask. He didn't ask, nor did he forcibly take it away. Arya could have tricked him about being the Count's daughter, but he didn't doubt her even a single bit. Maybe H is trying to test me. Treating someone with kindness is one way to assess someone's true nature. Arya needed to regain her senses. She had to prove herself as worthy and had to be as vigilant as possible. Alright, let's do this. Arya turned her back and changed into her new rabbit mask. Diana, as playful as she was, started poking her cheeks and spoke, "Ho ho. You've been hiding such a pretty appearance behind that mask." She wore that mask for only 10 seconds. Embarrassed, Arya puffed her cheeks and stepped back. "Oh, stop that. I'll get diabetes from your sweetness." Diana gave a quirky laugh. She then handed Arya a mug. Yesterday, Arya could not drink her cocoa because the mask covered her mouth. "It's a cold day, so drink this and warm up." She brought the cup to her lips and felt the cocoa's warmth inside her mouth. It was delicious, like nothing she'd ever had. Sweets usually made her feel nauseous. She had even vomited once after nibbling on a piece of chocolate. But this was different. It had a rich taste that enveloped her tongue before flowing down her throat and heating up her insides. "I don't feel queasy." Her heart pounded. The melon-like, soft, white clouds that floated on the cocoa had a distinct taste and instantly melted in her mouth. Diana felt genuinely happy as she watched Arya enjoying the cocoa. "Does it suit your taste?" Arya thought she had no appetite since she always threw up her food, but she unexpectedly liked it. She wiped the whipped cream on her upper lip with the back of her hand. "Melon is delicious. Young miss is far too adorable. Me? Cute." Suddenly, Diana raised her hand. "Is she going to stroke me again?" Arya froze like a nervous rabbit, but at the same time, she anticipated being stroked again. But before Diana's hand could reach her knock-knock, the door burst open, and a concerned maid urgently stepped in. "Head maid, we have a problem." Arya toured the garden alone. "We're in trouble. The madam is in critical condition." Because of the sudden deterioration of the madame's health, all of the servants, including Diana, immediately headed to the Grand Duchess' aid. Every single one of them. "You can take care of yourself, right? Promise me you'll come back to your room after looking at the flowers." Diana worried. Arya nodded and gently pushed her back, as if telling her to just hurry to the Grand Duchess' room. A moment later, the sky became dark, and the rain poured even harder. Arya stared at the mansion, listening to the rhythmic pitter-patter of the raindrops hitting her umbrella. She was quite worried. The Grand Duchess shouldn't die yet, but Arya thought that stopping her death could be the first step in avoiding the massacre of the Valentines. Diana had said that Lloyd was taking care of his mother. He loved his mother deeply, and he struggled with his loss more than anyone else. Just like me, she unconsciously clutched her necklace and strolled back to the mansion. The top floor of the mansion, there was only one room with the lights on. The servants' shadows in the hallways could be seen throughout the story. That must be the Grand Duchess' bedroom. Arya found her location. It won't be easy to get permission to enter the bedroom. No matter how much the Grand Duke liked her, Arya was still an outsider. Furthermore, security was strict. Clip-clop, the sound of footsteps. The approaching footsteps stomped over the wet grass, and as she turned to run away, she was already caught. "You! What are you doing here?" He had a deep voice. "I repeat, what are you doing sneaking around here like a rat?" He saw the shock plastered on Arya's face before she could even hide it. He knitted his eyebrows. Suddenly, he drew out his sword and pressed it against Arya's neck. She raised her head and gazed at the wielder. "Reveal your intentions." He stood there, uniformed in cutting-edge attire, which enhanced his dignified figure, clearly designed by great tailors. Droplets of water dampened his jet-black hair. His eyes were dark, like two obsidian orbs, and his lethal gaze seemed to pierce her. Lloyd Carden's Valentine. He was stunning, like those characters in fantasy novels. His beauty was stupefying and surreal, unlike any other. He was an Adonis among the other males. I knew he was beautiful. His eyes reminded her of smoky ashes rising from a passionate fire. They were intense, reflecting the flame burning deep within his heart. He wasn't this mad in the beginning. Arya did not like this situation. She was just actually hoping to meet someone who wouldn't be addicted to her singing. But strangely I'm rather glad, what he held was not a sword dripping in blood. It was a white, shiny sword, mirroring the moonlight and fit for a noble. Arias' neck began to ache. The boy growled, "Spit it out, unless you want your head rolling in the mud." A grave silence settled among them. At that moment, time stopped, and all Arya could see was Lloyd and herself. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. "Let's fall down to hell together," he smiled. That day, the clouds swept the earth. Her vision was veiled by the lightest of mists. She gazed into his grey eyes, but the haze blurred her field of vision. He stared back, yet his orbs showed no light. They were hollow and empty. As the fog dispersed, so did Arias' illusion. It was just a memory. Arya could see her breath forming a small, misty cloud in the cold air. That was close. She had almost spoken. She snapped back to reality. The time which she thought had stopped began to move again. "You don't seem to understand the situation, do you?" Arya was composed, her face stark. Lloyd's expression darkened, and he pressed the blade deeper into her flesh. Blood oozed down her nape. It was painful, but Arya made no sound. She was used to enduring pain and suppressing her moans. "So it's true. You can't speak," he snarled. Was he testing me? Arya nervously looked at him. He doubted her since the very beginning. "H's sharp. Was I found out?" The cold, icy rain poured over her pale, soft skin. Her posture weakened under the weight of her soaked dress. "It hurts." Her fingers loosened. Arya dropped her umbrella. Tok, Shah at last. Arya's face, which was hidden by her umbrella, was finally revealed. Lloyd's cold expression was now replaced with a puzzled look. "Rabbit?" Her rabbit mask had caught him off guard. "Rabbit," Lloyd murmured. He creased his forehead at the sight of Arya, shivering in the torrent of heavy rain. "Rabbit, if you're going to answer my question by disclosing your true intentions, just mouth your words, and I'll read your lips." True intention? If it was my true intention, she had escaped her cage just to meet him. She was willing to sacrifice herself for his sake. Arya would voluntarily be a stepping stone if it was meant to help achieve her benefactor's, goals. She wouldn't mind completely burning herself out just to let him shine his brightest, like the splendid afternoon sun, but would instead feel honored just to be given a chance. I can't say it. Arya recalled her memory with Diana. It felt really nice when she was stroked, so she patted his head. Lloyd stared at her as if she was insane. "Seems like you've never held weapons before," Lloyd said, touching Arya's hands. He observed her slender fingers. They were soft and smooth. She had no calluses. "Don't you have to learn at least one weapon at your age?" The age of 10? Arya was shocked. "There are only bones in your body, where are your muscles?" "Why would 10-year-olds have muscles?" Arya tilted her head. Lloyd grabbed her wrist and held it for a while. After that, he placed his fingers on his own wrists, and then, he frowned. "It's a miracle for you even to be alive. You're very frail, and your pulse is weak. Your bones are so fragile that they might break if I squeeze too hard. Are all humans outside our territory this week?" Lloyd paused. "You're even worse than Mother." His words trailed off. He stared at her as if she was a rare animal, one he had never seen before. "I was feeble from the start and my body only grew weaker because I was abused and malnourished," Arya thought to herself. She inadvertently put her hand on her neck and trembled in pain. She sucked in a sharp breath as the pain spiraled across her body. Lloyd pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and flung it towards Arya. Instinctively, Arya grabbed the flying handkerchief. "Use it and throw it away." Arya alternatively glanced between the handkerchief and Lloyd's face. Then, she lightly pressed her nape's open wound. Lloyd, who couldn't stand watching, scooted closer to her and snatched it back from her hands. "Let me do it." He skillfully tended to her wound. The wound was not actually deep, but it seemed as if the blood kept gushing out due to it being diluted with the rainwater. He stopped the bleeding in an instant, wrapped the handkerchief over her neck, and tied it. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Lloyd lightly tapped her mask with his finger. Stunned by his sudden action, Arya flinched. "You, rabbit." The rabbit mask was soaked with rainwater. "I was glad that the cotton was soft, but now it feels uncomfortable," Arya thought. Her appearance was quite funny and amusing, but Lloyd kept a serious face. "Were you preyed by a rat?" Arya staggered at his words. She hadn't thought that she was under suspicion. his intuitions were relatively sharp. Gutter meant the criminal world. He used such terms to lessen the fatalness of his words. Those that are raised as prey are unable to speak or have their tongues cut off. This is so that they can't expose their masters. The prey lived and died for their masters, serving them with loyalty all their lives. They were born to be eaten, and are meaningless without them, just like lifeless puppets. You came here as Count Cortes' daughter, but your name isn't listed in the family register. How will you verify yourself if we didn't believe you at face value? Lloyd scrutinized. As he had said, Arya couldn't prove her identity. Moreover, there's a lot of bad blood between the Valentines and the gutter rats, Arya belatedly thought. As infamous as the Valentines are, they mainly had many enemies. Therefore, it was understandable as to why he was so wary of Arya's sudden appearance. There's only one way to tell if someone was prey or not. Was there such a way? Rats had infiltrated and spread out all across the empire, and because of that, the emperor suffered from massive headaches trying to distinguish them from his loyal subjects. Say he'll kill UFC king rats. Well, Arya was unable to comprehend how such a conclusion was made. As expected, you're one of them. As Lloyd was about to unsheath his sword again, she quickly placed her hand above his. Her fingers were trembling. For the first time in her life, she actually tried to curse. She closed her eyes. After a brief hesitation, she parted her lips. I'll kill UFCK, and that was her first time swearing. Arya didn't say it out loud, so she wasn't as nervous as she had thought she'd be. Just say it straight. I'll kill UFC king rats. Did I pass? Lloyd's expression was not the best, but he relaxed his grip on the sword handle. If you're not working as their prey, then get your hands off, he grumbled. Standing up for yourself is a way to survive. There is no place in the house of Valentine for a child as weak as you, he retorted and shook her hand off. As he took his leave, Arya was left alone in the hallway, and after he was completely gone from her sight, she walked away as well. Suddenly, as she was about to turn around the corner, she heard a bunch of whispers. The Grand Duke is gone, the maid rattled on, circulating all the gossip she had heard among the other servants. They were whispering, but Arya could hear them quite clearly. Sirens were weak in general, but their 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. The 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Like how a particular race was born with artistic talents, sirens were known for their keen senses. I'm glad I wasn't found out by Lloyd. In fact, Arya had barely escaped. She'd instinctively reacted to the sound of Lloyd's footprints and turned towards him. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have noticed her senses because of her feeble appearance. The powerless and weak Arya, she hoped that he would continue to believe that. Are you sure? Yeah, whenever she gets sick, she drives out all the servants. I heard that she wanted to be by herself. Yes, even the Grand Duke and His Highness are no exception. I also heard that there were a lot of deaths today, the maid said with a sigh. I know. His Highness tracked down the spies who infiltrated the Grand Duchy the other day, and he captured them all. Furthermore, he locked them inside the jaguar's cage to set him up as an example, the maid shuddered. It seems like the father and son, who were driven out by the Grand Duchess, were taking out their anger on others. She immediately understood. The Grand Duchess had been fighting between life and death. This might even be her last. If he couldn't be with her during her death, he might actually go berserk. But he was still going around killing people. Apparently, he wasn't the offspring of the devilish ducal couple for nothing. Did he let me live because I seem weak? Arya felt lucky. Nonetheless, she still felt a throbbing pain in her neck. It wasn't the first time that the madam fell. She has passed countless hurdles. But this time. Be careful with your words. But, you know, it's the first time that the madam has actually made a will. The maids went silent. After a while, one of the maids muttered with a saddened voice. Yes, she wishes to be buried beneath the cherry tree. She was looking forward to springtime, but what greeted us were endless rainy days instead, so she must be disappointed. She was really anticipating the cherry blossoms to bloom. This damn rainy season. Why is it raging in spring? God damn it. Fuck this world. Just perish already. In fear of those in the devil's mansion, they naturally exaggerated, cursing God and praying for the destruction of the world. After a while, their voices faded away. Cherry blossoms. The moment Arya heard that, she remembered the cherry trees she'd seen while strolling around the garden. She immediately ran back there. Fortunately, no escort had been assigned to Arya. Furthermore, no one cared about where and what she was doing now that the Grand Duchess was on the verge of death. And also because Diana had said that it was okay to admire the flowers. She waited until late at night. It was almost dawn. Arya looked up at the sky with her head tilted back and slowly rose from the cherry tree she was leaning against. She placed her hand on the cherry tree. Although the petals had fallen off after the rain, it was still a huge tree. Big enough to be seen from the Grand Duchess' bedroom. Song of Life. She finally got to sing it again after a long time. Arya closed her eyes. Then, a sweet melody emerged from her lips. As she closed her eyes, it felt as if her emotions were spreading out and enveloping everything around her. An intangible bond developed between them, a melody beyond the range of ears, but lucid for the heart. Chirp chirp. Birds tweeted in response to the siren's power. Buzz. Bees buzzed around an audience of vibrant blooms, nature's euphony blending into the pleasant ambience. Arya outstretched her hand towards the sky. The wind brushed past her fingertips. Leaves swayed in the breeze along with the earth's unvoiced singing. How lovely, she was always singing in tune with an orchestra. Not to mention, this was the first time she sang outside. Count Cortez would always watch her closely, in fear that she might escape. That's why she couldn't go outside as freely as she wished to. He would not hesitate to kill animals that approached Arya with his crossbow. Under the Count's restraint, singing was only allowed indoors, the basement where private parties were held, and inside the Emperor's cage. Tender and beautiful fronds of my beloved plane tree. But now, Arya sang at her own discretion. She could hear the birds hymn, the insects climbing the grass with serene ease, and the soft breeze caressing her. Let fate smile upon you. It was almost dawn. May thunder, lightning, and storms never bother your dear peace. The drizzling stopped, nor may you by blowing winds be profaned. Arya leaned over the trunk. A soft smile spread across her lips as she heard the regular beating of its heart. Golden rays of light came down as woven strands, falling onto the trees as it conjured the most brilliant mosaics, reflecting from each leaf and branch, making the scenery become something so enchantingly beautiful. Never was made a plant more dear and loving or gentle. Suddenly, the mighty sun breached the horizon, and the sky exploded with gorgeous colors. The light surrounding the cherry trees gradually faded, and golden rays escaped the buds as they bloomed into flowers. Ugh! Arya almost fell over. She felt dizzy for a moment, so she held onto the tree to support her body. Her body temperature dropped as she was still wearing wet clothes. She was cold and clammy, and she trembled slightly. Did I overdo it? Arya had intentionally left her wound unattended and got soaked all night. The power of her songs became stronger when she was sick and close to losing consciousness. People exert miraculous powers that go beyond the limits of their bodies when they are in crisis. Arya was the same, though I can't hold it any longer. As much as Arya seemed to have lost her mind, she would always notice her condition beforehand, and right now, she was about to faint. Thump thump. Someone was walking on the grass. She turned her head to the direction of the sound. A man stood directly in her line of sight. Shocked, the man was at a loss for words. Why you were talking. No. That angelic song. No, you were singing, and the tree was. Is he a servant? Arya observed the man's attire. He then smiled as if he had come to his senses. As expected, I am blessed. Hey, say something, will ya? You wouldn't be able to deceive anyone even if you kept your mouth shut. Did he think it was my weakness? How foolish. The man, who had been shouting a few times, began to give up after Arya just stared at him absent-mindedly. He started talking to himself. I knew it was strange. It doesn't make sense that her origin was kept a secret, especially since she'll become the future Grand Duchess. Arya's origin was top secret. Only the representatives of each department, including the butler and the head maid, knew. Arya asked him to keep it a secret. There's nothing wrong about taking precautions. But because of that, the attendant seemed convinced that Arya was not of noble origin. I can report this to the butler, but he glanced at Arya from head to toe and let out a chuckle. Then, he whispered, why don't you sing more for me, huh? Sing the song from before. Then I'll pretend that I don't know anything. Arya stared at him indifferently. She was already familiar with such snaggers and arrogant glances. 100 million ZAR. What? The price of one song. It was a ridiculous price. He looked at her, slack-jawed with disbelief. What kind of song costs 100 million? If Arya sang 3 songs, he could buy a residence within the capital. Hey, you don't seem to understand the situation. The servant began boasting about his evil deeds, and he threatened Arya that he had driven out an innocent maid by framing her as a thief. The servant's name was Toby. His technique to survive was finding others' weaknesses and framing them to get rewarded. However, Arya did not listen. Would you be able to handle the weight of the song, when you can't even afford the price? Arya replied with a bored tone. At that moment, the sky flashed behind Arya's back, and lightning came. A brilliant shock of white blazed throughout the sky, forking towards the unsuspecting ground. The thunderous boom followed after, with its warning a bit too late. Boom, Toby shuddered, his teeth grinding in SS pants. What the hell, it was just thunder and lightning, he thought. However, the situation was quickly reversed. Arya stepped forward towards him, and he unwittingly stepped back. Then, he tripped on a stone and fell onto his butt. Wait a minute. Toby couldn't fathom how he had just felt threatened by a child much younger than himself. Arya stretched her hand out to him. You have to compensate for your past mistakes, she spoke before singing the song that he wanted. Toby felt transfixed at the moment. He was unconsciously lost and speechless by her mere presence. He held his breath. This must be how the nomads felt when they found an oasis. Or the religious fanatics who finally witnessed God before their eyes. Arya whispered, putting her lips next to his ear as she left him dazzled by the ethereal melody. You won't tell anyone what you saw today. You must atone for your sins and pay the price. At the same time, Toby snapped himself out of the trance. Pay the price? How funny. It was ridiculous to see a little girl with a cute rabbit mask scolding him. He tried to laugh out loud, but strangely, he couldn't make any sound. It was as if his throat was clogged. What is this? He tried to move his hand, but he couldn't lift even a single finger. Arya passed by his stiff body. She acted as if he was just a stranger on the other side of the road. Then, his feet moved by itself. He couldn't stop. No. Stop it. Toby's face was as white as chalk. His body moved like a puppet doll. He was going insane inside, desperately trying to move, screaming for help, yet nothing came. His expression remained calm on the outside, and so was his behavior. He walked against his own will until he stopped. In front of him was the 3rd Knights Division's headquarters. They were in charge of protecting the security of the territory. He knocked on the door, and a voice told him to come in. What's the matter? In front of him was none other than the commander of the Knights. He was rumored to be extremely cruel when interrogating suspects. Oh, no. Toby had one more secret he couldn't tell anyone. He had leaked information about the Valentines' internal affairs several times. The Valentines were notorious, so every piece of information about them was sold at a very high price. I was confident that I would never get caught. This was very bad. The time during which the Grand Duchess was struggling between life and death was when the Grand Duke and the heir were frequently traveling. The traitor will be thrown into the beast's cage without any reconsideration. Oh, dear God, please. Future Grand Duchess, I was wrong. I admit my wrongdoings. No matter how much he prayed, it was already too late. Toby opened his mouth and spoke. I came to confess all my sins. My face feels hot, and my ears hurt. She could hear the muffled voice of someone shouting young miss, from a distance. So noisy. Slowly and reluctantly, Arya uncovered her face. She blinked, closed her eyes, and blinked again. She rubbed her eyes and scanned her surroundings. Where is this? Her eyes were blurry, so she couldn't figure out where she was. She leaned against the wall. It hurts, she muttered. Her head felt like it was going to burst, suddenly disappeared. At that moment, Arya's vision returned to her. It was Lloyd's voice. She did not suddenly disappear. She wasn't in her room in the first place. Then, she heard voices answering his questions. Is that head-maid Betty? Arya could hear Betty stamping her feet. I was the last one to see her. Yes. I threatened her. I had said that I would kill her. Yes. With such a bold confession, Betty seemed to be at a loss for words. She was silent and couldn't answer anything for a while. Then, it won't be strange if she hid because she was terrified, Betty stuttered. It is too dangerous for a young lady to roam alone in this mansion, and especially because Shush is from outside the border. After a moment of contemplating silence, he spoke, I'll take responsibility in finding the rabbit. Lloyd's footsteps went farther away. Idiot! You're going the wrong way, Arya thought as she listened to the footsteps of the boy walking towards the opposite direction. Arya tried to raise herself, but she didn't even have the strength to do so. Suddenly, she heard the sound of birds chirping. She turned her head, only to find the white pigeons sitting on the windowsill. Carrier pigeons. Some pigeons were trained to send letters. Little birdie. Cuckoo. I have a favor to ask of you, Arya said to the bird. The farthest room on the highest floor of the main palace. COO. Send him this message. She hoped the bird could convey her words correctly. Though it was unlikely, she placed her faith in miracles. The bird spread its wings and flew out of the window as if it had understood Arya's words. Did the bird understand my request? That couldn't have been possible. She tracked the bird's location with her keen senses. However, her knees began to give out. With one step backward, she crumpled like a puppet whose strings were suddenly cut. Milady! She could hear someone yelling from afar, hurry, call the doctor. Everything became fuzzy, and by the end of the words, she was out cold. Song quote, Ombre my fou from Opera Circe by George Frederick Handel. Clang, something crashed into the window, surprising the maid who stood beside it. What was that? The lady-in-waiting turned her head. It was a bird. The bird had crashed into the window and had fallen due to the impact, but it flew up again and sat down on the windowsill. Then, the bird started pecking the glass, as if asking for attention. Wait, isn't that a carrier pigeon? Carrier pigeons were trained to fly to the West Tower, so they never came to the main palace. But this bird was very unusual. There wasn't even a note tied to its leg. So this isn't one of ours. The lady-in-waiting tried to shoo the bird away, but the pigeon didn't budge. It scratched the glass with its beak, slammed its wings against the window pane, and chirped loudly. This crazy bird. What's with all the commotion? A voice suddenly spoke, followed by a fit of raspy coughs. The voice belonged to Sabina, the Grand Duchess of Valentine. Yo, Your Grace. I apologize for the racket. The maid bowed. No need to apologize. What is the bird doing? Sabina's throat seemed to be clogged, making her sound hoarse. Her silhouette could be seen through the gaps of the canopy bed's drapes. Her skin tone was ashen, not ghostly like a white person, just subdued and pale. Her once plump hands were now skin and bones. Her fingers now appeared longer, thinner, and frail. Well, there's something wrong with this carrier pigeon. He keeps rapping the window. Sabina scoffed. I'd like to see this brave bird. Oh, you mustn't. The doctor told Your Grace to rest. I will only rest once I die. Your Grace is saying such things again, the maid frowned. The lady-in-waiting's eyes glimmered with tears, but she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She couldn't just cry in front of the Grand Duchess. I was lucky to survive yesterday, but today might be my last, so I shall do what I want. Sabina knew that her time was running out. Death is a thorny road, but she had already given up, accepted, and was ready to depart. Madam the head lady-in-waiting, Diana, would have been more strict if she was here, but unfortunately, she was away. She sighed and helped Sabina sit on a chair by the window. However, the bird immediately flew away. Once I find that pigeon, I'll turn him into food. The lady-in-waiting thought, gnashing her teeth. Sabina gazed outside the window and spoke, those are cherry blossoms. Surprisingly, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. That's absurd. It's impossible for them to bloom this fast, the lady-in-waiting muttered. But when she opened the curtains, her eyes widened and her eyebrows raised. The giant cherry trees that lined the palace were clothed in pink and white blossoms. The boughs that used to be so bereft suddenly became beautifully adorned, and their scents were diffused along with the spring breeze. It was akin to a miracle. Lloyd headed to the place where he first saw Arya. Several jaguars followed him from behind. Find her. The jaguars roared in response. Suddenly, something fell to the top of his head. Lloyd took it off with his hands and observed the object. A petal. What on earth? He raised his head. The petals fluttered down like gentle rain. Amongst the bare trees, only the cherry blossoms showed signs of life. Is this one of Carl's pranks? When did he start doing these kinds of things? No, he couldn't have learned the magic of blooming flowers in the first place. The palace's sorcerers were in charge of burning the petals, not making them bloom. Then, this must be the work of someone else. Lloyd immediately thought of the little girl who stood absent-mindedly under the rain, holding her umbrella. The dancing petals resembled her hair flowing in the wind. As expected, it's annoying, Lloyd thought as he gazed at the cherry trees. A while later, his jaguars came back while carrying an item in their mouths. It was a small, old leather bag, and it was soaked in rainwater. It's that kids. Arya held the bag tightly as if it were her lifeline before. She must have dropped the bag when he pointed his sword towards her neck. She must be hiding something. Poison? Weapons? Lloyd instantly opened the bag. However, its contents were not what he expected. The bag was filled with cards, ink bottles, and broken quills. Was she using these to communicate? That idiot. She wrote everything on her cards and didn't even try to discard them. Her conversations could be easily leaked. She should have burned them on the spot. However, this was a good advantage for Lloyd. He could find information about her, and if she were even a bit suspicious, he would kill her. The flowers outside are beautiful. She unexpectedly talked about flowers. Did she like flowers? I can see the flowers. I like them. He liked him too, so that's why she went to the garden. To see the flowers. Cocoa. Tastes like melon. Tastes like melon. He skipped to the next card. Soft, white clouds floating on top. Whipped cream. Melon is delicious. She must have liked it, though it's not melon. My name is not bitch. As he went further back, the cards had traces of time. All of them were yellow, and the edges were completely torn. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Don't hit me. I will try to speak. I'm sorry for being a mute bitch. The cards were wrinkled. There were traces of Arya taking him out and reading him over and over again. The ink was smeared with tears. Please love me. That card was the last. Lloyd's gut clenched. He stood still as if he was paralyzed. Suddenly, one of his jaguars bit his leg, making him lose his train of thoughts. They pointed towards the palace. That could only mean one thing. Arya was there. The boy, who had been silent for a while, let go of his grip on the broken quill and dropped it to the ground. Even from under the sheets, Arya was radiating heat like a brick right out of the oven. The fever was burning her up, both body and spirit. She could hear the chatter of voices getting louder and louder. Those were the voices of the nobles who came to see the siren. Sing for me, my angel. Is that it? Are you kidding me? I spent all of my fortunes to see you. Don't you dare pretend to be sick. Get up now. If you don't want to die, then sing. Right this instant. Arya couldn't distinguish the voices from imagination and reality. Her head felt as if someone had shaken it until her brain was thoroughly bruised, when suddenly a nudge to her ribs jerked her awake. Arya's eyelids blinked open to the ceiling of the room, her breathing rate beginning to steady. Young miss. Are you awake? Arya glanced upward, her mouth slightly opened. She blinked and tried to refocus her vision. On her left was the head lady in waiting Diana, and on her right was the head maid Betty. Both servants stared at her anxiously. Diana tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke, I'm so glad you're okay. That's right, she was in the Grand Duchy. Arya had almost forgotten. Were they the ones who took care of me? Arya was suffering from a fever. She laid still as her skin reddened from her blood's heat. However, there was always someone beside her, running to and from her room with cool cloths and wiping her body with a wet towel. Arya felt weird because their actions seemed to tell her that she didn't have to take care of herself anymore, even if she was sick. Oh no, I'm tearing up. Diana stroked Arya's head. She didn't falter this time. She had gotten used to Diana's warm touch. Her strokes and hugs brought a feeling of peace she had never known before, calming the storms in her heart, as if telling her she was safe within these walls, protected. The world around her melted away as her touch made the room warmer. Oh, my, Diana beamed. How lovely. While patting Arya's head frantically, Diana remembered that she was still a patient. She scratched the back of her head. You have to eat this soup before taking the antipyretic, Diana said as she scooped the soup and blew the heat away. Arya flushed red in embarrassment, but she still took every spoonful of soup diligently. Ah! As the spoon went to her mouth, she realized something. Arya scanned her surroundings, searching for her bag. She couldn't find it. Worried, she wrote on her hands. Grand Duchess, fortunately, she has crossed the hurdle. Phew. Arya breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Grand Duchess had not passed away yet. Oh, and the prince came to see you. But Milady was sleeping at that time. Lloyd, he wanted to return this to you. It was Arya's bag. When did I drop it? Arya rummaged inside the bag to write on her card, but she could not find her quill. Instead, what she found was a luxurious fountain pen. Huh? She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was actually hallucinating because of the fever. It was a fountain pen with gold trim in black ripple. The nib was gold and adorned with diamonds, and it was decorated with Catalonia's signature, the world's most famous craftsman. Even if it were displayed in a museum, the fountain pen would still be considered priceless. Arya stared at Diana with a worried look. Diana shrugged and replied, "He must have picked it up from the office." That's right. The Valentine's fortunes were so vast that they could never be topped. When the Empress got one of Catalonia's works, she boasted all night at the banquet. Suddenly, Arya found a note in her bag. "Leave when you're all better." This was a farewell gift. If Arya did not disappear after she was healed, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Arya turned to Diana for advice. "Does Lloyd hate me?" Arya touched her neck, which was wrapped in a bandage. "I thought I could live as long as I hid my abilities as a siren. I'm afraid I don't know. I am not able to figure out what's in His Highness' mind." Diana replied, "He ordered us to let you try every kind of dessert," Diana muttered, briefly showing signs of trouble. "Even though such a thing isn't possible." "Isn't that like the last dinner?" Arya glanced back at the note ordering her to leave once she was cured. If she was kicked out, she wouldn't be able to taste any more desserts. Maybe Lloyd was trying to be thoughtful by ordering the maids to serve Arya all kinds of desserts. "If you want to eat all types of sweets, you have to get better first," Diana said as she gave a pill to Arya. Arya immediately gulped it down. "You take the pill so well. I'm proud of you," Diana said. Then, she gave a small jar to Arya. "What is this?" Inside the jar were small, colored grains. They glittered attractively in the light like majestic gemstones, giving off an ethereal glow. "Do you like star candies?" "Star candies. This is candy." Arya looked inside the jar, opened the cork lid and chewed on a piece of the star candy. The sugary aftertaste hovered on her tongue. "I'll eat one more." The candy called to her seductively, promising moments of bliss that would melt on her tongue. Once it was finished, her heart ached for more, but Arya hastily put the lid back on and returned them to the drawer. She wanted to savor them for a long time. "She looks like a squirrel hiding her acorn." The servants clenched their teeth. Not because they were annoyed, but because of Arya's unbearably cute actions. They desperately wanted to pat her head. However, only a certain lady in waiting was allowed to stroke her hair. "We can't stroke the young miss. She would probably give out the 'I'm not a baby' card again," pouting with her cute chubby cheeks. The servants glanced at the lovely child, hoping that one day, it would finally be their turn to stroke her head. The servants would bring flowers every time they visited Arya. "This is called dahlia. This is a primrose. This is grape hyacinth." The language. Before long, the guest room where Arya was staying became crowded with vases of various flowers. The air was also perfumed by their heavy scents. "This is my first time seeing these many flowers." Arya stretched her neck like a meerkat to look outside the window. "Young miss, don't stand by the window anymore since there's a lot of flowers here already," Diana said, holding a bouquet in her arms. Arya nodded. "And from today onwards, these knights will temporarily become your escorts." Diana appointed escorts for her because she was afraid that Arya would get sick again when left alone. The knights, who stood behind Diana, greeted Arya one after another. They were very polite all except for one. His name was Sir Anjou. To be forced to leave your post just to escort a child, he must have thought of it as a hassle. The knight looked discontented. As Arya observed him closely, her nose started to tickle. "Achoo!" Everyone stared at Arya with surprised expressions. "Achoo!" Sniff. Arya snuffled after her sneezing stopped. She didn't have allergies, but strong aromas tended to make her sneeze. She blushed. Head lady in waiting," Betty interrupted whilst holding a book titled Open Corner Bracket Hospital Etiquette. "Please look at this." The book said that fresh flowers are banned within hospital premises, especially for outsiders. "What? Why?" "Because there's a risk of allergy or infection." "But then, outsiders." Arya tilted her head, rubbing her itchy nose with the sleeves of her dress. Diana and Betty exchanged glances with each other. "But, isn't the madam from the outside too? I change the flowers in her vase every morning." "Well, people have different conditions. Some are weaker than the others." "But that means the young miss is weaker than the madam." "Get rid of the flowers right away," Diana ordered. The maids proceeded to clear out all the flowers in the room. Arya frowned at the removed flowers. Phew. It almost turned into a huge problem. I apologize for my carelessness. This is my first time nursing a child from outside the border. Outside the border? She had heard it a few times before. Arya had to ask what it was to satisfy her curiosity. I mean outside the territory. The border refers to the Ingo Mountains surrounding the Grand Duchy of Valentine. Am I weak? Diana smiled and gently answered the question. Well, the people from the Grand Duchy are very strong. Everyone here is confident in their physical abilities and strengths. She was right. The beasts she saw here were gigantic. Furthermore, the humans weren't normal. Everyone here is confident in their physical abilities and strengths. They were the exact opposite of Arya, who was weak but had excellent senses. Arya stared at Diana with inquisitive eyes. Well, no matter how hard you train, one will never be comparable to the Valentines. A shiver ran down Diana's spine. As she swept the goosebumps off her neck, she stared anxiously at Arya. But why won't your fever go down? Because only one day had passed, Arya thought. The book said that if you have a fever, you have to cover your body with a blanket and sweat it all out. Are you trying to kill her? Wrong. What you should do is to give her a cold bath. Heavens, no. You'll freeze her to death. The best way is to raise the room temperature to maximum and answer. Their argument continued. I've taken the medicine anyway. My fever will come down eventually. Young miss, I made ginger tea. What if the peculiar taste of ginger worsens her condition? I've never thought of that. The maids had a very creative imagination. Ho ho. Do not fret, for I have prepared this in advance, Betty said, revealing a bowl on the table. She was holding another book titled, Foods to Offer During Fever. I made this by beating honey and egg yolk until they foam. Then, I mixed them with milk and butter using a whisk, she said triumphantly, telling the others that it was what outsiders used as a remedy. One of the maids asked, but, head maid, don't raw eggs have a risk of contamination? Co-contamination? She could get food poisoning. Betty hastily disposed of the bowl. The maids started to gather. Then what should we do? One of them whispered. Just watch her until she gets better. The maids murmured with each other in very small voices. Fortunately, Arya could hear them as clear as day, thanks to her keen senses. Is that really all right? I mean, outsiders are weak in general. But the young miss is probably the weakest of them all. At this rate, it's safer to think of her as an infant. I'm not a baby. Arya didn't like being treated as a baby. But truthfully, she was no longer embarrassed of the word. This was because they actually cared about her. I'm not used to it. Arya didn't want these moments to dissipate like smoke. The feeling of being cherished. They respected her as a person. Regardless of her status, regardless of her ability as a siren. Arya couldn't help but stifle a smile. Then, she clutched Diana's sleeves tightly and handed her a card. Thank you. She thought she would use this card someday, so she had it written in advance. It should be okay to show it now. PFFD. What a weakling. This is why we should NT allow outsiders inside the border. A small whisper could be heard amongst the other voices. Sir Anju. He was one of Arias' appointed escorts. The other servants missed his remarks because his words were very faint. However, it was clear to Arias' hypersensitive ears. Their class is different. I'm not even sure if she can give birth to an heir. Arya stared at the knight, and when they made eye contact, he looked slightly flustered. No way, I'm sure she can't hear me. It was impossible for her to hear him. She was at a distance where he wouldn't be able to hear himself either. Moreover, neither the knights nor the servants glanced at Anju, who was sitting in the corner of the room. Arya was the only one staring at him. Well, so what if she heard it? The knight brazenly raised his chin. He knew it was useless to direct his anger towards her, but he didn't want to leave his post just to escort a child. And he was all the more pissed off at her, since her origin was unclear. I'd rather babysit the prince. She became the prince's fiancée without even doing anything. There was no dowry, no gifts, and they didn't even prepare the marriage papers. Her father signed a waiver of parental authority and she was instantly the future Grand Duchess. It was absurd. They said that the prince held her at sword point. The knight glanced at the bandage around Arias' neck and laughed arrogantly. No matter how much they thought of it as a marriage of convenience, the consent of both parties was extremely necessary to establish a healthy relationship. However, the prince raised his sword against her exposed neck, so he must have hated her too. She should be relieved that she didn't get kicked out, despite how much he hates her. It was clear that she was going to be banished even before their marriage. This was why Anju was not afraid to act rude to the prince's fiancée. Class. Arya snorted at the ridiculous word, dividing people into classes, based on their social status. What a foolish judgment. Whether it was the Valentines, the Emperor, or even the Pope. They flocked in groups based on their similar backgrounds, but in reality, we were all humans. Humans who could do nothing but bleed when they were stabbed in the back. The Valentines were outstanding and powerful. Their skills were unrivaled across the Empire and beyond. But if it were true, then how did the massacre happen? Why did Lloyd go crazy? Arya thought that all humans, including herself, were imperfect. There was no such thing as a perfect human. Was it so important whether we were born a noble, commoner, or even a slave? No, we were all humans, and we were the same. Arya was vexed. The servants had poured their hearts out just to let her feel at home, only for him to ruthlessly trash their efforts. Arya took out her fountain pen and wrote on a few cards. Then, she pointed her finger towards Anju. He seemed uncomfortable, but he still approached the little girl. Just say it. Oh, wait. You can't. Pardon me, he sneered. Goodness, Sir Anju. Were my ears mistaken? I apologize, it is my first time seeing an outsider with such a weak body, so I wasn't mindful of my words. He gave an insincere apology. Diana's expression was full of disbelief. She couldn't apprehend the words that came out of his mouth. Didn't the Grand Duchess come from the House of Valois? The family had produced honorable knights for generations. What do you mean by that? I cannot put my mind at ease. Even the madam, who had been trained as a knight since she was young, couldn't bear it, let alone a child as weak as her. Sir Anju, if you dare say another word, I will not hesitate to report this conversation to His Grace. Diana scolded with a grimace. Then, Arya handed out a card. What is your age? Age. I'm 24 this year. Since Arya died when she was just 20 years old in her previous life, she should be 4 years older than him now. She put up a pitiful act. Health, status, strength. Those things are based on you being born with luck. It's such a pity that you have earned nothing by yourself during your 24 years of life, and now you're so proud of this hollow shell of yours. The knight stared at her, too shocked to speak. He had never thought that a 10-year-old girl would criticize him. After he grasped the meaning of her words, his face flushed red in humiliation. This, Anju Beauport, the second son of the Beauport family, the Grand Duke's vassal. He was a knight from the Fourth Order of Knights. The Fourth Order of Knights was the order of ordinary knights that were not able to associate with the other orders, and because of that, they were often ignored by the others. As a matter of fact, Anju was only able to join the order because of his family's influence, not his abilities. That was his inferiority complex. He had it hidden in the depths of his heart and didn't tell anyone, but Arya's words pierced right through it. Sick people will get better after taking their medicines, but I don't know what to do about people with rotten hearts. I'm sorry. PFFD. A short chuckle was heard. One of the escorts was futilely suppressing his urge to laugh. Trembling in shame, his glare went from Arya to the other knight's gaze. However, the knight just shrugged his shoulders, not minding his furious expression. You are nothing without your family, is what they would say. These lowly scums. Sir Anju gritted his teeth. Has he even experienced hardships? Arya thought. She had been abused all her life, sold by her father as a sacrifice, and was in a situation where she could be expelled empty-handed. Then, have you ever achieved anything by yourself? Adults should never say such things to a child. Even so, he was blinded by rage. He couldn't think of anything else to appease his anger. Unexpectedly, Arya smiled at him. She gazed at Anju as if she was dealing with an immature child's tantrum. She presented her next card. When I grow up, I will never become an adult like you. He was utterly ashamed. Diana, Betty, and the other servants were inevitably surprised. They had never known that Arya, who was so innocent and lovely, had a side like this. But at the same time, they held great respect for her. Especially Diana, since she was the one who knew Arya best. Although they are both of noble lineage, she didn't bring up her peerage. She only exposed how he despised his knighthood that his grace had bestowed because it was nothing more than a mere shell. All humans were the same. But without having an ideology, it would be impossible for her to say things like that. It was a revolutionary thought, especially in the Panetta Empire, where feudalism existed. What? This? Anju shouted. When he realized he had just yelled at the future Grand Duchess, he covered his mouth. Sir Anju, are you mad? Do not disrespect the lady ever again. Now, step back. Even the knights, who were displeased with his atrocities, stood up for Arya. You bitch. I mean, young miss. As he directed his angry scowl at her, Arya tilted her head. Since he was so fixated on class and social status, Arya wanted to show him the real difference. Unfortunately, there were too many eyes here. Shall I secretly visit him later? Then again, he wasn't worth dealing with. More than that, H is very irritating. As Arya watched the servants mutter in disbelief regarding Sir Anju's audacious remarks, she heard a tiny voice. Bitch. The voice was short and sounded like it came from a child. However, it was filled with a perceivable aura of intimidation. Startled, everyone turned their gaze to the open door. Leaning against the door, the boy stared at the knight with a stern look. His eyes were like a void of darkness, and you knew that his stone-cold glare was targeted at him. Gasp! His mouth opened in a silent scream, and his unblinking eyes popped like a fashion toy doll. A bead of cold sweat dripped down his back, and his skin became as pale as the blade that flashed before his neck. Slash! Decapitation. He was beheaded, and his head rolled on the floor. The knight groped his throat, panting heavily. My neck. His head was still intact. However, he certainly saw a terrible vision of his neck being cut off. This was the power of the prince. Lloyd sheathed his sword, making it seem like what he had seen wasn't an illusion. Why, your highness? I was wrong. You can only repent in the presence of God. Don't beg the devil for forgiveness. He only needed a mere second to take out his sword and cut off a human's neck. It was at that moment, the boy, who had sensitive hearing, heard the bedsheets rustle. And when he turned his head, Arya met his gaze. She shook her head, as if telling him he should do it. What is she? But Lloyd's eyes went towards Arya's neck, which was wrapped in a bandage. It was a wound that he made. His expression darkened. Lloyd squeezed the handle of the sword as if he intended to crush it, but in the end, he couldn't pull it out. He didn't want to seem like he obediently followed her words, so he gritted his teeth with a look of impatience and spoke. That's a cool nickname. Yes. You call her a bitch. What's next? Why don't you continue talking? It seems like you have more to say. Lloyd spoke. He couldn't just say it. The knight, covered with cold sweat, clenched his teeth and bowed his head. If you don't finish your sentence, I might mistake you for a person who's already tired of living. Lloyd waited for him to speak his words. Subsequently, the huge jaguars that followed the boy wandered leisurely around the room. Jaguars invading the room should be an unusual sight to anyone, but the servants just looked at them as if they were familiar with it. The only one trembling was Anju. His hands were shaking, and he felt sick to his stomach. Eek! The jaguar's tail brushed past his leg, and he shuddered with an unseemly suppressed scream. Anju wiped his wet palms to his trousers, moistened his lips with his tongue and said, The young miss is correct. Are you sure? Yes, of course. She said the right thing, but I wasn't able to fathom her words and dared to pervert it. The knight had chosen to throw away his pride, for he was threatened with his life. A person who speaks of class couldn't even say a word when the topic was pressed. Arya turned her head away from the knight. As expected, he was tiresome to deal with. So you're saying it's your fault? Why, yes. It is. How will you pay for it? How will I what? Instead of replying, Lloyd leaned against the wall again. He had a cruel, disturbing expression coupled with a sinister menace. Sunken, dark eyes mindlessly stared into his. He was the devil that drove his prey into a corner and made them run to the trap on their own discretion. How will I ever pay you back? Was he bored because he couldn't kill him? The boy was motionless. He had a weary look on his face. Arya stared at him quietly. Then, their eyes met again. Lloyd's forehead creased. The atrocious feeling contained in his sullen eyes soon disappeared without a trace. He murmured, If I'm not mistaken, the stable boys said that they're short on hands. I will go. You will? If a knight helps them, their burden would certainly be alleviated. Sir Anju clenched his fist tightly in shame. He wants me to take care of the horses and clean its dung. Anju Beauport's biological mother was the former emperor's beloved niece, carrying the imperial family's blood in her veins. Although the situation had changed after the emperor's death and the crown prince's ascension, he still remembered the glory he had enjoyed in those days. That's why he thought of himself no less than the imperial family. Taking care of the stables was the most demeaning thing he could ever do in his entire life. I will never mingle with them. To think he'll become the assistant of a lowbrow who can't even dare to make eye contact. But he was desperate to survive. If I refuse, I'll die. He desperately repudiated in his mind. How about this? Let's revoke your knighthood until you can reflect on yourself. But then, this is a fitting punishment for someone as daring as you, isn't that right? You seem unhappy. Not at all. I'll follow your orders. Then kneel, Lloyd commanded. His order was simple and straightforward. Anju immediately fell on his knees and lowered his forehead to the ground. As Lloyd gave Arya the authority to strip off his knighthood, he turned his back on her and left. But before he stepped out of the room, he paused for a moment. He sighed and swept up his disheveled bangs with a stuffy look. All of a sudden, Lloyd strode before Arya with quick steps. Are you a fool? Why is he suddenly? Why are you holding back? She wasn't holding back in the first place. Arya had already said all the things that she wanted to the knight. Besides, she might have spared the knight's life, but it was never out of sympathy. She just didn't want her room to be dirtied with blood. From now on, if someone tries to touch you, just beat him up. I'll allow you to punch them, even if it's the Grand Duke himself. But, that's a little Arya couldn't tell whether he was serious or not. While Arya continued to ponder, Lloyd fumbled inside the coat he was wearing and pulled out a brass knuckle. And he gave it to her. Why is he carrying that around? To beat people up. Arya couldn't be more surprised. I'll grant you full authority while I'm gone. Why would he do that? Before she could ask, he made an excuse. It's my last gift to you. Use that privilege to set up a residence outside until I get back. Don't come back to Valentine's Palace before then. Lloyd led the Jaguars away and left the room with them. Arya later found out that the encounter was the last time she would see him before he left for the academy. Right before dawn, Arya was suddenly awakened by a strange noise. What the sound had come from the window. Rousing from her deep slumber, she drowsily walked towards the knocking sound on her bedroom window. She opened her eyes, her eyelashes lightly batting against her cheeks as she rubbed the dreams away. "COO? Huh?" Arya opened the window. It was the white pigeon from before. The pigeon circled around her before it slowly landed on her shoulder. "Hello there. So we meet again." Arya lifted her finger to stroke the pigeon's head. The pigeon closed its eyes and tilted its head to match her touch. Whether it's humans, hounds, or pigeons, everyone responds the same way when their head gets patted. She chuckled. I must look like a fool, talking to a pigeon and all. The pigeon nibbled her fingers in response as if saying, "Are you ignoring me now?" Arya, with a quaint expression, wrapped her bitten finger around the bird. "COO? Huh?" The pigeon flapped its wings and pointed at its leg. There was a letter tied up around it. Arya unwrapped the letter and read its contents. "It's saddening to say that I am about to die, but the spring you brought to me was ever so brilliant that I wonder how warm summer will be. How prosperous autumn can be. How white the paradise of winter must be. I've thought of this for a while, so somehow, I'll hold on to my life for as long as I'm allowed to." To the spring fairy the letter was from the Grand Duchess. Arya read it over and over again. The pigeon precisely flew to my bedroom window. Arya immediately slammed the window shut and quickly squatted on the floor. Her pulse pounded like a booming drum inside her ears. Was she exposed? No, the pigeon could have just flown back to me because I was the one who sent it there in the first place. Arya opened the letter again. The Grand Duchess called her the Spring Fairy. Could this mean that she won't ask Arya to reveal her true identity? This feels strange. She just wanted to do something to prevent the Valentine's massacre. However, she never expected to receive a letter. She said she would hold on to her life. It wasn't a request to save her life, but a letter of gratitude to Arya. With the hope Arya had shown, she would like to cling to her life and make a bold ambition to get through it somehow. I've never met the Grand Duchess in person, but Arya wanted her to live no matter what. She ran straight to the garden and picked up a freesia flower. Arya tied a note to the bird's leg, put the flower in its beak, and sent it to the sky. "I will show you the wonders of all the seasons, whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter. I will bring the promise of seasons to come until spring arrives again." Arya needed to find a place where she could practice singing in secret. She had thought of it as soon as her fever had gone down. After blooming dozens of cherry blossoms with her song of life, she felt her 10-year-old body reaching its limit. Her powers remained the same, but her current body couldn't withstand it because she hadn't been trained at all. I could die if I tried singing the song of healing or destruction. But in order to heal the Grand Duke's wife, she had to do it. She held out a card. "I'm not sick anymore." I still think you have a mild fever," Diana said, touching Arya's forehead and neck. Arya stood up from her seat, pretending not to hear her. "You have to rest one more night, hey? Young miss, are you listening to me?" She tried to escape, but she was caught right away. Arya shook her arm a few times before giving up. Then after a while, she looked up at Diana with her big puppy dog eyes. "No, you have to rest. Stop giving me those puppy dog eyes, it's useless." "I said, no." Diana sighed and finally raised both of her hands as a sign of surrender. "Where do you want to go?" "Garden." Arya was currently banned from viewing the flowers. "All right, I'll allow it just this once," Diana reluctantly agreed after Arya persistently insisted that she was not allergic to pollen. "However, you must come back before sunset." "Yes. If you get lost, ask anyone around for help." "Yes. Do not hold back because everyone is willing to help." "Yes." The conversation took longer than she thought it would. She had to raise the yes card several times before Diana actually let her go. After a while, Arya finally went to the garden. She looked around as she pretended to admire the flowers in the garden. "The perfect place where I can sing freely." Thump thump. Suddenly, she heard footsteps that ran towards her at a high speed. Arya hurriedly turned back to run, but it was too late. With rapid acceleration and a more bounding motion, the creature came right at her. "Bark! Ah!" Arya shrieked as she was sent reeling backward and fell. Her heart almost leaped out of her chest. She stared at the panting wolf who was wagging its tail enthusiastically. It was fortunate that she was alone. What if someone else was there? "You're very naughty," she lectured the wolf while gently touching its snout. It shouldn't hurt, but the wolf whined, drooping its ears and legs. "It sure knows how to make me feel bad." She was thinking of scolding it a little more, but it was too cute. She couldn't help but smile at the wolf. After Arya got up from the ground and confirmed that no one was around, she whispered to it. "How did you get here?" Arya asked while shaking off the dirt on her butt. "Bark! You ran because you missed me." "Woof, woof." It seemed she was right. Arya studied the wolf's reaction. It seemed to be able to understand what she had just said. "Are we really conversing right now? Hand." As she stretched out her palm, the wolf raised its paw nicely over her hand. "Get down." The wolf lowered himself and leaned on the ground. Arya was deeply impressed with the wolf. She was able to communicate with animals and could even order them around. It was beyond her expectations. "That's why my father was so afraid of animals approaching me." She laughed bitterly as she recalled Count Cortez, who had hysterically dictated on killing any living creatures that came close to her. "Do you know a place where people don't normally visit? Somewhere I can sing without anyone interfering? A secret place, perhaps?" "Woof. That's where your leader is." "Woof, woof. The place where the leader of the pack resides in." Arya envisioned the alpha, who was in charge of leading the pack of wolves. It didn't seem so bad to sing in that place. Arya climbed onto the wolf's back and wrapped her arms tightly around its neck. "Please guide me there." Then, the wolf immediately ran towards their destination. Moments later, Arya found herself standing in front of the Grand Duke of Valentine. The leader of the wolves. Arya and the Grand Duke stared at each other awkwardly. On the other hand, the wolf wagged his tail and panted like crazy, as if asking for praise after fulfilling her order. What the Dwayne, the Grand Duke's personal aide, pulled out his sword, thinking it was an enemy attack. Confused and terrified at the same time, Arya hugged the wolf's neck tightly. "Is this the Grand Duke's office?" She was already skeptical along the way. The background kept changing rapidly as the wolf ran, and she had noticed the main palace getting closer. This wasn't supposed to happen. "Huh? The Grand Duke of Valentine." Tristan observed Arya riding his hound as he put a cigarette in his mouth. "I didn't expect a child to ride my hounds like a horse," he said as he lifted Arya up. Arya grabbed her old bag like it was her lifeline while her eyes darted constantly. The Grand Duke's smile deepened when he saw the distressed expression on Arya's face. "I implore you politely. Won't you treat my dependable canines as mercifully as possible? How about treating me kindly first, Arya thought, as he swinged her body around the air like a doll. The Grand Duke of Valentine must not know the meaning of polite. What shall I do with this devilish young lady? He asked, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. His way of speech was very stiff and formal. He sounded a bit weird. I can't say that I came here to practice singing. Arya rummaged through the old bag and pulled out her card. She struggled while thinking of something to write, but the Grand Duke just stared at her patiently. Your Grace, it's too strained. My Lord Grand Duke. However, Arya was not his servant. If she lowered herself too much, it wouldn't make her look good. After contemplating for a while, she decided on the perfect title to address the Grand Duke. Father. Arya held the card close to her nose. She tried to look grumpy about being lifted in such a discourteous manner. I came because I wanted to see you. The Grand Duke was silent while the aide beside him was too dumbfounded to even speak. Usually, children would be too frightened to see Tristan, the Grand Duke of Valentine, because of his bad temper and mischievous pranks. Other children would cry and run away, but she willingly came over to him in person. What kind of life did the young miss have? Dwayne's expression was sympathetic. Good to see you again. Arya held the card tightly with both hands and grinned. She wasn't used to smiling. However, when she remembered Diana, Betty, and the other servants who took care of her, a genuine smile blossomed on her lips. She had never done it before. Interesting. The mere thought of their kindness made her insides feel warm and fuzzy. As she smiled brightly, the Grand Duke laughed in a teasing manner. You missed me, so you came to me while riding on the hound's back. Arya nodded. Honestly, she hadn't seen the Grand Duke ever since their first encounter, so she wondered where he was and what he was doing, though she wasn't that curious. I see, he said as his lips twisted into a wry smile. The prince had never spoken such words to the Grand Duke, so he was quite surprised, but hearing these kinds of things wasn't as bad as he thought. So what, you want to play with me? What do you want? Arya didn't know how to answer him. I should have thought of a purpose before coming here. They had no choice but to stare at each other. The Grand Duke had never played with a child before, and Arya had never played as a child either. Should I play with you like how I play with my son? The Grand Duke asked, tapping his red lips with his finger. Please reconsider, Your Grace. It's not a normal game for a child to play. Dwayne, who had been silent for a while, interfered with the conversation. The lady came from outside the border. Besides, I heard that she had just recovered from a fever a few days ago. What kind of game do they usually play to make him so nervous? Arya pondered for a moment. I can't even imagine him playing like a normal family. If she had to imagine, they would probably play a violent game with blood splashing all over. She was sick as soon as she came to the Grand Duchy. She looks weaker than an insect. The Grand Duke finally lowered and released Arya back to the ground. He stared at her, curious as to how she was still alive after all this time. Lloyd had never stared at her like that, neither did Diana and Betty. So, you're all better now? Arya nodded without hesitation. I want to play with the wolves here. If you're only here to play with the wolves, why are you here? TCH. Kids are quite erratic these days, he muttered discontentedly, clicking his tongue with an unpleasant expression. Well, duh. I didn't come to see you in the first place. Arya's eyes darted around the room while trying to figure out the perfect reply. Then, she began to write on the card. I'd like to stay next to father. At that moment, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her tiny hand. The air was filled with cigarette smoke, and it almost made her cough. Fortunately, she was mindful enough not to cough in front of the Grand Duke. Ah, I forgot about the smoke because it had always been part of my daily routine in my previous life. Her throat burned. As she held back her cough, tears began to accumulate around her eyes. Dwayne, who noticed Arya's condition, whispered into the Grand Duke's ear. Your Grace, I don't think inhaling second-hand smoke is good for the lady. Furthermore, Shush is already weak. There are also a lot of documents that's due today. So, why don't you tell her to come back some other time? Forget it, he said, extinguishing his smoke in the provided ashtray. Then he leaned on the chair and spoke, ventilate the air. Understood. Dwayne quickly opened the windows to ventilate the room. The smoke quickly escaped, but the breeze made the curtains flutter. Arya unconsciously wrapped her arms around her trembling shoulders due to the cold wind. The Grand Duke stared at her. You sure have a lot of needs, he said as he got up, took off his coat, and dropped it on Arya's head. Out of reflex, she unconsciously dropped the card she was holding to the ground. Arya got buried inside the coat and she struggled for a while before she was able to poke her face out of the thick cloth. Then, she looked at the Grand Duke. He had taken the card that said, "I'd like to stay next to father," and strangely, he put it in his pocket. Why is he taking that? The coat was so huge that she had to keep pulling just to prevent it from dropping down and obstructing her face. Then, "Just breathe well next to me," the Grand Duke said. He made a request instead of playing with her. Arya wondered why he mentioned about breathing at all. I'm always breathing, obviously. Because of that, she was now conscious of it and it suddenly became more difficult to breathe. Inhale and exhale. Arya started counting the intervals of each breath with her fingers. The Grand Duke chuckled since she looked like she was having a hard time breathing. "You'll run out of breath if you keep it up." Arya thought he was unfair. She was breathing just fine until he pointed it out. "It's rare to see your grace so relaxed as if there's no more work," Dwayne said, bringing back a stack of papers and placing them all on his desk. "These are the documents you'll need to approve by today. I need some time to breathe. Your grace can survive even if you stop breathing for a while." "Are you telling me to keep working even if I can't breathe?" "Not at all." The Grand Duke kept acting as if he was dying, but surprisingly, he continued to skim through the documents and handled them in good order. Arya had nothing to do, so being the curious girl she was, she stood closer to the Grand Duke and peeked at the documents he was reading while stroking the hound's head. It was a document related to Viscount Cavendish. The report said that all the envoys who had been dispatched to the Grand Duchy of Valentine were dead. Although people feared the Grand Duke's power, they were more afraid that the devil's curse would spread. So this was that incident. Arya recalled Viscount Cavendish's eerie smile. The people that left for the Grand Duchy had died. It could have been an accident, but the Grand Duke was willing to cooperate when I asked him to give me a huge amount of compensation. I guess he isn't such a big deal after all. Viscount Cavendish had argued that the vassals were sick because of Valentine's curse. The Viscount was actually on the verge of ruin, but thanks to the Grand Duke's compensation money, he was able to pay off his debts and live a lavish life. They weren't allowed entry into our territory, but they still barged in and proclaimed that they got themselves cursed, Dwayne said. "What about the investigation?" the Grand Duke asked. "There are traces of fire in the forest. I couldn't gather more details other than that." "How annoying. I should just kill him." Arya was taken back at his cruel words. "This much money should be enough to kill him 100 times. It'll be even more of a hassle if you murder people carelessly." "Is that something I should care about?" "Of course not," Dwayne replied with an irritated look. Judging by the expression on his face, Dwayne seemed to say that it would trouble him, not the Grand Duke. Does this mean that the consequences of him recklessly killing people aren't his problem, but the AIDS? The Grand Duchy of Valentine must have had their own regulations. Arya was amazed once again. No, come to think of it, it's not bad to give him money, the Grand Duke said, changing his mind like the flip of a coin. Dwayne's expression finally brightened. He seemed to anticipate the words that would follow. "I can't wait to see how far hell hang on to that false hope. I'll torture him until he crawls at my feet while begging for me to kill him." Cough. "Your Grace. The lady is listening." Arya silently listened to their conversation and fell into deep thoughts. There must be a better way. Do we really need to give money to the scammers? Viscount Cavendish was a gambler, so it would have been better to make him go bankrupt. Humans don't change so easily. After receiving the compensation in the past, the Viscount would visit Arya whenever he had time because her songs were worth a lot. Even if he had the money, he would just squander it before long. Arya took out her fountain pen and started writing. At the same time, the Grand Duke and Dwayne's gazes turned to her. "I know how to fix this." "You?" The Grand Duke seemed surprised for a moment, then put his hand on his chin as if waiting for her to do something. "They should take vermicides." Arya came up with a solution. She was very serious. However, the Grand Duke, who had been silent for a while, burst into laughter. A wave of unrestrained laughter echoed inside the room. Dwayne also turned his head pretending to look away, but his shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. She saw that he was desperately holding back his laughter. "What's so funny?" Arya looked at the cards again but found nothing unusual. The forest was filled with actual parasitic worms that could threaten one's life. She means that those idiots suffered from parasites, the Grand Duke said, rubbing his chin with his fingers. Arias' words really surprised him. She caught him off guard as he wasn't ready to laugh this hard. If what she says is correct, then we can roughly predict the situation. How amusing. The Duchy of Valentine was known for its abundant natural resources. Among them was the diamante mine. The mine has ores that can be turned into mana stones. Although mines were found all around the world, most minerals didn't have the same hardness, streak, and luster as those in the diamante mine. Thus, the price of minerals and ores from the diamante mine was far higher than those from other mines. Viscount Cavendish also tried to obtain the rights to trade from the diamante mine. However, he unfortunately failed, and upon being restrained, the Viscount shamelessly retaliated and tried extorting large sums of money from the Grand Duchy. The problem is that the duchy is rich in natural resources. The living beings that resided in the Grand Duchy were strong as well. Both humans and animals. Even the parasites. Once, Viscount Cavendish's vassals accidentally found a peculiar snake. The snake's scales shone like a rainbow with vivid luster. It was considered a sacred creature, and without having second thoughts, the vassals cooked and ate it on the spot. The results were, of course, disastrous. Some of them got paralyzed, their whole body hardened like stone, and they lost their sight forever. In the end, they all died a gruesome death. These were all words spoken by the Viscount when he was spending his leisure time inside Count Cortes' salon. Ah, I see why they laughed. They invaded another man's land without permission, carelessly ate wild animals, and now, they were fighting between life and death. On top of that, they even asked for compensation when in fact, their misfortunes were all due to their own negligent acts. It was so ridiculous that you could only laugh. I heard that outsiders will suffer from stomach aches if they don't boil the forest's water before drinking it. Apparently, they also deem all living creatures in this land as monsters, the Grand Duke explained as he shifted his gaze towards Arya. But how did you know that? Diana said that I am weak because I am from outside the border. Betty said that if I eat raw food, I will get infected. I am amazed. Did you deduce that conclusion after hearing that there was a forest fire? The Grand Duke asked in admiration. That's not it. Arya felt like she was internally stabbed, so she hugged the wolf tightly as it licked her cheeks. Dwayne. Yes, Your Grace. Give this message to the Viscount. They can get rid of the parasitic worms in their stomach with vermicides manufactured by the Grand Duchy. So tell them to pay the corresponding price for the cure. Understood. And they have to pay monetary compensation for trespassing into the Ingo Mountains without my permission. The amount is. He tapped his finger on the desk while in thought. He seemed to be contemplating over the amount the Viscount should pay. To help him make a decision, Arya stretched out her arm and pointed exactly to the money that Viscount Cavendish requested, written at the end of the documents. 1 billion Tsar. The Grand Duke moved his gaze along the direction of her hand, then stared at her again. The Viscount finally reaped what he sowed. You are wise indeed. At that time, a smile rose around the Grand Duke's lips, though it was a devilish smile that undoubtedly made Arya's spine shudder. This was what happened when someone dared to belittle the Grand Duke of Valentine. In fact, the Grand Duke might be imagining Viscount Cavendish crawling under his eat and begging for mercy right at this moment. As scary at least I would have thought so in the past. Arya's train of thought was different from back then. She had no mercy for those who violate and trample on other people's rights in an unjust manner, all to satisfy their own greed. Only when they've experienced it for themselves will people realize how the greed can cause miserable pain to the victims. Arya looked at the Grand Duke with respect. She thought she should learn about the demonic Grand Duke's personal principles in which he enacted his revenge 10 times harsher than what he received. Dwayne, who was watching her while standing next to him the whole time, finally coughed. Then he whispered into Tristan's ear, with a trembling smile. Your Grace. What? Well, please watch your expressions. It seems that the young lady is still afraid. What? How did he reach such a misunderstanding? Arya overheard Dwayne and quickly pulled out another card. She quickly wrote down the words she wanted to say. Father is cool. What is she thinking? Dwayne seriously wondered if something was wrong with the child. In particular, she seemed to have lost her sense of fear. She says I'm cool. After reading the card, the Grand Duke took it from her hands too. Again, Arya looked down at her empty hand as a question mark appeared in her head. Turns out, I am surprisingly talented in caring for my child. Dwayne let out an exasperated sigh as he thought badly about his master. Whether or not his aide viewed him respectfully, the Grand Duke chose to not care and continued to ask Arya. You have helped me, so I'll have to repay you. Is there anything you want? A reward? Truthfully, Arya had a wish. That wish was for her to not be kicked out. Because Lloyd told her to leave when H is gone. However, even if she asked him not to banish her, there was a possibility of her getting no response at all. Furthermore, just surviving and living in the palace was not enough. If she was not accepted as part of the family, then Arya would not be able to get involved in anything until the day of the massacre came. She needed to get close to the Grand Duchess as soon as possible. It would be better to get her to my side. Her help would lead Arya to a greater opportunity. Arya contemplated for a moment, then blinked before smiling widely. I want to meet and play with my father every day. As she lifted her head upwards, the rabbit ears also bounced along. The scene was lovely. It was so adorable that everyone's heart tightened, but with a serious look on his face, Dwayne whispered into the Grand Duke's ear. This makes it clear. She has never been cared for by a decent adult. Huh, so, among many of the other adults, I have no choice but to rely on your Dwayne, the Grand Duke's trusted aide who had always said whatever he wanted even with a blade at his throat, was finally punished today as he rolled on the floor. Arya had no idea what and how he was beaten by the Grand Duke as he just suddenly fell. However, the sound of his groaning seemed painful, so she looked down at him pitifully and started patting him in comfort. Ah, my lady. What an angel! But before Dwayne could thank her, the Grand Duke grabbed Arya and lifted her up. Nar. Don't touch him, H is dirty, Tristan said as he treated his aide like a germ. You can directly come to me. Or if you come with my hounds like today, you'll be able to find me wherever you are, he said while taking another card from Arya's grasp. Unexpectedly, the Grand Duke had allowed her to visit again. If you come with my hounds like today, you'll be able to find me wherever you are, is what the Grand Duke said. So, Arya rode on top of the wolf without much thought. However, Arya was mortified. Contrary to her expectations, the wolf ran to the opposite side of his office. This road leads to the mountain range. This was the road to the Ingo Mountains that Arya had passed through to get to the palace. Arya brooded on whether she should stop the wolf or not. She wondered what the Grand Duke was doing in the mountains. He told me to come and see him in person whenever I wanted, so he shouldn't be in a dangerous place. The wolf finally stopped in front of a familiar mansion. The mansion was built in the forest near the borders of the Grand Duchy. It was the place where the Grand Duke had first bought Arya. So this is the place where they inspect the outsiders. There were knights in black armors guarding the entrance of the mansion. They were the first order of knights called the Black Falcon. They were considered as elite soldiers of the Valentine's Knights and their armors were engraved with the insignia of a black falcon. Everyone in the Empire knew that insignia. If people saw the Black Falcons in the capital, the streets would be buzzing in astonishment at the sight of them. Furthermore, due to Valentine's reputation, the Black Falcons were also known as a symbol of evil and ominousness throughout the Empire. Suddenly, one of the knights reached out to Arya. Oh, young miss. Shush. Arya held her index finger over her lips, gesturing for him to be quiet. Then she put her ear on the door and heard a sound from the inside. What is the young miss doing? Playing detective. She wouldn't be able to hear anything even if she puts her ears on the door, the Black Falcons murmured. Arya had a serious expression as if she could really hear something from the inside. Her cute antics caused the knights to feel a pang in their heart. What are you investigating? A knight asked while suppressing a chuckle. Should I answer him? Arya thought as she stared at the knight whose eyes glimmered with anticipation. In the end, she decided to tell him. A murder case. The Black Falcons glanced at each other before breaking into hysterical laughter. A murder case? PFFD. Well, if you stay near the Lord, then you'll never lose your job as a detective. You've come to the right place. We'll help you find the evidence. They had a knack of lightening up heavy subjects. I can see that they were trying to brighten things up since I am currently a child, but this was not it. Their way of talking would only make kids cry. The Grand Duke, his subordinates, even his children. All of them had no talent in childcare. Now I know why the Black Falcons were as infamous as the Valentines, Arya thought. Dwayne was the only normal person here in the Grand Duchy. He always has an expression that seems to mirror headaches while standing next to the Grand Duke. He must have taken the wrong job. Arya pitied the aide. Then, she focused her hearing senses to detect sounds from the mansion. Unfair, you say? Tristan spoke. That's right. Well, I do not understand why we must compensate for the parasites. Viscount Cavendish. As soon as Arya knew the other person's identity, she immediately figured out what was going on. He must have brought the compensation money for the Grand Duke. However, by his intonation, it seemed that the Viscount had not prepared 1 billion ZAR. It wasn't unexpected since he did have a lot of debts. It appears that you have misinterpreted my words. The parasites are also part of our private property. Weren't you people the ones who took it without my permission? Arya heard the Grand Duke snigger. The Grand Duke of Valentine was deliberately mocking him. I suppose that's only fair, but your grace, please. The Viscount was obviously troubled. He has no other choice than to agree with the conditions. Since the cause of their illness has been revealed, his vassals might tarnish his reputation if he leaves it as it is. Besides, they had spread rumors about the Valentine's curse when it was actually a parasite infection. It could cause great mishaps if the rumors were to spread within the territory. Viscount Cavendish was wrapped around Tristan's fingers. Your Grace, the Viscounty had suffered from a massive drought last year. Get to the point. I was out of it because of serious financial difficulties. Please forgive me. Suddenly, Arya heard a loud thud. Is he kneeling on the floor? Arya thought that he was being ridiculous. They were the ones in the wrong, but they were conceited and spread malicious rumors and even demanded money. Apologizing won't fix anything. And as she expected, the Grand Duke's response was cold. Do you think that I've come all the way here just to see your ugly self? Gasp. Swoosh. Did the Grand Duke put a sword on his neck? Even if Arya couldn't see them, she could roughly predict the situation. Your Grace, I've told you several times already. You can only threaten him after at least 10 minutes of conversation, Dwayne said as he blamed the Grand Duke. I haven't killed him yet. Well, you can at least talk to him for 5 more minutes. You heard that? Let us have an honest conversation with each other for 5 more minutes, the Grand Duke said to the Viscount. Arya thought that the Grand Duke's tone was brighter than before. I'm pretty sure that he meant, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer within 5 minutes, I'll kill you. Even Viscount Cavendish seemed to have noticed the meaning behind his words. He quickly spoke, if it's all right with your Grace. This is an ancient relic that my ancestors found 500 years ago. Arya could hear him arranging items on the table. This is my family heirloom. He was selling his heirlooms. He must have been in a real hurry. All right, that's not bad. I'll deduce 700 million from your payment. Get the other 300 million within a month. A month is is very reasonable. Of course, it is. Now get out. Why yes. The Viscount finally stood up and stepped back. Arya heard the clatter of his footsteps getting closer and closer. But before she could react, the door had already burst open. What the? A kid? She became a trapped bird. Arya had leaned her weight on the door, so when he opened it so suddenly, she had no choice but to stumble and fall on her butt. As she lifted her head, her gaze came into contact with Viscount Cavendish. With a crooked face, the Viscount spoke, don't just stand in front of a door, wait, this hair color. He narrowed his eyes with a look of impatience. Then, he reached out and took off Arya's rabbit mask. He caught her off guard. Arya hurriedly bowed her head and covered her face. But it was already too late. Viscount Cavendish had already seen her appearance. Cortez the clown. Ha! Viscount Cavendish said as he burst into laughter. The House of Cortez was a very famous family. They were known for producing world-class musicians, but now they were famous for being a disgrace in the nobility. You look so much alike. I can see the resemblance. But, since when did that clown have a daughter? How come I've never heard of it? Unlike his predecessors, the current count was ridiculed as a circus leader. This was because he had taken advantage of the Sirens, a minority race, to bring back his wealth and fame. At this point, the only ones that came to listen to the Siren songs were people whose lives were beyond redemption. Like people who suffered from severe drug addiction and looked for greater stimuli. Viscount Cavendish was one of them. Then, is your song so fantastic, huh? He was a member of a secret society. The meetings they held were a complete secret to the other nobles. Arya knew this because she was also a member of the society, though it wasn't easy getting into it because she had to make a pledge. But after Mother died, the pledge was useless. Arya's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. She didn't think that he would recognize her right away. Did you come here to sell your songs to the Valentines? Why don't you stop hiding like a clown and let the whole empire know your name, kid? With the Valentines' financial resources, that kind of thing is bound to happen. Will we be able to listen to the Siren song at the capital's Grand Theatre? He grinned at the mere thought of it. If you truly have inherited your mother's skills, you will be deemed as an angel who came down to earth with the voice of a goddess. Arya squeezed the hem of her dress to hide her trembling hands. Maybe you could even sing in front of the emperor. Your father will love that. Ha ha. The moment she heard that, her face turned pale in an instant. His words were like a prophecy. That was true, she was praised. Everyone supported her. Used. The nobles, with their secular ambitions and insatiable greed, was the worst abuse of all. They kept on demanding her for more outrageous things as time passed by. They poured out secrets she didn't want to know. She asked for salvation. But they broke her leg, locked her in a cage, and forced her to sing until she vomited blood. However, URK, a member of the Black Falcons, urgently covered Arya's eyes. But, through his fingers, she could see the tip of a sword penetrating his chest. A gush of blood soaked on his clothes and trickled down his body. 5 minutes have passed. The Grand Duke of Valentine was the one holding the sword, and as soon as he pulled it out, the Viscount fell to the ground. His body was limp. And I was saved. Arya slowly raised her head. The Grand Duke of Valentine put the rabbit mask back on her face. As the fluffy texture brushed her face, Arya shifted her gaze to the Grand Duke. "Ah, you killed him in the end," Dwayne said after chasing the Grand Duke. He seemed to know that this was going to happen. Sigh, oh well, it can't be helped. I'll go and settle this matter by accusing him of insulting the Valentine's name. As Dwayne quickly grasped the situation at hand, he immediately went out to get the job done. After working as an aide for about 15 years, he had no trouble dealing with these kinds of work. This shouldn't be too hard. Viscount Cavendish did commit a huge crime. Unfortunately, the Grand Duke wasn't listening to Dwayne at all. And he quickly muttered, "I see. I didn't even think about the situation." The Grand Duke did not know anything about the urgent meetings hosted by Count Cortez because he had never paid attention to it. He didn't expect him to be able to recognize Arya at first glance. Then, he looked at the little girl. She looked pale, tired, and rattled as if she had seen a ghost. Even her eyes were quivering. She was obviously petrified. Does she hate being known as the Siren's daughter? If she doesn't like it, then she can just simply remove the title, the Grand Duke concluded. Bring me a list of members that attended meetings hosted by Count Cortez. The knights standing before the Grand Duke obeyed his commands and bowed their heads. Understood. Every single one of them. Take care of them. Arya nervously gulped. The Black Falcons didn't speak as they immediately understood the meaning of his words. Oh, dear. Dwayne rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. Fortunately, most nobles on the list have a high probability of hitting rock bottom. So it wouldn't be strange if they suddenly died. What am I? A garbage disposer? Dwayne complained. As the Grand Duke's aide started talking to himself, Tristan shifted his gaze towards Arya, who kept staring at him. What? The Grand Duke asked. Arya quickly rummaged through her bag, took out a card, and wrote on it. Father, thank you. You mean, thank you for killing someone, Dwayne thought. The more he observed Arya, the more he realized something. Shush is perfect for His Highness. Dwayne couldn't believe that she thanked him for killing someone. She was the perfect match for the Grand Prince of Valentine. I guess I'm the only normal person here in the palace, he cried inside. And as the Grand Duke read the card, a similar thought came to his mind. Is this something to say thank you for? The Grand Duke was surprised. He thought that this time, Arya would finally lose it and burst into tears. But contrary to his expectations, the little girl was grateful to him. I guess I'm quite glad. The Grand Duke unconsciously laid his hand over her head and stroked her. Unfortunately, his hand had so much strength that Arya had trouble raising her head. What am I doing? The Grand Duke slanted his head. Arya, too, had the same thoughts. Why is he patting me? She thought, puzzled by his bizarre actions. After a while, he finally removed his hand from the child's head. However, his question that day remained unanswered for all eternity. After that incident, Arya went to visit the Grand Duke every day. As she usually stayed for a long time, the office's furniture started to increase one by one. Starting from children's sofas, there were endless things like flowers, books, toys, and dolls. Why did I even buy all of these? Tristan, the Grand Duke of Valentine, could not understand. At first, he only noticed that Arya kept on getting buried beneath the wolves while she was sleeping, and it somehow looked uncomfortable. The hounds have soft fur, but they're quite muscular and have thick bones. So before he knew it, he had bought a soft and fluffy sofa for babies. Father, thank you. Moreover, he had never forgotten to take the card from the child who had always smiled brightly and expressed gratitude whenever she could. But as time passed, Tristan noticed something else. Arya tended to be in a daze and stared blankly at the windows. She must be bored. All she did in his office was petting the wolves and staring out of the window before falling asleep. I think the lady is fond of flowers. Because of the maid's words, the Grand Duke decorated his office with vases of flowers. Father, you're the best. Arya was delighted as she kept staring at the flowers all day long. She either looks out of the windows or gazes at the flowers. The Grand Duke thought that there was nothing interesting in staring at flowers, so he allowed her access to the library. Surprisingly, Arya reacted more intensely than he thought she would. Father, you are the coolest person in the entire world. She held the card tightly with both hands and ran away with a big smile plastered on her face. Arya was a child who was very calm when her father sold her as a sacrifice. But this was the first time he saw her express such joy. After that day, Arya often borrowed books from the library and read it in his office to pass time. She just reads books all day long. It started from the window to the flowers, and now from the flowers to the books. To Tristan, Arya still needed something more, so he bought the most popular toy store in the capital for her. Truthfully, even Tristan himself thought that his actions were a bit over the top. I don't think she likes it very much. Was it all for naught? Instead of working, the Grand Duke stared at the giant teddy bear that boasted a tremendous presence. But when he saw Arya walk and lean in front of the teddy bear, his tenability just collapsed. He couldn't think rationally anymore, so he ended up buying a whole toy store and didn't even think of it as a bad decision. But something's missing, Tristan said. Huh? What else? Dwayne replied. Was this an office or a playground? Dwayne had a lot to say. But Tristan was serious. Then, he bit a cigarette in his mouth and spoke, just light this up. As he snapped his fingers at Dwayne, he paused and glanced at Arya. Wait, never mind. Afterwards, Arya's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. She rummaged around and gave Tristan a jar full of small, colorful candies. I'll give you this. And as she stared up at him, her eyes glistened like pink sapphires. Was it a gift? What is this? It's star candy. Candy. He alternated between the jar and Arya. Her expression was like a stray cat asking to be praised after coming back with a mouse. You want me to eat it? Arya nodded. The Grand Duke threw the cigarette he was holding into his desk and popped a chunk of candy into his mouth. It tasted like sugar. What's the point of this? Suddenly, he stared at the jar and remembered that Arya had always carried it in her arms whenever she came to the office. It seemed that the candies were her most cherished and precious possession. Candies. Kids love desserts. Tristan finally realized what that missing thing was. The Grand Duke gave a happy smile. He packed the jar along with the card, and strode right out of the room. He was thinking of ordering the chef to cook different kinds of desserts every day. Everything was going so well, until the Grand Prince gave us the same orders, but the lady is unable to eat anything other than soup. The chef told this to him with a troubled face. No desserts, except for a few types of drinks and candies. Tristan's face sank. So, the Grand Duke of Valentine spoke with a cigarette in his hand. Speak, I'll listen to you. Well, Your Grace. The lady is clearly malnourished, though there is nothing wrong with her health. However, her body seems to refuse the food tar. Get to the point. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat. He might have to write a resignation letter soon. She has an eating disorder caused by psychological trauma. Psychological trauma? Dr. Quirrell was in charge of taking care of Arya, however, he felt a bit discontented. There were more than 10 doctors here in the palace, but none of them specialized in trauma-focused therapy. The Valentines were cold-blooded people. If they found something or someone that they didn't like and caused them harm, then they would just remove them from the face of the earth. Whether they were knights or normal civilians, they would not hesitate to erase them from everyone's memories. But that would never help the young lady heal from her mental illness. She has been suffering from psychological trauma ever since childhood. The pain could only be fixed from her heart. He didn't have the confidence to heal Arya. He was a doctor, not a psychologist. The wounds on the body and mind were completely different things. The concept of psychological therapy has not been established yet in the scientific world. I have heard of multiple research studies like cognitive behavioral therapy that have demonstrated effective outcomes. It's a common type of psychotherapy where you talk with a mental health counselor to overcome negative thoughts, but unfortunately, Arya was not willing to talk in every session. She seemed reluctant to talk about herself. The lady isn't able to consume food because she has devoured something else. What's that? Emotions, anxiety, depression, anger, frustration, and it can even be a lot more. The Grand Duke casually brushed off his cigarette ash on the carpet with an expression of uncertainty. Translations from moonstonetranslation.com don't read anywhere else. He was truly insensitive. The Grand Duke was an unrivaled monster in every aspect, but he couldn't escape being an inferior student when it came to empathy. She had suppressed so many emotions that once her heart was full, there was no more room for her to consume food. The stressful life events she had experienced caused her to stop. Just speak in simpler terms. It means that she can't laugh and cry whenever she wants to. If she doesn't vomit, she cannot feel better, Dr. Quirrell explained in the simplest possible way. You sure know your stuff. It's a hypothesis, though it's probably accurate. You know that, yet you still haven't found her a cure. Yes. Dr. Quirrell's pupils dilated in shock as he fell flat to the floor. Then, the Grand Duke of Valentine stubbed out his cigarette on the doctor's lab coat and gave him a twisted expression. Pass HH, as he heard the sound of the burning fabric, adrenaline rushed in his veins like a carp through a river, but he couldn't move a muscle, nor let out a scream. The Grand Duke leaned slowly to the sofa and said, "Take care of him." "Why, Your Grace? Please. Spare me." Then, the Black Falcon suddenly moved in unison and arrested the doctor. Quirrell screamed desperately as he was dragged out of the room. Watching the atrocious scene, Dwayne whispered into Tristan's ear. "Your Grace." "What?" He was the only doctor to find out that the cause of her eating disorders was because of psychological reasons. So, psychology is still an unfamiliar field. Do you really think that killing the doctor would benefit us? It might even be harder for Arya to receive treatment because you arrested the only notable doctor alive. Tristan was silent. He lit up another cigarette, puffed out a haze of smoke with a sigh, and spoke, "Bring him back." Answer, the Black Falcons quietly dragged the doctor back. Dr. Quirrell might have failed to heal her heart, but maybe Your Grace can. Dwayne smiled. Your Grace? Everyone in the room stared at Dwayne with bedazzled expressions. Thepperson, concerned, even questioned if he was still sane. Me? Yes, didn't the lady open her heart to Your Grace? She even gave you her precious star candies. The little girl thinks that she is alone in this vast world. But you can certainly help her. What does Your Grace think of this arrangement? It was definitely possible. The Grand Duke recalled the cards he had received from Arya. Not only did the child say that her father was the best, she also said that he was the coolest in the world. She said she was happy just by standing next to me. He was sure that she needed someone to depend on. It's almost time for the kid to come soon. He got up and left the basement leisurely, as if all of his work was finally finished. Quirrell, who had just escaped death, patted his chest out of relief. You'll have to get married soon. Thud. Arya dropped the book in her hand as soon as she heard the Grand Duke's words. Why so suddenly? Your wedding will be as luxurious as the Empress, Tristan spoke. Arya tugged the hem of her dress and tilted her head, feigning ignorance at what he said. While playing with her rabbit ears, the Grand Duke continued, "Don't you like extravagant weddings? But what about Lloyd? It's a child marriage anyway. Marriage is just a means of laying the groundwork for you. If you don't like my son, you can divorce each other once you become adults." Under the imperial law, it was possible to request for an annulment and declare the marriage invalid after the pair reached adulthood. Divorce was allowed within the empire so that they could prevent nobles from recklessly forging their powers and economic status under the pretext of marriage. That's not what I meant. I want to ask what Lloyd feels about all of this. Arya was troubled. She wondered if the Grand Duke was intentionally ignoring Lloyd's opinion and forcing him into an arranged marriage he didn't even want. If it's true, then he'll never be able to get closer to him. Even back then, she had barely escaped from his threats. Arya wondered if he truly wanted to murder her. She shook her head, still clutching the fringe of her dress. Do you not like my eldest son? Then, how about my second son? H is in the academy right now, but he'll come back soon. Arya shook her head even more violently. She just wanted to meet Lloyd. She didn't want to marry him. It would have been better for her to get a job as a maid than to become someone's fiancé. I don't want to be forced into a loveless marriage. Lloyd was a vigilant person, and he was tough to approach. Arya decided to write on her card to distract the Grand Duke from discussing the topic of imposing Lloyd into an arranged marriage. If I don't get married, then I can always play with father. At that moment, the Grand Duke fell in deep thought. It seemed he finally realized that his pursuit of Arya's marriage was at the expense of her own happiness. Then, all that was left was to find a place where Arya could settle in peace. It's not bad to have a daughter. The Grand Duke smiled and wondered if it would be better to just go through the adoption process if his son still had no feelings for her in the future. I heard from the doctor. He said that you have trouble eating. Arya widened her eyes. Although the Grand Duke brought up marriage first, this topic was what he truly wanted to talk about. I'm not sure what it means to be unable to express one's feelings. His midwinter eyes were like the grey of the last ashes on a fire. It accentuated every feature of his, glistening like stars melted in platinum. If anyone has ever hurt you, I will tear them apart. Why would he say that? Dwayne thought as he shook his head in disappointment. But Tristan didn't stop there. If there is someone who looks at you with an unpleasant expression, I will pluck out their eyes. If anyone dares to touch you, I will cut off their wrist. Oh my word, Dwayne was frustrated, covering both eyes with his palms. He respected his lord more than anyone else in the world, but he was a man who could not make good judgment sometimes. His remarks could make a normal person cry, let alone a young lady such as Arya. So, if you could open up your heart, you can cry. It's all right to laugh and to be angry. It's too late to say that once you've said things that could cause her to become more emotionally unstable, Your Grace. Dwayne closed his eyes tightly because he couldn't dare to see Arya's reaction. But out of curiosity, he slowly raised his fingertips. And as he expected, Arya was dripping with tears. Look at her. That poor thing is crying in fear. She sobbed into his chest unceasingly, hands clutching at his blazer. He held her in silence, rocking her slowly as her tears soaked his chest. She was desperate. Desperate like an imprinted bird who was gripping onto strangers in an attempt to survive. Whether that person was a criminal, a murderer, or even a devil, everything seemed to be irrelevant to her. If it were the same as before, Dwayne would have thought, Shush is a lady with a peculiar personality. However, he couldn't say that this time. The Grand Duke's aide, who watched with an unsure heart, waited quietly for the child's tears to cease. I want to eat breakfast. Arya stuck out her card. Yes, here is milady's soup. Something other than soup. Then, Diana's mouth was agape at the shocking words of the young miss. Soon she covered her mouth with both hands. She couldn't help but feel thrilled at the sight of Arya wanting to eat something other than soup. Young miss, do you have something you want to eat? Arya nodded. As soon as she opened her eyes in the morning, she remembered a few captivating dishes from the cookbook that Diana had shown before. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to eat it. Scrambled eggs. With that, the workers in the kitchen were in a huge scurry. This was because the Grand Duke, who found out that Arya wasn't eating well, had already warned them to serve her only the finest quality of food. I have to make the best scrambled eggs on earth. Chef Baker, who poured his soul into making the eggs, came to Arya's room with a nervous expression. The kitchen maids pulled the trolley inside with trembling hands and set the food on the table. It was a scrambled egg, just like what Arya had requested. It looks tasty. It was as soft and creamy as the picture she saw in the cookbook. Unlike the picture, however, it smelled very appetizing. After hesitating for a moment, she scooped a little of the food with a spoon and put it in her mouth. The soft texture wrapped around the tip of the tongue and melted in an instant. It's tasty, something I never cared about previously. She thought that eating was useless. Eating was just a means to live to survive. So it was like this. Arya bit her lips. Was it because the Grand Duke had comforted her? She felt like everything was finally all right. Then, Arya gulped it down and took another bite. Somehow, she wanted to tear up again. Arya scooped up the next bite and put it in her mouth. She dug into the rich food, stuffing her cheeks until it was too full. And before she knew it, there was none left. Does it suit milady's taste? Chef Baker asked. Weirdly enough, If the emperor were the one who directly assessed the taste of the food, he would not be as nervous as this. After thinking for a while, Arya replied, "It's very mushy and chewy." She did her best to describe the taste. This was the best she could do. She had never savored the flavors of her food while she was eating. At that time, the kitchen maids who had been silently holding their breath jumped as if they were revived. "Young miss, do you want some desserts? There is chocolate ice cream. How about the chef's special macaroons? How about cheesecake? These are pears coated in honey. And candies too," everyone exclaimed with lots of enthusiasm. Arya took a piece of candy from one of the kitchen maids and put it in her mouth. The fresh scent of mint filled into her mouth. It was delicious, indeed. "Thank you." Arya took a card out of her bag and lifted it up. Because she had used it often, the edges of the cards were worn out. "How can I finally see that card?" The kitchen maid, who had handed Arya the candy, trembled with an impressed expression, then struck the arm of the person next to her with her fists. What are you doing?" The servant, who stood next to her, was dumbfounded and confused. However, the rest of the servants nodded and patted her shoulder as if they understood the reason for the kitchen maid's odd actions. Spring was over, and summer had come. After the first semester of the academy was over, Lloyd returned to the estate for his summer vacation. "Are you coming back too?" "Of course. It's my long-awaited vacation." Lloyd's carriage arrived at precisely the same time as his half-brother's. Vincent Valentine. His soft smile was in contrast to Lloyd's indifferent gaze. "You're still the same. You haven't changed either, brother. I'll take that as a compliment." "Ha ha ha." Vincent laughed and eagerly followed Lloyd from behind. The servants seemed to be preoccupied today. The two masters arrived at the same time, but everyone in the palace seemed busy over something. "Looks like they're constructing a new building." At that time, a figure presumed to be an architect stood nearby them. Lloyd raised his head towards him and made eye contact. Even though he didn't say a word, the architect came to him in a flash. Did you call for me? Your Highness. Give it to me." Yes." He opened the paper and handed Lloyd the blueprints. It was a huge scale, even for those who were not familiar with architecture. He wondered if the Grand Duke was planning to build another palace. "Are you building an amusement park?" Vincent asked, watching the architectural drawings closely. He was a talented person who studied with the most prestigious professors at the academy, thus he had in-depth knowledge in all fields. Amusement park? In the Grand Duchy, Lloyd thought. It was absurd. Why would anyone build an amusement park in a secluded place where no one can enter? "It's like making a luxurious cruise ship in the mountains," Vincent added. Then, the architect spoke. "His Grace instructed us to build a playroom for the young miss." "Young miss?" Lloyd halted the architect's words and stared at him with his dark eyes. "Shush is still here?" he asked with a stern look. So that's how it is," Lloyd muttered with a sigh. "She didn't heed his warnings at all. So she doesn't care even if she dies." Vincent laughed at the sight of his brother who looked so stressed out. Lloyd immediately headed to the main palace. He was thinking of visiting the Grand Duke since it seemed like he had finally gone crazy. "What are you going to do?" Vincent asked. "If H is really gone mad, then I'll have to snap him back to his senses." Vincent followed Lloyd with a big smile. "Let's go together, brother." "Go away." Even with the cold response, Vincent just laughed and followed him to the palace. Then, they reached the entrance of the main palace, which was blocked with a cage, or to be more precise, the wolf cage and the jaguar cage. One would only be able to enter the palace through the cage. It served as a security filter to ensure the safety of the palace from intruders. Lloyd opened the door to the jaguar cage without hesitation. Then, a green meadow could be seen from beyond the cage. It was an artificially created space that showed a flowing river, scenery of beautiful flowers, and herbivorous animals that were put in as food for the jaguars. "I still can't get used to it even after passing here several times," Vincent frowned as he looked at his dirt-stained shoe. "I don't know why I have to enter and exit the palace through this inefficient route." As he lightly clicked his tongue and lifted his head, Vincent found out that Lloyd didn't listen to him at all. In fact, he was staring at something else. Curious, Vincent turned his eyes to where his gaze was directed at. Then, he came to see a rare sight he had never seen before in his entire life. What the hell is that? Rabbits, deer, larks, and squirrels were all gathered together, with the jaguars too. The jaguars were lying idly on the grass while purring very loudly, even though they had food right in front of them. And at the center was a child that had fallen asleep while leaning on the jaguar's back with a peaceful expression on her face. Oh my gosh! It was astonishing. The morning sunlight flowed inside the cage, illuminating summer meadows and alpine slopes all the same. A radiant beam of light draped over her sleeping head as it painted her skin so warmly, and the dust that floated in the air was reflected in the sunlight as it shimmered like a golden light. A forest fairy? It didn't seem real. It felt like seeing an illustration from a fairy tale book. Invasive species. Siren. The daughter of Count Cortez. The daughter of a siren, who was never known to the public. She was merely an empty shell that was sold by her own flesh and blood. Is it an innate skill? But even if she was a siren, to be able to do that. Her ability was nothing like humans. She was more like a forest fairy that only existed in legends. A race that only existed in legends since their ability was powerful enough to destroy the whole ecosystem. His curiosity as a scholar was inevitably piqued. Vincent began to observe Arya without concealing his eager look. Shush has tamed the beast who has never obeyed anyone else except for their master and even tamed the notorious devil. Taming animals seemed to be her ability. Was the Valentine's lineage more easily tamed because their nature was closer to that of a beast than humans? It's certainly plausible. Vincent thought that his hypothesis could be correct. Though if he had said his thoughts out loud, his brother would have killed him. The Jaguars, the Grand Duke, then Vincent's gaze suddenly turned to Lloyd. How will it go? He was still staring at the girl who was asleep. Unfortunately, Vincent couldn't see his face because he stood behind him. He suddenly wondered about his brother's expression as he was never one to feel attached to anything. Lunch that day was herring fillets sautéed with butter. Wow! Arya stared at the food with admiration. The fried herring on the plates were arranged with lemon wedges on the side and garnished with chopped parsley on top. The dish was served with a bowl of remoulade sauce to further accentuate the flavor. As expected of the House of Valentine's chef, his cooking is very artistic. Arya saturated the herrings in the sweet, sour sauce and popped a large chunk into her mouth. The sauce was smooth while the fish felt rough. Nonetheless, the meat tasted immensely satisfying. The warm mixture was pure ambrosia in her mouth. Delicious. What do you think it tastes like? Chef Baker asked with a happy smile. Tastes like the sea. She had never been there before. Sophia, her mother, once told her about Atlantis. A long time ago, there was a small kingdom called the Kingdom of Atlantis. Atlantis was known to be the home of all sirens. But as the years passed by, the Panetta Empire took over the small kingdom and turned it into a coastal city ever since. Unfortunately, the kingdom had somehow disappeared and now, its existence was nothing more than a myth. Yes, that's right, Chef Baker said with pride. He also asked Arya if it would be okay for him to take the card with the tastes like the sea written on it. Why do people ask me to give them my cards these days? Arya was puzzled, but she didn't have much use of it anyways, so she gave the card to him regardless. Then, Chef Baker carefully put the card into his arms, as if he were carrying some kind of national treasure. You did a great job, Diana said as she wiped Arya's lips with a napkin. The young lady was finally able to enjoy other dishes besides soup. So, the chef felt as if a 100-year-old burden had been lifted off of his shoulders. Ah! Arya peeked down at her belly. I've gained weight. Arya used to be so skinny that even her ribs were exposed. However, she was no longer skin and bones. Her body was now full of fat. Thanks to the increasing amount of meals every day, she grew taller and now looked healthier than ever. My socks aren't as loose anymore. Arya stretched her leg forward. No matter how much she moved, her socks didn't fall at all. It stuck to her ankle like glue. Her cheeks, which used to be baby fat, were now plump. But it's still not enough. Despite regaining some health, she could not yet sing the song of healing and destruction. Healing songs were songs that could heal any disease, unless it involved bringing someone back from the dead. And the song of destruction was a song that could completely destroy the body or mind of the other person. It was the same song that Arya sang to the Emperor before her death. And it was the song that she needed the most in the future. Well, I wasn't able to sing those two songs until I turned 14 anyways. 4 years however, 4 years from now was already after the Valentine's incident. Arya had to find a way to sing that song before the time was up. I want to eat more. Young Miss Diana was so thrilled that tears started to come out of her eyes. Chef Baker immediately brought the next menu. It was a turkey topped with brown gravy sauce. Arya picked up a fork and knife and skillfully cut the corners. have you ever learned table manners? At that moment, Diana's question stopped Arya in her tracks. I've always thought that it was unusual, such precise movements. Arya realized too late. Unlike when eating soup, table manners are inevitably revealed when eating other dishes. After becoming Siren, Arya learned all the manners of a noble from her father. She practiced from day to night, to the extent that it spontaneously wore on her body. She was caught off guard. Arya suddenly dropped her fork and knife as if her hand had suddenly become weak. Then she lowered her head and held out another card. I'm hungry, so I don't have energy. She didn't have the power to lift the cutlery, but had the strength to write. It was ridiculous. However, the reactions of the servants were unexpectedly loud. Oh, I'll cut it. No, I'll do it. Stop it. I can cut the meat better than you. I have a license in cutting meat. Then, while raising his hand, the chef, who stood sternly in the gap between the kitchen maids, spoke, I am the best at using knives. No one was able to refute. The kitchen maids quietly backed away. But as the chef gazed at Arya with a face full of anticipation, the young lady stared at Diana instead. Oh, shall I cut it? Diana asked. Arya nodded. The head maid smiled brightly and immediately sliced the turkey for Arya. Here, say ah. The fork entered Arya's mouth as she chewed on the turkey. Everyone stared at Diana, they were certainly green with envy. Diana was dressing Arya up. She dressed her with a pastel purple gown made of soft, satiny fabric, long and loose. The arms and neckline were trimmed with decadent lavender and the white ruffled laces were delicately embroidered with small flowers. As I thought, pastel colors suit you well. Diana smiled as she saw that Arya's new clothes fit her perfectly. Arya looked at the mirror. The velvet waist ribbon was decorated with a cute pendant in the shape of a cat. It looks like Lloyd. Its eyes were black obsidian, the same color as Lloyd's. And as Arya was fiddling with the pendant, Diana, who glimpsed out the window for a while, hurriedly spoke, the prince came back yesterday, do you want me to guide you to him? But Arya shook her head quickly. Hell, kick me out. It was better not to provoke him until the Grand Duchess was cured. Afterward, Arya headed for the library. There were several libraries in the palace, and all of their walls were soundproofed, so the place was perfect for Arya to practice singing. Of course, just because the walls were soundproof didn't mean that her songs couldn't be heard. Mages could also cast magic to disable them. The Grand Duke thinks that I'm a bookworm. Arya pretended to browse through the library books, picked up roughly anything, and headed to the office. Though that would have been the case even if no one had struck up a conversation with her. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Moments later, Arya felt someone's presence behind her. And as she turned her head, she squinted into the light rays, shielding her eyes against the bright sun, trying to discern the figure that stood underneath the intense blaze. He was a boy with blonde hair. I've heard a lot about you. I guess this is our first encounter. Most of the Valentine's wives had no second children. They usually died of illness even if they had only given birth to one child. However, since the current Grand Duke did not have a concubine or an illegitimate son, there was only one possibility left. He is the Grand Duke of Valentine's relative and was probably adopted because he was a genius. Arya stared at Vincent. Recognizing the meaning of her gaze, the blonde boy smiled and introduced himself. His Grace has acknowledged my ability, thus he decided to adopt me. I am, of course, eternally grateful to him. The genius of the century, but he was jinxed with ill luck. Vincent Valentine, he was a symbol of the reversal of life, adopted by a person with the highest authority, one that even the emperor would not dare to look down upon. But in the end, he was completely expelled from the estate before the Great Massacre. The Grand Duke raised a poor orphan who had lost his parents, and, well, it didn't turn out pleasant. The kid turned out to be a spy from the gutter. The aristocrats who liked to talk about others often chewed on rumors about Vincent at social gatherings. The Valentines were the center of all gossip. Everyone swore and cursed at him, calling them pure evil, but ironically, they still wanted to know more. About their secrets, their wealth, how they were unable to find the Grand Duchy. In fact, they tend to fantasize about them as if they were charmed by their mysteriousness. Vincent's story must have spurred their engrossment. Arya had listened to it so many times that Shed even ended up memorizing it. I heard that he ended up relying on liquor and drugs, and ended his life miserably after wandering around the gutter. A spy, was it true? Arya had doubts. If one were able to spy on the Valentines, then they'll have to be exceptionally influential in the gutter and have rats to cover for them. Arya looked into Vincent's clear blue eyes. His eyes were almost translucent, glossy, like the palest blue glass. Yet, at the same time it caught the beauty of a perfect summer lake, shining underneath the gentle sun. Indeed, they were the eyes of a scholar seeking the truth. It seems that sister-in-law is very interested in epistemology, Vincent said, pointing to Arya's book. Only then did she examine the title of the book she was holding. The Theory of Knowledge close corner bracket a philosophy book. Her knowledge was actually quite limited. She didn't know anything unless it was related to music or art. Because I was trapped all my life and had never had the chance to learn. Of course, it wasn't that she had no intention of learning. She wanted to learn if she could. But philosophy was a huge no-no. She wasn't interested in it at all. It is said that humans can only make assumptions about the form and nature of things that exist in the social world. It is concerned with whether or not social reality exists independently from human understanding and interpretation. In that sense, ontology and epistemology are like two sides of a coin. Are you interested in phenomenology? Simply put, phenomenology as a discipline is distinct from but related to other key disciplines in philosophy, such as ontology, epistemology, and others. It is the study of phenomena, appearances of things, or things as they appear in our experience from the subjective or first-person point of view. What was that? An alien language? To think that my sister-in-law is a person with such interest in knowledge. I'm truly glad. Shall I tell you more about the book that you're reading? Arya looked up at the boy and gave him her best smile as if she was really eager to learn more about philosophy. How his eyes shined, those blue hues like the envy of any summer sky. It did not resemble the Grand Duke at all. Rather, his orbs were bright and warm. Ah, at that time, Vincent caught her staring at his eyes. He looked slightly disappointed and it made Arya feel uncomfortable somehow. Aha, you're probably wondering why my eyes look so different from the Grand Duke. I have been able to survive here because I'm considered a genius, he said, smiling brightly with an innocent look on his face. I can't handle being uneducated. The only thing I'm good at is being smart. If I'm ignorant, then what's the use of living? It'll just become a waste of oxygen. Vincent continued, I would rather die than to live my life as a failure. Arya watched the boy, who was still smiling. As she kept observing him, she finally figured it out. Ah, so he was banned because he was unlucky. See you again, sister-in-law. Arya ran into Vincent at the library every day after that encounter. She had to practice singing inside the library, so she had to be extra careful. It was nice and quiet until he came. This place was built solely for those who had the blood of Valentine. Usually, nobody would come here except for the librarian who kept going back and forth to organize the books. However, Vincent would be inside the library before Arya could arrive, and he would leave later than her. At least I know that he isn't intentionally chasing after me. He was a scholar from an academic institute who loved learning more than anyone else, so it made sense as to why he kept staying in the library. The soundproofing is perfect, but my singing might leak out by accident. The possibility was tiny, but it could not be completely ruled out. Arya peeked at Vincent, nervously hiding behind the edge of a bookshelf. He was reading a book on a sofa. You want choose a book? Arya stared at Vincent with a sullen look. He often argued with her over the simplest, most unnecessary things. He would belittle her if she chose a useless book, and he would give his own opinion about each book he recited afterwards. You don't know this either. Come on, there's no way that you don't know what this is. What? You have no idea about this? I don't know how you survived when you're this dumb. Her conversations with Vincent had always been like this. Even if I ignore him, he'll continue to blabber about his so-called area of expertise. She didn't know why he was so interested in her. Arya, who used to be sensitive to insults and provocations, couldn't even care less anymore. She didn't know how proud she would feel if she was also a genius, but she knew that if she did the same things as him, she would have made tons of enemies. Then recommend a book to me, she decided to respond in a dry manner. He was so annoying. Then, after pondering for a while, Vincent handed her a book. Basic arithmetic that even monkeys can do. Arya glared at Vincent while looking at the contents of the book that read 1 + 1 = 2. Vincent Valentine. His eyes were a perfect spring sky, his mind was filled with curiosity, and his blonde hair and gentle smile brought more golden sunshine into the world. Golden sunshine, my ass. He might look like an angel. but he certainly had the ability to make Arya want to spit on his smiling face. "Milady, did you have a bad day?" Diana couldn't help but ask. Arya seemed to be in a bad mood these past few days. Diana was scared because she looked like a volcano that could erupt at any moment now. And as Diana had guessed, Arya was on the verge of explosion. It didn't matter if he insulted her openly for being ignorant, but at the same time, it couldn't be helped as she had never been properly educated. "That's right, I'm stupid. So what?" she finally admitted. However, the library was the only place where she could practice singing without other people's knowledge. "I can't stand him. He keeps disturbing my singing practice." She needed to learn the Song of Healing as soon as possible to treat the Grand Duchess. If Vincent interfered with her and she missed the time of the Grand Duchess treatment. Didn't the ancestors say that if I can endure him 3 times, I should save him from the massacre? But what would happen if he crossed her more than 3 times? Will it be okay for me to kill him? She had been patient because he was Lloyd's younger brother. There was a limit to her patience, and the little patience she had was waning fast. But in the end, things happened. One day, Vincent was waiting for Arya in the library. "You're a little late today." Arya naturally turned her back and reopened the door to visit another library. This library, which Vincent spent his time on, used to be her go-to place. It was the largest library in the entire palace, and she used it because it was perfect for sound insulation. But still, it didn't mean that the other libraries weren't soundproof. "I guess hell be planning to read books here from now on." Arya tried to pass it that way. Suddenly, Vincent shut the library door shut. The boy leaned obliquely by the door with his arms crossed and looked down at Arya. He struck her cold gaze with an innocent smile. "Since you're from the House of Cortez, you should know a lot about music. My sister-in-law's grandfather, Maestro Cortez, was a genius musician and mathematician who will never be born again. He was the one who invented the 24th note in music." "No way." He covered his mouth, mocking her. "You do know the history of your own family, right?" "Really? You don't know this either?" Vincent muttered as if he was openly disappointed. Arya's patience wore thin. "Oh, excuse me. I've been talking about things that only I know," he chuckled. "That's it." She couldn't take it anymore. Arya pushed the book that she was holding into Vincent's arms in the harshest way possible. "Ah!" the boy groaned. Arya walked straight to the organ on one side of the library. Then, she sat down and ran her fingers along the pure white keys of the organ. "Huh!" Vincent wanted to laugh when he saw Arya getting so worked up. Her hands were far too small, and even her feet couldn't reach the pedals below. She was so short that her legs just kept fluttering in the air, and honestly it looked somewhat cute. "Shush is such a child," Vincent thought with a smug look on his face. "Come now, don't fool around with that organ. It's not something that you can carelessly touch." It took 3 years for the famous craftsman, Porcaro, to make that organ. It was more than just an ordinary instrument, it was a masterpiece that he had made with his own hands. It'd be too reckless to let an ignorant child touch such a priceless musical instrument, Vincent thought as he walked over to Arya. However, as Arya's fingers started dancing across the keys, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Her limber fingers coaxed one melody after another, producing notes that were weaved with such beauty that everything around him became a blur, a transcending experience. Toccata and Fugue in D minor, it was a masterpiece of the Baroque era composed by none other than the famous Maestro Cortez. Her dramatic slow movements at the start adagio, Arya had taken complete control over the instrument. The reverberation of every note was perfect, the tempo was magnificent, and the dynamics thoroughly conveyed her feelings. Slowly, the music filled the room to the brim as the source's slender fingers danced sweetly on the keys. Her legato approach seemed to add tension to the hand, which produced a heavier sound, making the absence of the pedal as nothing but an insignificant matter. And she was able to do this with such tiny hands. Her head leaned towards the keys, hair falling past serenely shut eyes. These keys, to her, were a touch to a lover, sometimes overwhelming, yet occasionally sweet. The instrument of an angel that leads the soul to heaven. Vincent recalled the name of the organ. Suddenly, his gaze darted to his forearm. He had goosebumps. Heroic Symphony, Vincent muttered unknowingly. Sinfonia Eroica, a piece that broke boundaries of form, length, harmony, and perceived emotional and possibly cultural content, but it was never composed for the organs. Nonetheless, Aria's hands kept flying across the long ivory keys as she poured her heart and soul into the song. Suddenly, the key changed. Ben, the composer of the song, had a nickname for the organ. The Emperor of Musical Instruments. The angel's performance instantly signaled the reign of an emperor. She translated the music she heard into notes on an organ with incredible accuracy and even recreated complicated passages from classical music instantly. It was truly astonishing. Hungarian Dance No. 5. This time, she played a violin piece. The fluid motion of Aria's cavorting fingers were punctuated by the sharp tap of a staccato note or a graceful leap as she jumped octaves. There was something about its vibrations that felt so heavenly, as if it were liquid energy seeping right through Vincent's skin. Somehow, the scent of the grasslands got infused with the beats, and it was as if he could see the dance of the barefooted nomads over the meadows. She continued, creating impossibly soothing and amazing melodies from the organ. The excitement of the nomadic people and the pain of wandering around without a place to settle passed one after another until it finally just stopped. At the end of the note, the resonance she created stirred wonders into his soul. It was unlike anything he had ever heard before. Vincent clenched his fists to hide his excitement, but what escaped from his lips was a burst of laughter. Aria descended from the chair and stood before him. She parted her lips. "Now, please go away. Get the hell out of here." As expected from a soon-to-be-married couple, their choice of words was very similar. Thus, he walked out of the library and, at the same time, Aria slammed the door shut. She seems to be very angry, Vincent thought as he got kicked out. Nevertheless, he didn't think that he would stop laughing anytime soon. Invasive species. Vincent remembered the time when he first saw Aria. Indeed, his predictions were correct. His sister-in-law was a genius. After breakfast, Aria tried to see the newly bloomed summer flowers in the garden, but an unwanted guest disrupted her plans. "I am a genius," Vincent proudly exclaimed. She stared at him in disgust. He suddenly declared that he was a genius before sipping his tea and slamming it down on the table afterward. "I survived because I'm a genius. Therefore, I cannot tolerate other geniuses who hide their talents. I understand now. You keep visiting the library to practice playing the organ and avoid the eyes of other people. Am I correct?" That was certainly not the case, but if he interpreted it that way, then she could take advantage of this misunderstanding. Aria nodded. She was too irritated to think of another excuse. "Do you cover your face with a mask because you have the face of a genius? Sigh, why are you hiding your beauty in plain sight? As a genius myself, I can hardly understand," Vincent said as he flipped his shoulder-length blonde hair to the back of his shoulder. Aria stared at him as he fell deep into his thoughts. His blue eyes were as deep as the sea, and it certainly complemented his golden hair. "I've lost my appetite," Aria thought after staring at Vincent's face. There's a saying that a genius can be a complete idiot at the same time. I guess that's him. Aria took a strawberry macaron and put it in her mouth, ignoring the blonde boy who was still pondering. Then, Aria's gaze suddenly shifted to the book Vincent had laid down on the table. It looked thick and sturdy enough to be used as a weapon. "What's that?" "Oh, this is a codification manuscript that has yet to be revised. I have read all of the proposed legislation that's been revised, though. Come to think of it, even when she ran into him at the library, the only book he read was the exact same book that she saw now. Does he carry that everywhere so that he can read it anytime? He must really be passionate about it. The code of law varies from each territory, but Aria knew that it usually ranged from a few dozen to hundreds of books. If a new law code is going to come out, then why is he reading the old ones from before the amendment? Was he trying to be a judge? Anyway, don't change the subject, Vincent said. He continued to discuss the topic from before. No one in this world hates young geniuses. People would actually trick others into thinking that they're young so that they can appeal to other people as a genius. On the other hand, isn't sister-in-law really young? Aria knew she was a genius. Count Cortez had always told it to her loud and clear. "You're a genius. You have a ridiculous vocal range, and you have perfect pitch. Your mother is no match for you." He praised her talent as if it was a gift from heaven. However, that's what you call a song? He suddenly cursed at her, saying that her singing was terrible. "Damn it. How dare you steal Cortez' talent? It's mine. I was supposed to be the one to inherit that." His true feelings were revealed once he got drunk. Aria was convinced that she had a divine talent as she watched her father's inferiority complex towards her. She inherited her musical talent from her grandfather, Maestro Cortez, while her perfect pitch and enticing vocal cords were inherited from her mother, Sophia. It was only natural that people would be eager to covet her gift. That was why she understood Vincent's frustration. However, Aria had never been happy even if she was bestowed with such an extraordinary talent. She was exploited by many nobles and had to suffer because she was a natural genius that would never exist again in this world. If you just talk, the House of Valentine will give you their full support. They love art more than any of the other houses in the empire. Think about it, people will praise you as a child prodigy. Aria had already been through that, countless times. She was even called a goddess by the emperor. What Aria eventually realized after that was the fact that humans cannot become gods. Vincent, Aria wrote his name on the card for the first time. If you survived because you are a genius, then you'll also die from the same cause by the people who considered you a genius. What? Vincent asked with a puzzled look. Aria said those things because she knew that he would be framed and expelled in the future, but he would never be able to understand at the moment. She silently wrote the following: Your prime of life is probably less than 10 years. You don't have to be desperate to be recognized. You don't have to prove that you're a genius. If you are doing your job well, recognition will naturally follow. Well, that's obvious. Vincent was surprised to hear such mature words from a child younger than himself. For the first time in his life, Vincent actually stuttered and blushed in embarrassment. He was finally acting like a boy his age. You surprise me every time. I have no idea that you would have thought of it that way. By the way, I'm amazed that you can talk to me without using honorifics. So what? Aria was emotionless. She simply didn't care. Then, Vincent just smiled and shrugged it off, saying, well, you're right anyway. I mean, I shine brighter than the sun just by breathing. I don't really need to prove myself. That's not what I meant. Since he completely misunderstood her words, Aria wrote another card so that he could face reality. I meant that if you keep behaving like a jerk, then you will be stoned to death. What? So do your job properly. It was a serious advice. Vincent awkwardly laughed. Ha ha ha, you must be joking. I'm dead serious. You can get lost now. A heavy silence fell. Aria sipped her tea, rejoicing that the atmosphere was finally quiet. Vincent was confused because Aria was very different from the rumors. That indifferent look on her face, it's similar to brothers. He heard that children similar to Aria's age should typically have a cute and lovely personality. However, she was certainly not an ordinary child. Why does she act like that? Aria treated him differently from the others, and it definitely wasn't an illusion. Then, what is your purpose? To protect someone, she answered without the slightest bit of hesitation. Vincent was speechless. Aria's words were like a knight's oath. Then, she threw her cards into the fireplace, leaving no traces of their conversation. When the time came, she vowed to use her abilities to protect that person at all costs. Aria recently developed a small hobby. She would tend to stroll around the garden while waiting for a letter from Sabina. HW long has it been? A few moments later, she saw a pigeon flying to her from a distance. Finally, a letter. Aria enthusiastically thought as her expression brightened. However, when the pigeon landed on her shoulder, the momentary happiness she felt suddenly disappeared. It's not a letter. Unfortunately, the letter didn't come. There were days when Sabina would not send her letters but would instead send flowers to her and made the pigeon carry it on its mouth sometimes. Could it be? Does she not have the energy to write letters anymore? Aria was worried because her health might be deteriorating. She took the flowers from the pigeon's mouth. I think the massacre is going to happen soon. Sabina hadn't been able to send as many flowers as she used to. Furthermore, the flower she sent this time was almost withered. Then, as she was petting the pigeon's head, it suddenly flew away. What the? That surprised me. Aria turned around with a puzzled gaze, wondering as to why the pigeon ran away from her. Consequently, she could see Lloyd and his jaguars walking around in the distance. And as Aria found herself staring at him, so did the boy. He soon frowned when she came to his line of sight, and as Aria noticed his look of irritation towards her, she thought to herself, will he try to get rid of me again? Aria waited for Lloyd to approach her first as she stayed on high alert. Unlike the owner, the two energetic jaguars immediately ran to her side without the slightest bit of hesitation. Hello, my feline friends. The black jaguars, or more commonly known as black panthers. The jaguars had black satin-like furs and eyes that seemed to be glowing like topaz. The same color as Lloyd's hair. Arya reached out to stroke their heads. But the jaguars just simply circled her while avoiding direct contact. They were different from the wolves who instantly hugged her, wagging their tails, and even licked her as soon as she came nearby. On the other hand, these jaguars avoided her like the plague. Why would they approach me first then back away when I tried to touch them? Arya withdrew her arm. If she tried to touch them again, they would just keep avoiding her. What should I do? Thus, she chose to leave them be. Then, Lloyd walked over to them at a leisurely pace. A little bird told me that you have never used the prince's authority, the authority that I gave to you. I will take back those rights. You won't get the permission to have it anymore. At his words, Arya immediately nodded. She didn't even want it in the first place. Lloyd raised his eyebrows. I see. So you want to be kicked out without having even a single penny, which means you'd rather live on the streets instead of having a house to stay, he scoffed. But the moment he finished his words, Arya's flailing arms accidentally touched the jaguars, and it resulted in her getting slapped by one of their paws. Ouch, she got hit. Arya stared down at her wrist that was throbbing in pain. It hurt more than she thought. Fortunately, it missed the mark. If it had hit the right spot, she would probably have more than just a sprained wrist, perhaps a broken bone or two. Arya raised her head to look at Lloyd, but when she held eye contact with him, she was shocked. His expression was terrifying. His eyebrows were furrowed, and she could even see veins popping out of his forehead. Perhaps he looked like that because he was turning his back against the sun. His face underneath the dark shadows was scarier than ever, and his eyes shone shrewdly in the dark. Are you mad? Why would you even touch a beast? He yelled. Afterward, he just sighed and face-palmed at himself. Give me your wrist, he said. Arya gently held out her hand. She didn't even think twice that he might do something even worse to her. Lloyd was exasperated by her attitude. She was far too naive, careless, and weak. He wanted to scold her for being so defenseless, but he decided to forget about it and just examine her sprained wrist first. You're really good at pissing me off. Her hand wasn't broken, but it was definitely swollen. If she had the blood of the Valentines, a minor injury like this wouldn't be a big problem. However, Arya wasn't a Valentine. Lloyd took out a dagger from his bosom, trimmed some branches from a tree, and made a splint from it. He tore the edge of his shirt and wrapped it around Arya's wrist. First aid? I mean, it's not broken, so isn't this over the top? I shouldn't be receiving treatment like this, Arya thought. Is that one of your tricks? Lloyd asked while winding the cloth carefully as if he was handling the most fragile bowl of glass. Arya tilted her head. Tricks? Getting sick or getting injured whenever I try to drive you away. Why would I try to trick you? Are you trying to trick me into making me care about you? You care about me? Lloyd fell into silence. His expression was like that of someone who had just been caught in a mousetrap. The boy then let go of Arya's hand, shaking her off in embarrassment. No, he said before pointing his finger at the office as if to say, I don't want to talk to you anymore, so do the rest of the treatment yourself. Her wrist was splintered shortly after being hit, so it didn't hurt as much as before. The injury wasn't that serious, anyway. After it's healed, you should really leave this time. Arya stared at Lloyd, amused. What are you thinking about? He couldn't help but ask since he thought that she was thinking of something unpleasant. She parted her lips. The jaguars are very similar to their owner. What does that mean? It is what it is. However, Lloyd still did not understand the meaning behind her words. He was a human, but he would probably look exactly like the jaguars if he were an animal. Plus, even their attitudes were similar. Indeed, the resemblance is truly uncanny. Nonetheless, Arya shook her head at Lloyd as if telling him to just forget about it. Arya started humming. There were an endless amount of the Siren songs, but they were primarily divided into 7 categories. She tried to sing them one after another. The Song of Life, the Song of Peace, the Song of Charm, the Song of Sleep, the Song of Oblivion, the Song of Healing, and lastly, the Song of Destruction. Arya could sing the other songs comfortably, even without training. However, as soon as she arrived at the songs of healing and destruction, her throat would become hot and sore, as if it was burning like fire. She didn't even have the chance to sing it properly. Cough. Arya grabbed her chest, fell to the floor, and breathed quite roughly for a while. Not getting any better, she had been taking good care of herself lately. She ate a fair amount of food every meal and even had strolls around the garden from time to time. Still, her body just couldn't handle singing those 2 songs. It wasn't as if there was no progress at all, but the improvement of her singing had grown to the point where it would be embarrassing if she actually told people that her skills had improved at all. But I have no other choice. Arya did what she did in her previous life. Practice, practice, and practice inside a locked room until her voice would become hoarse and cracked. Because I've already reached this level in my past life, I thought I could eventually achieve it again if I just practiced consistently. Was the method really that bad? However, Arya only knew how to practice this way since she had never received an education from Count Cortez. If she continued to practice like this, she hoped that she could sing those 2 songs someday. When will that day come? In her previous life, she was just 14 years old when she reached the level. She thought she could shorten the period by about 2 years if she practiced harder. However, it was still too late. Is there a more efficient way? A way to regain her old skills that only remained as a memory in a short period of time. As she laid down and plunged deep into her thoughts, a string of light finally struck her mind. She suddenly arose. A magic barrier. There must be a magic barrier in the Valentine's Palace. Arya recalled the barrier she saw at the entrance of the Ingo Mountains. People that controlled the barrier were those with a high magical aptitude and had the ability to manipulate energy. Each person is born with different types of energy, but the essence of it is the same at the end. Wasn't the method similar? She didn't know if it was a wise decision. But at least, it's a more efficient method than mine. Arya ran to the library straight away. She was thinking of finding out the person who made the barrier at the entrance of the mountain range. But what kind of energy do they have? It's all so unfamiliar to me. Arya was in deep thought. The most popular energies in the Panetta Empire were the divine power and mana, but there were a variety of other energies as well. The minority races, like the Sirens as well, had different types of energy. Suddenly, as Arya was pacing back and forth at the entrance of the library, being engrossed in her own thoughts, a man who was about to leave the library ran straight into her. "Ouch!" he shouted. It was just a simple bump. However, he yelled because he slipped some documents he held from his hands. Arya rubbed her arm and stared at the fluttering papers. The 5 senses of the Sirens weren't just about hearing. She caught all of the papers that flew in an instant. And at that moment, her eyes became wide open when she saw the man who collided with her. This person, the man hastily picked up the scattered papers. He was in such a hurry that he unconsciously let go of his noble bearing and kneeled on the ground. "Sheesh. Look where you're going, huh? Why, young miss?" The man hurriedly bowed his head. It seemed as if he knew who Arya was, but unfortunately, the little girl was unfamiliar with his identity. "Is young miss all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Arya interrupted the man and presented him a card. "Who are you?" He was slightly offended by her words, but he still answered her question. "My name is Rosen Stewart, Baron Stewart, one of the scribes of the Valentine family." Arya had heard of his name once. She observed him for a moment before writing on another card. "Why is the scribe of the family here?" "Well, I am here to organize the documents recorded by the other scribes." Arya remembered that besides the Valentines, the scribes could also freely access the library. Well, he doesn't look suspicious. Arya secretly approved of him and decided that he could pass. However, the scribe felt uncomfortable with her attitude. Why is she looking at me like that? She was eyeing him weirdly and even asked why he came to the library. Was she doubting him? No way did she see the contents of the paper. But that would be impossible. How could she read the text in less than 30 seconds? There was quite a distance between her and the papers as well. She would not be able to read him as she was so far away. The scribe decided that Arya was just being rude because she hadn't learned proper manners yet. She may be able to walk freely around the house now, but she'll be kicked out soon anyway. There are rumors that the Grand Duke of Valentine was protecting her, but who knows how long it would last. The scribe knew that no matter how cute Arya was, she would soon be expelled. The Grand Duke is a fickle person. His love for her is useless and the servant's kindness will all be for naught. Even if the prince miraculously showed interest in the child, it wouldn't make even the slightest difference. For it was too late, because the day the Grand Duchess dies will be the day she gets kicked out of here. The scribe pitied the ignorant child who went around thinking that the world revolved around her, when in fact, she knew nothing at all. That time will soon come. but the scribe wasn't stupid enough to say those words out loud. He was informed that the second son of the Beauport family had received punishment for carelessly making fun of the young miss, so he ought to be careful of his words as well. Didn't he ended up working at the stables? Every time the scribe encountered Count Beauport, he would look dead inside as if he was a living corpse. Even though he was lacking in many ways, Count Beauport loved his son. He was barely able to make his son a knight, but to think that his son would be deprived of his title like this, he must have been heartbroken. And most of all, he must have been embarrassed as well. It's better to become a child who didn't have anything in the first place than to become someone like him. I mean, he lost everything in one day. Rosen didn't want to end up the same way as Count Beauport's son did. Young miss, if there's nothing else, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so please excuse me. Regardless of what he was thinking, the scribe bowed to Arya very politely. Still, she had a bad feeling about him. Arya recalled the papers she had read and the law books Vincent had been reading since he returned from the academy. She wondered why he was studying law. It couldn't be. Are they aiming for? After pondering for a moment, Arya looked out of the corridor window. The scribe was holding the papers tightly as if his life depended on it. Arya pressed the tips of her thumb and forefinger together and brought it to her mouth. Then, she let out a whistle. COO, from a distance, she saw several birds flying through the sky at high speed. Arya pointed her fingers to the scribe without hesitation. At the same time, they rushed themselves to Rosen in an instant, as if they were trained soldiers. What the? Arg! The scribe got bird poop all over his head as he tried to run away to collect the scattered documents that got ripped. With this, I've earned myself some time. Arya glanced at him one last time before closing the window quietly. As expected, she had to meet him as soon as possible. She didn't even have time to ask. Arya went straight to the wolf's cage. As soon as she opened the door, a wolf rushed towards her. Hi, Silver. It's been a while. Woof. Silver's fur was lighter when compared to the other wolves. That's why she named him Silver. Though, even with such a simple name, Silver would still wag his tail in excitement whenever she called him that. He was really happy to have been given a name because the Grand Duke had never given him one. After stroking Silver's head a few times, Arya quickly spoke. Who is the strongest person that comes next after your master? Woof. No, not Lloyd. The strongest person after him. The wolf tilted his head and pointed at Arya with the tip of his nose. Then, after me. Aru. I knew it. As Arya climbed on Silver's back, the wolf quickly ran as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all his life. The tower. There were two towers in the Grand Duke's palace. The West Tower and the East Tower. Among them, Silver ran up to the spiral staircase of the East Tower. And moments later, they finally reached the top of the tower. Arya descended from Silver's back and knocked on the firmly closed door. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Someone's obviously inside. She could feel their presence. Arya could sense that whoever was inside had stopped their movements as soon as they heard her knock. That could only mean they purposely ignoring uninvited guests. Arya grabbed and turned the doorknob. Seems that it's locked from the inside. After shaking the door a few more times, Arya looked back at Silver with a sigh. The wolf quickly rushed towards her and bam, he rammed through the door. The door was shattered, dust flew everywhere, and the purple-haired man that stood across Arya stared at her in dismay. I'm sorry. Arya felt bad about the mess she made, but she was only slightly sorry. If she were her usual self, she would have waited and come back again next time. But now, there was no time for that. Silver stared at Arya as if asking to be praised for what he did, and Arya hugged him in return. Then, she stood in front of the man. FCK, did he just swear? He spouted vulgar words whilst running through his curly hair with his fingers. You shouldn't have broken the door just because I pretended not to be in the lab. I guess it's true when they say that birds of the same feather flock together. The man with purple hair continued to speak. Welcome to the Grand Duchy of Valentine, he said while clapping his hands sarcastically. He seemed to have encountered something like this before. Then, the Grand Duke or the Prince must have already come here. Arya thought that it might be both of them. She then rummaged through her bag and took out a new card. Sorry, I really wanted to meet you. Oh, of course you do, he responded while clicking his tongue. Afterward, he reluctantly introduced himself. My name is Carl, I am the shaman of the palace. Shaman? Arya widened her eyes like a surprised rabbit. The source of a shaman's power is their spiritual power. They had the ability to perceive, contact, and bargain or control the spiritual world, but it was illegal to use those powers. She had never felt such unfamiliar magic before, but nonetheless, it was really magical. As expected, the Grand Duchy enjoyed extraterritoriality and were not governed by the Emperor's jurisdiction. That must be why H is exempted from the local law and was able to use his powers. The shaman was proudly occupying the tower, but he would have violated the law if it weren't for the extraterritorial rights. He was perfectly suited to work in the Devil's Palace. Carl began to feel uncomfortable from being stared at by the little girl in front of him. What an annoying little girl, he thought. He would be lying if he didn't admit that he was looking down on her. In the first place, he thought that if he locked the door, the girl would just eventually give up and went back on her own. But things didn't turn out as he had hoped. Carl despised kids. Kids are ignorant beings that think all shamans are mages. How uneducated. Children loved mages. To them, mages were idols. Not only in children's books but also in history books. The mages had always played the role of the king's helper. Carl knew that the little girl in front of him would be no less the same as the other kids. She probably came here to see a mage as well. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, there are no mages here. Carl scoffed inwardly. This isn't a playground. I'm not a mage that can meet your expectations. As you can see, I'm busy and I don't have time to deal with you. So if you will, please leave, Carl said. Arya stared at the man. Does he even breathe when he speaks? He spoke so fast that it was a bit hard to follow what he was saying. Then, she took out another card. I want to know how to use energy. When he saw that, Carl's eyebrows rose for a moment. Her words weren't what he had expected. Kids at that age were usually like, wow, that's superb. Teach me how to use magic too. I see that you know the concept of energy. Energy was a generic term for powers such as mana, divine power, charms and enchantments, and spiritual power. Everyone had different types of energy. It was up to the individual's talents to utilize and develop that energy into power. If she knew this, then she must be able to distinguish the difference between a shaman and a mage. It also meant that she knew each person had different types of innate energy. Carl was still a bit skeptical, but he spoke with a softer tone than before. Energy is not something anyone can use. If you lack talent and your body cannot handle the immense amount of power, you'll lose your life the moment it flows out of your core. Core. Arya's eyes sparkled when she heard a new word she hadn't heard of before. She was so mystified by the new word that she wasn't able to listen to Carl's words that followed after. There is nothing to be discouraged. Only 1 in a million people can operate energy, and there are only 1 in 10 million that can express that energy into a new form. I, on the other hand, am a genius that is born only once in every century. Arya pulled the hem of Carl's black robe as she listened to him blabbering about himself. Then, she pulled out another card. How long does it usually take to control energy from the core? Well, it usually takes a minimum of 5 or 6 years. That long. Turns out, Arya's growth was already fast, for she was able to use her powers within 4 years. But she needed less time. Arya was disappointed. But if so, then maybe can you forcibly pierce into my core? What? Are you insane? Carl was dumbfounded. Does she want to be killed? No matter how much he hated children, he would never kill them. Milady, when a person loses a lot of blood, you know they die, right? Yes. Likewise, when the core runs out of energy, the user will die. Yes. Exactly, so stop with the nonsense. Carl thought that his explanation was kind enough for children to understand. However, Arya still stared straight into his eyes, not showing any signs of fear even after knowing that there was a risk of death. But that's the only method I can use if I want to use my energy in a short period of time, right? That's right. The unique method. Arya made a quick decision. There was nothing else she could do than to bet everything on this shaman for now. Can you do it? I can, Carl continued to explain. I have met numerous people who chose to take the risks, however. They were mainly fighters. Those humans were all brawns and no brains. They were willing to end their lives if it meant for them to become stronger. Carl thought that those martial artists were foolish and ignorant. If your resistance exceeds that of humans and is closer to amoebas, then you might succeed. He stared at Arya. She seemed to think that she had a high tolerance for pain. Do you know the proverb knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom? It's quite a famous proverb in the temples. Young Miss energy is so weak that even I, myself, am very impressed to see you still alive and breathing. If I pierce through your core, young Miss will immediately stop breathing in 0.1 seconds. So just forget about it. He reached out his hand to Arya. I'll escort you out. Rather than being considerate, it was an effort to expel Arya as soon as possible. Arya silently stared at Carl's hand. She pondered for a moment. Then, she grasped his hands. At that moment, the shaman's half-closed eyes opened in amazement. He quickly withdrew his hand as if he had just experienced an electric shock. What in this doesn't make sense? Is it possible for humans to have this massive amount of energy? The moment Carl touched Arya's hand, he suddenly felt the essence she was hiding. It was just a short period of time, but the amount of power she had was unbelievable. What the hell are you? His snub attitude suddenly changed. I was caught off guard because of her meek appearance. At first, he thought that she only wrote on those cards because she was childish or too shy to speak. But now, he realized that she probably had another reason. Arya looked at him. Then, she parted her lips. Siren. Arya reached an impasse, and if she couldn't hide from everyone, she had to choose a reliable figure. Arya had no other choice. She couldn't keep her secret for long anyway. Thus, she chose to reveal it to a reliable figure. The shaman. He was the only one who could increase her potential. Have you heard of sirens? There's no way I wouldn't know. Carl replied hesitantly, gritting his teeth. He instinctively realized that he was now caught up in a problematic task. Damn it, have you been hiding your powers this entire time? It's no wonder that Shush is still alive. He thought she had barely any energy in her, but turns out, she was hiding her powers. But how could you know about cause? Carl was confused. Of course, theory and practice were completely different, but they were deeply related to each other, so she couldn't just dismiss one of them and master the other. One could only hide their energy after receiving sufficient knowledge regarding it. But I can only do it because I remember my previous life, Arya thought. She could do it because of her implicit memory. She already knew how to manipulate energy in her previous life. However, her current body was weak, and even her core was blocked. Most of her powers were sealed, so how strong would she be if it were to be released? What in the world are you? How is this possible? This is ridiculous. I know the basics of manipulating energy, but the problem is that the passage where my energy runs through is sealed. She could manipulate her energy even when her passageway was never breached. It was certainly possible, but it was inefficient and abusive to the body. He had never seen a person who practiced that way. Carl rubbed his forehead. So, how were you able to use your energy without the passageway? I just did it. What? Arya nodded her head. No, why would you do that? Why are you doing the same thing as those barbarians when you have such artistic and delicate talent? When asked why, Arya had no choice but to answer. Because I want to sing. I can only learn to sing by doing it this way. I sang until I vomited blood. Carl was at a loss for words. She wasn't even treated like a human. He understood why Arya hid her voice and didn't reveal the fact that she was a siren. That's why a 10-year-old told me to break her core without hesitation. Carl clenched his teeth. He didn't think of himself as a righteous person, but he still has convictions. Count Cortez, often referred to as the circus leader. He forced sirens to continue his circus and even had one to give birth to a daughter. What's worse is that when he no longer needed her, he sold her off. He was a disgrace to humanity. He should have been born as a worm instead. Then, I'll change the question, he said while trying to contain the anger that just rose to his head. Why did you come to me? To learn how to use energy. Carl was willing to teach her if she asked for his help. Seeing her abuse her body like that was heartbreaking to him. But Arya shook her head. Just pierce through my core. Don't push it. Breaking your core doesn't mean that you can immediately use your energy. I can't even guarantee that it would be successful in the first place. No, I can use my abilities as soon as the passage is cleared. And how are you so certain? Well, she was able to hide her energy. Carl was ashamed of himself. It seemed as though he can't brag about being a genius anymore. Alright, I'll hear you out, but why do you want to use your abilities so quickly? This was it. The problematic question she had been wanting to avoid this whole time. Arya took a deep breath. What she had said so far could be accepted by common sense, but after this, her words would only sound like the nonsense of a lunatic. But she was forced to continue. I know the future and I have to change it. What? In fact, what will happen in the future? Now, wait a second. Carl interrupted her words. I don't want to know. Arya was momentarily speechless. She was expecting him to say, "What nonsense are you talking about? Or are you in your right mind?" But he replied with an "I don't want to know" instead. The shaman continued to maintain his overbearing and harsh attitude, but Arya could see that his pupils were shaking. Foresight? Did you receive a vision? No, never mind. That doesn't matter. I'm not curious about that. Arya was surprised, for he easily dismissed the question she was most afraid of. Regardless of Arya's reaction, he continued to speak very frankly. No matter what the future is, you cannot know or change it. Why? Because each person has their own destiny. Destiny? It was absurd. If that was the case, does it mean that Arya was destined to destroy the Empire? Why should she bear such fate just because she was born in this world? Do you mean to say that everything is based on God's will? Well, even if there's a God or whatever, there are laws and providence that are already set in the world. Arya stared at Carl without answering. The world may seem like it's in disorder, but it's actually passing by a set of rules. One that is fixed and absolute. It's like a gear that fits in a set of cogwheels. Arya understood where he was coming from. Just like how apples are red, and how the sky is blue. Deers eat grass, and lions eat deer. Divine guidance. That is the providence of the world, and humans cannot change the future. She was also the providence of the world. Changing the future is like removing the old gear and replacing it with a new one. We shouldn't have to change anything else in order for the world to roll again. Arya gently bit her lips. Does this mean that if I break a law, a new one will come up? You understand quickly. She was intelligent. It was unbelievable that she was only 10 years old. The reason she didn't speak like a child, was it all due to her foresight? Carl nodded in admiration. One must pay the price for changing the law. It was possible, but there was a cost for changing the laws of time. His words made sense. If she went back in time and saved people who should have died in the first place, she would have to pay a reasonable price for their life in return. I don't know what the price is, but Arya replied vaguely. Strange. What is strange? If the law of time is absolute, then why do I know about the future? Why am I given the chance to go back to the past? Since she knew about the future, she would of course try to change it somehow. Destiny, fate, or whatever. I will not fail to change mine. I can't just stand still while waiting for my demise. I have to do something. Backquote. That part was questionable. After all, why would a child who would risk sacrificing herself in order to get her core pierced receive visions about the future? Arya simply came up with the answer. Because my will is the will of the world and my will is the providence of the world. What? Carl was shocked. How did she reach that conclusion? The world would have known that I would act like this. God knew. So, I am the world. Make sure you follow my will. This was absurd. Carl reacted slowly to all this craziness. But she said so without hesitation. She was honestly good at surprising people. Of course, it won't be easy. I may not be able to change much, but I will try. No matter how young I am, I know what is right and I will follow my convictions. If the world is wrong, then I will change it. The biggest price that I have to pay is if I see everything repeating itself again. I can't bear to endure that without doing anything. I'll just take responsibility at the end and pay for it, even if it's 100 times worse. At that moment, Carl's eyes wavered. She sounded mature, but she was definitely a child. She wants to take responsibility for it, Carl thought. She still believes that there's justice in the world and that she could change anything with her powers. Everything had already been decided by the greater force. She would live an uneasy life, but she still believed in the world. Carl realized that he had failed to convince her, thus he sighed and spoke to her. Then, prove it. Finally, Arya thought as she nodded her head. She finally had the chance to prove her worth. I need to leave the palace for a while. Arya managed to get a scroll from Carl. The scroll contained magic that enabled Arya to teleport wherever she wanted. Carl glanced at the scroll in Arya's hand, his eyes filled with regret. You'll make a clone that can replace me while I'm away, right? Carl nodded in response. Arya smiled. This was why she chose to expose her identity to Carl. Now, Arya could freely roam outside the palace without anyone knowing. You may be able to deceive the eyes of normal people, but His Majesty and His Highness will know right away. I'll be back before anyone finds me. I'm not so sure about that. I have given you that scroll. So if you are in danger, just come back right away. Arya nodded. She was in the middle of tearing the teleportation scroll when suddenly, ARF. Silver, who was quietly waiting, suddenly ran towards her with tremendous speed. The scroll was already ripped in half, so there was no way of stopping the magic. Thus, Silver got warped into the teleportation magic together with Arya. Foosh. There was a tugging sensation, like a brief but intense period of disorientation. Arya's view of the world faded as the scenery around her dematerialized. The lighting changed softly, but abruptly in only a few moments. Then, as her vision cleared up, she found herself standing at her destination. There she stood, on the grounds of the Holy Empire. Garcia. Silver, how many times have I told you not to run into me like that? Arya scolded. Silver whined. Siva just wanted to help. The wolf was Arya's driver. He always picked Arya from her chambers and helped her travel back and forth inside the palace. He was honestly quite proud of his work. However, Silver was insecure. He saw how quickly the Jaguars befriended Arya, so he didn't want to lose to them. ARF. He wanted to be her method of transportation again. Plus, there was nothing in the world that could run as fast as him. At least, that's what he said. Still, it's impossible for a wolf to run faster than a jaguar, Arya thought. She sighed. Arya actually planned to walk around without any means of transportation, so considering the fact that she was running out of time, Silver could be of great help to her. The coordinates of the scroll were set back to the palace. Follow the direction where the sun rises. As Arya climbed onto Silver's back, she began to recall the things she had heard in her previous life. Wherever there was light in the world, darkness also coexisted. There was no exception. Despite being called as the land chosen by God, even the Holy Empire has darkness within it. Even if the temple tried to relieve the poor, people would still starve. The village at the end of the east. In the Holy Empire, that place was known as the slums. The village used to be an abandoned land filled with ruins. However, many vagrants and criminals began to settle down there as they had nowhere else to go. In short, it was a run-down, uncivilized area inhabited primarily by impoverished people. Here as Arya was about to get off Silver's back and enter the village. Don't mess around here and get lost, kid, shouted a homeless man that bumped into her. The man seemed to be drunk as he was holding a bottle of wine. Huh, what's this? Your hair color is peculiar. You'll sell pretty well if you have a nice face, he said while stretching out his hand to take off Arya's hood. Grr. At that moment, Silver lowered his body and began to growl. He was ready to attack him and bite his throat. Ah! The wolf was baring his teeth while giving him a menacing glare. As soon as the drunken hooligan saw the wolf, he became frightened and ran away. Arya was petrified. She thought to herself, I was almost kidnapped when I haven't even entered the village yet. Had she been an ordinary child, she would have already been sold as a slave. Arya was appalled. She could now understand why the priests had given up on this place. Silver, you wait here, okay? Woof, Silver protested. But Arya just stroked the wolf's head. She spoke, you stand out too much. It'll be dangerous if I bring you with me. We might get kidnapped and criminals might try to sell us to the black market. No matter how great Silver was, if a professional hunter, smuggler, or slave trader decided to attack them, they would get caught no matter what. Arya proceeded to hide Silver inside a bush. Then, she tightened the hood on her head. She had to visit the village as quietly as possible. As the sun began to set, darkness came. Essay save me. Ah, you've been sold as a slave. So don't be lazy and get to work. I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, do you think you can run away? Die. Just die. As the night came, all sorts of ugly sounds could be heard. Arya continued to walk while holding her breath. There used to be a temple here. Arya wondered if anyone here still remembered that. This land had completely lost its former glory. No one could guess that there were hidden relics here. Who would have imagined that there would be a relic asleep in the ruins of an abandoned temple? Surely, no one would have found it except for the Saintess. She even searched for it in the slums. Saintess Veronica was the first person to have found and retrieved the relics of this temple. At least, she was able to in the past. When Arya arrived, she took about 5 steps from the walls of the temple, and then she knocked on the floor. Afterward, she circled the place and repeated the same behavior over and over again. At one point, she knocked on the ground and heard a hollow sound. It's here, Arya swept the dirt with her hands and soon enough, she found a wooden plank. There it was, the entrance to the secret passage. Arya grunted as she lifted the wooden plank. But suddenly, ugh, so noisy she heard a human voice. Arya stiffened, she slowly shifted her gaze. There was a vagrant who had slept like a dead man on the floor. He suddenly turned his body in another direction. Before long, he fell asleep again. Thank goodness. Arya, who was silently relieved, lifted the plank again. Then she climbed the ladder and carefully descended to the ground below. Although the place was dark, Arya was able to walk around with ease thanks to her good senses. There are only dust and spiderwebs. Not long after, she found a black box. She opened the lid of the box. God's judgment. The temple had also written about the relic. To punish those who tried to challenge the authority of God, a thunderbolt would strike down the earth, and those that got hit would bear the powers given by God. I found it. Arya closed the lid after checking its contents. Now, the only thing she had to do was to leave this place. As she was about to stand up, she felt something the moment she touched the wall to support her body. It's just a regular wall. Arya tapped the wall. Was there something beyond the wall? I can't just knock down the wall. Arya started examining the walls. Then, she found a brick that could be removed. Arya grabbed the rattled bricks and carefully pulled them out. There was a hole that was only big enough to fit in Arya's hand. She hesitated for a moment but decided to put her hand through the wall. And as she was rummaging around the hole, she could feel something touching her fingertips. This is a velvet box about the size of a palm. She opened the luxurious box that didn't match the place at all. Inside was a beautiful necklace crafted like the shape of a water droplet. The necklace that saints always wore. Why was this here? She wondered if it was a sacred object, but it didn't seem like it was. She could hardly even feel the divine power. Rather, there were only traces of it that remained in the necklace. What is this for? She didn't think that the saints would just mindlessly leave these here. Whatever, I'm out of ideas. Arya rose from her seat and wore the necklace around her neck. She could think about it later. Her priority was to get out of this place. Arya climbed back onto the ladder and lifted the wooden plank. But when she got out, you're finally back. Arya found herself surrounded by a bunch of ruffians. The ruffian grabbed Arya and lifted her up. He wore a luxurious sword on his waist. He seemed to have stolen it from a nobleman. What did you bring with you? He wondered if Arya had carried valuable things with her since she had just crawled out of a secret passage. We can sell this little girl. Another man removed Arya's hood in a rough manner. But as soon as they saw her face, their eyes began dripping with greed. Underneath the hood was a beautiful gem that could even tempt high-ranking nobles. Wow, with a face like this, we could sell her to a duke. No, maybe even to a king of another kingdom. How did you end up in a place like this, little girl? Wearing such luxurious clothes? Did you come out for a night walk? It's easy for bad guys to catch you if you wander around at night. You mean guys like us? One of the ruffians joked, earning a laugh from the rest of his entourage. Arya frowned at their words. At first, everything had seemed far too easy. She was able to breach the security of the village without any harm done. But I guess that it's too good to be true. Arya sighed. She didn't want to do anything that stood out, though if it's like this, she would have no choice but to sing. Even though she couldn't sing the song of destruction, she could still sing a song that would erase their memories. But it might be a little difficult because there were several people. Now you stay quiet, kid. As the man reached out his hand towards Arya, she immediately parted her lips. But at that moment, you there. What are you guys doing? A boy in a white uniform approached them. The boy was white from head to toe. He had pale skin, snow-white hair that glistened underneath the moonlight, and eyes as blue as the midwinter sky. He stood out so much even in the dark. What's this? Another kid. Would we be able to sell him? Wait, that uniform, is he a knight? The Order of Knights. They belong to the papal palace. The ruffians became nervous and stepped back. However, they didn't run away immediately because the boy didn't look threatening at all. He was all skin and bones. He looked very frail and tiny. Is he really a knight? He was a frail-looking boy with a delicately beautiful face. If one were to pass by him without closer inspection, he could easily be mistaken for a girl. I don't think H is that big of a deal, right? The men exchanged glances with each other. While the ruffian's attention were elsewhere, Arya immediately pulled the hood of her cloak over her head and slowly stepped back. Are you harassing that child? Obviously, can't you see it? Do you want us to bother you as well? They laughed at the boy as if he were absurd to have approached them without the slightest fear. Human trafficking is illegal. Well, my dear knight, do you know the term extraterritorial jurisdiction? Even if the village is exempted from the jurisdiction of the law, human trafficking is unethical and inhumane. God is always watching you, so you better stop now. Wahahaha. The ruffians grabbed their stomachs and burst into laughter. This was the first time they had been scolded after settling down in the slums. You're a funny guy, aren't ya? To come to a place like this and preach the notion of God. If God is actually watching, then he should just come here right now and punish me. It was clear to the boy that talking wouldn't work. Therefore, the boy silently drew his sword and lowered himself into a fighting stance. He was in his relaxed stance. One could feel the steadiness of his gaze. The ruffians also smiled and drew their swords, however. TCH, how unlucky, Arya muttered, seeing the boy beaten up and sprawled on the ground in a few seconds. What did he come here for? For a second, she actually thought that he could fight since he drew out his sword so nonchalantly. I shouldn't have set my expectations too high, plus, he was wearing the Papal Knight's uniform. Shouldn't knights be able to easily defeat those bums? As Arya stared at his uniform once more, only then did she realize that he was nothing more than a squire, the apprentice of a knight. His uniform, a squire? That's right, in Garcia, anyone was allowed to become a squire as long as they wished to become a knight. The Holy Empire intended to give everyone equal opportunities. Of course, it was still useless if they only had big dreams. If one did not have any talent, they could easily fall behind in less than a month. By the looks of it must not have been long since he became a squire, Arya thought. But with those current skills of his, he would never win against those ruffians. He won't last long at this rate. Still, Arya decided not to laugh at the boy's dream. Because she believed that those who had the will would one day surpass their limits. FCK, his face is completely bloody. His value is probably less now. What if we just beat him all the way? This is the first time I've ever heard something so ridiculous. A beating is only natural for guys like these. Don't, man, this kid can't even take a punch. We need the money. TCH, fine, the other man said as he clicked his tongue. Well, I did receive his help. Arya didn't want to get involved with him at the start, but she decided to step into this mess as he had tried to help her. She took a deep breath, put two of her fingers into the back of her mouth, and blew air through her lips. Hearing Arya's whistle, Silver immediately jumped out of the bush he was hiding in and struck the ruffians. Ah, what the? It's a monster, a monster. At that moment, Arya recalled the voice of the Grand Duke of Valentine, casually saying that he would feed his dogs bodies of humans. She promptly closed her eyes and turned her head. Arya didn't want to see a person being eaten alive right in front of her eyes. However, contrary to her expectations, the screams of the bums gradually became farther away. They ran away, pant pant. Arya slowly opened her eyes. Silver was biting a bunch of rags. It was the clothes that the vagrants were wearing. And there were multiple swords scattered on the ground. Thank God I closed my eyes. Those ruffians would probably be running around the streets naked by now. In an unregulated area like this, horrible things might happen to people that run around naked without a weapon. Arya patted Silver's head for a while, praising him for a job well done. Let's go back, Silver. ARF. It was time to get on Silver's back. But on the corner of her eyes was an unconscious little boy. She sighed and put the boy on Silver's back. I'm going to waste so much time because of this. Still, if she let him be in such a dangerous place, some other ruffians might steal his organs or sell him to the black market. Arya's weakness was other weak people, she just couldn't help it. To the Papal Palace. Thus, Arya brought the fainted boy to the Papal Palace. When they arrived, she leaned him against a wall that was transparent enough for people to notice. This should be enough. Then, Arya ran through her bag to find her teleportation scroll. She was about to tear off the paper and go back but stopped. Arya was worried that the boy would be frustrated and crushed with what had happened today. Because the boy who kept his convictions lost the fight, while those who tried to fulfill their greeds by sacrificing others won in the end. The world was full of injustice. However, even if everything seemed to be over, the next one would continue to exist, and it would never reach its end. Arya pulled out her card. Your convictions are right. Trust yourself and don't doubt the way you walk on the path of life. Arya really wanted him to know that. We won't meet again anyway. Arya had set the coordinates of the teleportation scroll back to the shaman's tower. Carl's face was the first thing she saw after tearing the scroll. Oh, how burdensome, Arya said while pushing his face away with her palm. Carl, who was still leaning down, looked unhappy and hurt. You're late, he spoke after being silent for a moment. So what happened? Arya asked. Well, nothing happened. Except for the fact that the second young master was actually the spy of the gutter. He moved faster than what Arya had originally thought. Still, she thought that it would take him at least a day or two to find out about it. Arya nodded her head in response. Then she looked down at a box which she had been holding onto it tightly in her arms. It was a holy relic, divine judgment. Did you already know? Carl asked. Yes, this is the future that I was trying to prevent, she replied. Even if Arya knew about it, can she really stop it from happening? Arya stared at Carl, whose gaze seemed to say those words. If they had already framed Vincent, then time was running out. Are you close to the second young master? They were not close. In the past, she wanted to punch Vincent as hard as she could whenever possible. However, they haven't had a dispute these days, so Arya felt indifferent to him. Arya shook her head. Then why, Carl asked, he just couldn't understand her. Was there something else? Even if Vincent was no longer under suspicion, there was nothing she could gain from it. Only help if there is something to gain, don't get involved in matters that have no benefits. That was Carl's motto in life. He had lived such a simple and clear life, thinking that money was all that mattered. There's nothing else. It's really tiring to converse with close-minded people like him. But that was why people like her, who immediately jump into what they believe is right, always seem to shine more. Because she could never live like that, turning a blind eye from the injustice of the world. If the day of the trial is set and the judge decides that the second young master is indeed a spy, it will be difficult to reverse the situation. When the trial begins, it would not be easy to overturn the situation. So he meant that today was her last chance to save him. Yes, I understand. Arya rode on Silver's back. Then, she spoke, your leader. She stopped. She thought about it for a while and then decided to change her direction. Your leader guide me to the second strongest person after your leader. Tristan pressed the end of a cigarette to his lips. He sighed while exhaling a puff of smoke. The basement was filled with cold air. The Grand Duke of Valentine usually used this place to interrogate suspects or criminals. He leaned back on a chair and put back the cigarette into his mouth. The smell of cigar smoke filled the room, and the place became nothing more than a smoke-filled haze. So, have any of you ever seen his face? The Grand Duke said as he pointed to Vincent. The young lad was paralyzed to the spot, the menacing aura holding him in a tightening grip as he bit his lips out of sheer panic. There were two men lying flat on the floor in front of all the important people present in the interrogation. Both of them were prey of the rats. One was captured by Count Beauport, while the other was captured by the Grand Duke himself. Bloody hell, I can't believe he actually caught one, Count Beauport, who had been watching from the side, thought as he broke into a cold sweat. Although the man he caught had been proven as an actual prey of the rat, the Grand Duke of Valentine still held many doubts. Thus, Tristan went out of his way to capture one on his own. And he himself might have even personally gone to the gutter as well. If the statements of the two prey differ from one another, it will be them, not Vincent, who would be having knives on their throats. What if they didn't get their money's worth? Count Beauport glanced to his side. The vassals, including Rosen, shook their heads with resolution in their eyes. Everything should go according to plan. All of them smirked. It seemed that they were sure of their victory. Seeing their determined expressions, Count Beauport felt a bit relieved and decided to relax his mind. If you don't tell me the truth, I will intercept your master's hard-earned spices distribution rights. Still thinking of lying? Even after being threatened and tortured, the prey did not talk at all. The prey's tongue had already been cut off, it was to prevent them from exposing their masters. They would only open their mouths if the gutter rats were harmed or killed. Only then did the prey captured by the Grand Duke open his mouth. The Grand Duke threw him a mana stone that enabled him to use telepathy. I've seen him before. The prey's message resonated in everyone's minds through telepathic magic. Count Beauport sighed out of relief. He smiled as he began to feel more confident. On the other hand, Vincent couldn't help but feel more and more anxious. When did you see him? When he was nothing but a mere child. He had a striking appearance. So he had always been famous in the gutter. Tristan narrowed his eyes. He suspected that the prey was just spouting nonsense, but he had nothing to benefit from doing so. Rather, he should know that doing so could only lead to raising the Grand Duke's anger. Surely, the prey of the rats wouldn't be willing to make such a risky decision. That should have been his last choice if he actually wanted to safely get out of this dilemma. Tristan was convinced. Without a doubt, Vincent did come from the gutter. At that moment, his expression hardened. Tristan briefly recalled the old days. Vincent Valentine, a lone child who crossed the Ingo Mountains without a single weapon on him. His face had no trace of life other than not being blue. He was injured, and was wearing nothing but rags on his frail, skeletal body. It was like he was breathing without really being alive. The child proved in front of the Grand Duke and his vassals that the blood of Valentine was flowing within him. But that was not the only thing he was able to prove. He showed the Grand Duke that he was a genius of the century that will never come forth again from this earth. Your Majesty, please adopt me. I promise your Majesty won't regret it. His bold words were ridiculous and absurd. Yet, it was so daring, so conspicuous and cunning to the point that it caused the Grand Duke himself to accept his proposal. Tristan briefly turned his gaze to Vincent. I don't care where he is from, he said in a sharp tone. The Duchy of Valentine's heirloom has confirmed that Vincent was indeed of royal blood. It didn't matter where he was born and raised. What I want to know is whether Vincent is a spy or not. I don't know. You do not know. The master's right hands, whose tongue has not been cut off, are much more knowledgeable than lowly prey like us. There's no way we'd know anything about that. It was a dead end. The Grand Duke laughed while shaking the cigarette he held in between his fingers. His grey eyes reflected a blaze like madness, representing the discomfort in his heart. Then, it'll just capture them all. He was on the verge of starting a war with the gutter rats right now. The prey continued. I don't know if H is a spy, but I've seen the boy in the feeding den. The feeding den? It was a place where many of the prey's activities were held. A place that could never be visited unless the person had connections to a rat. See? Count Beauport immediately cried out as if he had seized his victory. He was in the feeding den. The testimony came from the prey that the Grand Duke had caught. This meant that Count Beauport couldn't have meddled with the prey in advance, making his words more precise. This was absolutely irreversible. The Count was convinced. The Grand Duke stared at Count Beauport with a cold gaze and spoke to the prey. Do you have anything else to say? The Count trembled back in fear. He had nothing to be afraid of, but the Grand Duke had the scariest expression he had ever seen. The prey shook his head. No. The Grand Duke of Valentine could only do so much to protect his adoptive son. Tristan thought that it was impossible for Vincent to be a spy. Even if he was one, he couldn't get anything out of it. Rather than having something to gain, Vincent would only lose everything he had acquired and just fall into hell. But it seemed that Tristan had misjudged him. Is it true? Anything related to the gutter was an extremely sensitive matter. He had no choice but to interrogate Vincent. The boy parted his lips. It's true. Why were you in the prey's feeding den? There was no answer. He avoided his gaze and bit his lips. Tristan frowned. Silence is an admission of guilt. He might have thought that he would fail to escape even if he desperately tried to explain himself. Although Vincent was adopted, the Grand Duke did not discriminate against his sons. He treated him the same and loved them both equally. If the vassal claims were true, this was the most bitter betrayal that the Grand Duke has ever suffered. He was angry and his heart was shattered to pieces. Are you a spy? No, then why were you in the feeding den? Because I made a foolish judgment. He admitted his sins. Even though I gave you a chance. Ha! Vincent, I hate answers that would only lead to more questions. This is your last chance. Answer me truthfully. He had been very considerate of Vincent. The moment Vincent became a suspect, Tristan did not immediately cut off his head or imprisoned him in a dungeon like what he usually did to the others. He did not even summon the vassals to hold a meeting. Before the trial was held, only the 5 vassals and scribes, Vincent, and the 2 prey were summoned to the basement to be investigated. That alone showed how patient Tristan had been. He tried to give Vincent a chance to redeem himself. It was a special treatment, and yet the boy didn't even open his mouth. So that was how it became. The vassals exchanged glances and smiled at one another. Lock him up and put him in jail, Tristan ordered. As if he didn't want to see him anymore, he looked away from the regretful scene. As soon as the words fell out of the Grand Duke's mouth, the Black Falcons moved in unison. They gripped Vincent and dragged him away. At that very moment, Arias' words quickly passed through Vincent's mind. If you survived because you are a genius, then you'll also die from the same cause by the people who considered you a genius. Her prophecy became a reality. The boy gritted his teeth but didn't say a word. As his shaking eyes slowly turned dull, he closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, the basement door slammed open with a large thud. Someone had just grabbed his hand. The hand was small and soft. Startled, Vincent slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a girl wearing a cute rabbit mask, her ruby eyes staring deep into his soul. "Why are you here?" Vincent muttered, confused. He couldn't believe it. The Black Falcons could not forcibly remove Arias' hand. However, it would be cumbersome not to violate the order. "Refrain yourself from unnecessary contact," Lloyd said as he took Arias' hand away from Vincent's. He was the one who opened the basement door. Tristan furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance. He spoke, "I'm sure I told you not to let anyone in." Count Beauport joined in. "I apologize, Your Majesty. Your Highness, I'm afraid you must leave. Of course, I understand that you must be concerned about your younger brother," he said, staring at Lloyd and Arya alternately with an irked expression. "Who's worried about who?" Lloyd snarled as he cut the Count's speech and stared back at his father. "I am not here because of him." Then, is there anything more important than that? If that was not the case, then he would have to pay the price for interrupting such an important moment. Lloyd silently grabbed Arias' hand and lifted it into the air. Everyone's eyes turned to Arya and to the object she was holding in her hand. She was holding a branch. What the? A twig. It was dried up and looked like it could crumble in a single hit. The scribes and the vassals were confused beyond reason. However, the expressions of the Grand Duke and the knights changed in an instant. Because they could feel the object's energy. That's. It's a holy relic. What? A relic? Wait, a holy relic. Why is she suddenly holding a holy relic? Count Beauport thought as he stared in shock together with the other vassals. They were agitated as they didn't expect this situation in the slightest. "Divine judgment," Vincent murmured. Holy relics were extremely hard to find. They were usually found in unexpected places. Humans could not look for one. Rather, the holy relics would randomly appear on its own. Once, it was buried under the sea, and at times, it was mixed in the trash. For her to find such a relic, it could only be considered as a miracle. The one chosen by the gods. Vincent was greatly astonished. "She never fails to surprise me. The divine judgment? I've never heard of such a thing. What could that relic possibly do?" the Count asked. He was trying to conceal his anxiety and delay as much time as he could. Vincent had already despised breathing in the same air as the Count. Hearing the Count's ignorant words only managed to irritate him even more. The young lad answered, "When confessing in the face of God, one should always tell the truth. If one tries to deceive God, judgment will fall upon him, and he will be condemned for his sins." God's judgment. In ancient times, the relic was used as a training tool for priests so that they could further obey the doctrine of God. But in this situation, the holy relic has a different use. It was to determine who was lying and who was telling the truth. The vassals were in panic. They did not know what to do. How is this possible? It was like scattering ashes on the already cooked rice. The tension in the basement was palpable. Count Beauport spoke, judgment, but how? At that moment, Arya moved her lips. Lloyd, who was capable of lip reading, delivered her words to the audience. "Let's test it, shall we?" That's right. We happen to have someone in front of us that could confirm its effectiveness," he said in a mocking tone. Lloyd continued to lead the situation in a comfortable manner. "I'll ask you first, Vincent." The blonde boy bit his lips. Arya approached the boy while holding the relic. Vincent pulled out his hand and held the relic as well. He was extremely nervous. "Are you a spy of the gutter rat?" "No," he replied in a subdued manner. Of course, nothing happened. Vincent was vindicated. In a matter of seconds, the situation, which seemed unlikely to be overturned, was easily countered within a snap of the little girl's fingers. "Have you ever harmed the House of Valentine, or have you ever been involved in a moment?" "No, never." The boy responded firmly with a little more confidence than before. He was shaking before, but he had finally regained his composure. Tristan, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "Why were you in the feeding den?" "I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that. However, I never did anything that would harm the house." "Is that so?" The situation was cleared up relatively fast. Count Beauport stared at the scene before him. He was too shocked to speak. This is preposterous. All of his hard work was ruined within minutes. He couldn't let this happen. That bloody blighter pisses me off. Does she have a grudge against my family? Why does she keep interfering with my plans? At first, Count Beauport thought that Arya was of no threat. His son was ripped off his title because of her, but it was all right. It could have just been a coincidence after all. But he was wrong. He was led to his defeat because he missed the chance to get rid of her beforehand. Count Beauport wanted to curse at the child, but he couldn't do so with the presence of the 3 Valentine men in front of him. So what if it's a holy relic? From everyone's reaction, it seemed that the holy relic was authentic, but the Count was bound to plant seeds of doubt. The holy relic could be a children's toy for all I know. It was suspicious in the first place. A holy relic appearing out of nowhere holding mysterious powers. After settling his thoughts, the Count finally stepped forward. "But how are we to know if such a relic is indeed real? Isn't it possible for people to pick up a twig, insert divine powers into it, and make it seem like one?" he brazenly asked. The Count had finally succeeded in proving himself a fool, that is. Only idiots could not distinguish the difference between a holy relic and a branch. At his outrageous claims, Lloyd grinned while slowly tilting his head. He took the relic out of Vincent's hand and handed it to the Count. "Then why don't Lord Beauport test the holy relic himself? Here, try to say I am innocent." "I am innocent," the Count said as he pulled out his hand in order to receive the relic. However, as soon as he made contact with the holy relic, every inch of his body trembled. It felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. After the shock, his body stiffened, and he immediately collapsed. Gasp! The vassals surrounding him started to panic and quickly retreated back. Moments later, the Count finally finished grasping the situation he was in. No matter how skillfully they tried to dig the trap, it was of no use in front of the relic. "I deeply apologize. I apologize and acknowledge that everything was just a misunderstanding," he smiled while breaking in a cold sweat. Count Beauport had made his choice. He decided that he must get out of this situation quickly. "I shall pay for my sins. But please, Your Majesty," he confessed to being in the feeding den. "I hope you understand that it was a misleading situation." However, no one would sympathize with him. If that were the case, then why would you brazenly come forward as if you had a virtuous sense of justice and loyalty to me? Even a dog would laugh at how ridiculous his words were. Tristan re-examined the data that Count Beauport presented as evidence. At first, Tristan was blinded by the feeling of betrayal, so he hadn't been able to scrutinize the documents, but now that the truth had come out, he could see a few loopholes. For example, everything from Vincent's trivial actions to his major downfall was documented. It looks as though you are determined to strike him down even if you get caught. Had Vincent not been silent when he was interrogated, the Grand Duke would have questioned his vassals before taking their bait. "Do you have any personal grudges towards the boy?" I would never." Resentment? Vincent contemplated for a moment, then spoke as soon as he remembered something. "Oh, since the Count's intelligence quotient is low, I told him to go far away from this place." My words seemed to have been quite a shock to him. The boy looked slightly apologetic. Well, not really. He did not feel any remorse for the man. The Count replied, finally admitting and reflecting on his words, I didn't understand back then. I just wanted you to face the truth, not hurt you." What rubbish. Of course, he had indeed wished for the boy's death when he heard his presumptuous words. However, the Count was not so discernible to accuse the Grand Duke's second son just because he got mad. "Well, look at you now. If you wanted to accuse me as a spy, you should have invested more time." "Pardon? What I meant to say is that you should drop it all at once. You should have made the Grand Duke doubt me little by little, spilling the small mistakes first until he fully loses his trust in me." Vincent continued, "I feel like intelligence drops endlessly when I'm in the same space as you, Count." And with that, Vincent finished his words. Of course, he understood why the Count moved in a hurry. Still, he wanted to irritate him on purpose. The situation was quickly reversed. "Why, that rotten one. I know the reason why he crawled into the feeding den with his own 2 feet. But this time, Count Beauport couldn't say anything. Talking about Vincent's history would not change the situation, and it could only cost him to accidentally reveal his secrets. Why do you hold a grudge against me? What kind of relationship do we have that you would pin all the blame against me? This is getting too long. Lloyd cut off the Count's excuses that he repeated endlessly. Just prove your innocence using this, he said before throwing the relic towards him. The Count stiffened as the relic fell accurately into his arms. He felt suffocated. Suddenly, Arya grabbed Lloyd's sleeves. What? Lloyd frowned in annoyance. The girl tilted her head so that he could look closely at her mouth. She moved her lips. Manipulation of the law. Manipulation of the law. Lloyd conveyed Arya's words as it was, and when he realized what she meant, his expression became cold. His eyes, which had a calm color like the night sky, gradually started brimming with anger. When revising the new legislation, the vassals used subtle vocabulary or added fake outdated data to manipulate the law, he uttered, words as cold as ice. The vassals forgot to breathe, and they wondered if they were actually dreaming. Rather, they hoped they were dreaming. This does not make any sense. It can't be. How did she find out? She's just a child. Nobody noticed their corruption. They should have never been caught. However, there was one person who was suspicious of them and stepped on their tails. That boy was Vincent. The second young master of Valentine realized that there was something wrong with the law. That was why he was stuck in the library all the time, reading codification manuscripts. To pinpoint the differences by comparing the old enactment with the new amendment. The vassals who participated in the act were inevitably terrified when they heard of the young master's move. So they decided to take him down first, but how in the world did the young miss figure that out? Did the second young master ever talk about it, to the extent that even the child knows? But he shouldn't have known until a lot of evidence was gathered. The secretary, Baron Stewart, was confused and gazed back at Vincent. However, the boy seemed as though he was also surprised. Thus, the scribe stared back at Arya, stupefied as to how she knew of his plans. How in the world? At one point, the scribe met Arya's gaze. Then, his eyes popped out, and his jaws fell to the ground. Surely the document. It might be because of the documents I had dropped when I bumped into her. The documents consisted of summarized information regarding the revision of the legislation. Only the vassals were allowed to see it. But it would be impossible for ordinary people to understand the bill. Only those who had studied law since childhood would be able to. He couldn't believe it. Did she figure everything out while I was busy picking up the scattered papers? But isn't she just a 10-year-old kid? This is absurd. But Arya's card didn't end there. Solicitation, establishment of false institutions, embezzlement, tax evasion, prejudice against women, there's no end to it. You dare try to deceive the House of Valentine by committing these kinds of crimes. Lloyd didn't raise his voice, but it sounded as if it were completely ruled out of emotion, as cold as ice. How dare you? Damn it! The scribe broke into a cold sweat. Though the vassals were ignorant of the law, they wrote and organized the documents as tidy as possible. But in the end, their corruption still got caught. It was a ridiculous mistake. Are these reports true? I asked if these reports were true, Count Beauport, Tristan asked while staring at Arya with a strange look. Lloyd lifted his sword and pointed it to the Count's neck without saying a word. Why me? All of the vassals' eyes turned to Count Beauport. The answer was obvious. Since he was the one holding the holy relic, it was obvious that he would be the representative of the vassals. What should I do? The Count looked around desperately, asking for help. However, the other vassals just avoided the Count's gaze. In the absence of any hesitation, Beauport gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to answer. He already knew the answer from the moment when the holy relic appeared. Cough. Baron Stewart, you have committed a grave sin. The Count handed over the holy relics to the scribe standing next to him. What? I only followed your instructions. Didn't you promise to promote me to a law enforcement officer if I followed your commands? Oh, and when did I do that? Don't make up lies, you sinner. Surprisingly, the holy relic had no reaction, which means that the scribe's words were the truth. He dug his own grave. Arya clicked her tongue. The vassals kept passing bombs towards one another, only to belatedly realize that they were self-destructing themselves. Are you aware that you've toyed with the Grand Duchy's law? Tristan finally spoke. he continued, pulling out a sword from his knight's sheath. I shall dispose of you all. Arya shuddered. She had felt this killing intent before. In the Ingo Mountains where she first met Tristan, and when Lloyd first entered the palace. The overwhelming aura that makes one's existence feel like a mere ant. Lloyd was about to pull out his sword as well. However, he stopped once he looked at Arya. With a short sigh, he raised his hand and put it in front of Arya's eyes. At the same time, Arya heard the sound of a blade cutting through the air. Rather than a sharp cutting sound, it sounded more blunt. Have mercy. Ah, why your highness, please oh my lord. The screams of the vassals could be heard, one after another, until it finally stopped. They breathed their last. The smell of blood entered her nose. Suddenly, Vincent approached Arya and covered her ears with both his hands. Huh? Arya stood in confusion. Her vision was covered and now her ears were blocked. Count Beauport's final plea filled the basement. Your highness, please hear this humble servant's words. In fact, I'm here because I know a great secret. The count could not die alone. Now that things have come to this point, he was going to bring down the second prince with him. Do you want to know why the second prince wouldn't tell you the reason for being in the feeding den? Because his mother was a prostitute. Who his mother is doesn't bother me. The count knew that he would answer that. But that didn't matter. After a moment's pause, the count gave Vincent a crooked smile. The boy's hand, which was wrapped around Arya's ear, trembled in fear. The count spoke in a more dramatic tone, H is the son of a prey. This is what Vincent was trying to hide. Being the children of a prey was considered to be a great disgrace in the Grand Duchy. It was extremely taboo that many children have been banished from the land. Vincent's biological mother was a prostitute from the gutter. In addition, his mother voluntarily cut off her own tongue to become a prey to the gutter rat. Fortunately, Vincent ran away before his tongue was cut off and headed for the Valentine Palace. And like a miracle, he was adopted as the Grand Duke's second son, despite having very little Valentine blood. Everyone knows that their children are the prey's right hand. The offspring of a prey are fed to become another prey without a single exception. Even if one were to thoroughly erase their traces so that they could hide their tail, one could easily reveal them if their tail was long. The count overheard the story in a brothel, an angel-looking noble boy with blonde blue eyes who frequently visits the gutter's feeding hole. He only heard of those rumors after bribing a bunch of prostitutes. 'Cause the deadliest secret is to wander in the darkest place, not the brightest. The count thought this must be the Grand Duke's first time hearing it. Does your majesty know that H has been in and out of the gutter for 5 years? He plans to sneak out the prostitute, no, the prey, out of the gutter. Count Beauport has always regarded Vincent as an eyesore. Even though I've married a witless woman from the imperial family. The House of Beauport had a long history. Although the house was very wealthy, the count was not satisfied and so he married the late emperor's niece. His wife, the late emperor's niece, was cherished by the late emperor himself, thus, he was able to establish a relationship with the imperial family. Nevertheless, he had been completely pushed out of the imperial government since the death of the late emperor. Vincent, on the other hand, was regarded and praised as a genius for being a distant relative of Valentine. Why was the world so unfair? Why do people say that only nobles have blue blood? Because we were chosen by God. So why is it that the count, his wife and his children live less than the son of a gutter rat? It was absurd. By God's bones, this young lad is mad. To think of sneaking food out of a feeding den. You want to save her, or are you bringing your mother to her demise? Either way, I'll make sure that never happens. Even if Vincent blocked Arya's ears, she could still hear everything. Your Highness cannot let this be as the Grand Duchy is at stake. Even if he looks fine, he might have already been brainwashed. Or even if H is alright now, he might be influenced by his mother someday. The Count shouted in a voice seething with evil. Arya felt Vincent's hands loosen from her ears. Thus, she placed her hand on the boy's palm and held it tightly. As if she already knew, she wanted him to know that there was nothing to tremble about. He had nothing to be ashamed of. The hand that covered her eyes and ears flinched at the same time. Suddenly it doesn't matter where H is from. Tristan spoke as if he had read Arya's mind. He continued, you know, no one has heard me say the same thing 3 times. Then a sharp metallic ring cut through the air, because I killed them all. The sound of breathing completely stopped, and red blood soaked the floor. Now all that was left in the basement were the 3 men of Valentine, the Black Falcons, the stunned Praise, and Arya. Now, move the little ones out of this room, Tristan said as he forced them out of the basement. The Black Falcons escorted the children to the hall. Then, they bowed down, and stepped back. Lloyd was stunned for a moment. Was he kicked out for being a kid, when it's such a huge family matter? He wanted to get back in. Suddenly, he saw Arya from the corner of his eyes. He softened his expression. What? Just now Lloyd tried his best to calm his expression, but he still looked sour. He spoke calmly, I did what you said. From his inner pocket, the boy took out the card that Arya had handed him. Is the authority you gave me still in effect? The first time he saw the card, Lloyd thought, of course it is. The power was absolute and will never cease to exist. Once she had attained it, no one would be able to defy her orders. It could only be taken away from people of the same power or higher. Yes, it's valid, Lloyd replied. He wondered what she was about to do. Then do as I say. Arya suddenly gave him an order. It was the most unbelievable thing Lloyd had ever experienced in his entire life. He couldn't believe she was using the authority he gave her just to order him around. Still, he had no choice. So he followed her for the rest of the day, not knowing what kind of order she was about to make. However, Lloyd expected her commands to be more human-like. Nasty and selfish. Of course, he was completely off the mark. I didn't give her the authority to use it for this. Thanks to Arya, Vincent was able to avoid being evicted under false accusation. She even dealt with all of the corrupt vassals at once. Though, the outcome was good. This isn't what I wanted her to wish for. He thought she would regret it even a little bit, but she looked like she had no regrets at all. Shush is not interested in anything like that, let alone taking a share of the authority Shush has been given. Rather, she was using it to help someone who has nothing to do with her. It only made the impression that she didn't fit in at all with Valentine. You don't seem interested in money, fame, or power. The most difficult thing to deal with in this world was a human being who could not move with money, honor, and power. Because he doesn't know what they want, let's try to push what the alternative purpose is. But Shush has already done it. Arya only said nonsense saying that being patted felt good. Still, it felt strangely incompatible to be just a little child who just wanted to be loved. No wonder he didn't feel good. He didn't know exactly what it was. The feeling of saving Lloyd from the threat of life several times continued to warn. He should be next to her. As expected, I'll have to get you out. Lloyd made an even more firm resolve. Knowing that Grand Duke Valentine is aging, that won't stop him from going out on his own feet. He looked at Vincent for a moment and said, You will talk next time. Yes, brother. Vincent still had no strength in his body, but he smiled as if he was trying hard. Lloyd sighed for a moment at the sight of the boy, and then he passed by indifferently. So, only Arya and Vincent were left. Arya tried to follow Lloyd away, but she stopped her steps as if she had suddenly remembered. And she rummaged through her old bag. I understand. Why did you have to say and act like that? Of course, it didn't seem to be overboard, but Vincent was quite desperate. In order not to be ignored somehow, to shake off the shadow of one's origin that seems to be impossible to escape no matter how hard he tries. He desperately wanted to show the world that he was a genius. Wasn't it some sort of defense mechanism? I know you said it in good faith that you listened to my performance and recommended Valentine's support. Because that's your way of survival, she swallowed her words. I think it's cute to hear you brag that you're a genius, but don't cross the line, unless you want to fulfill the myth that geniuses are short-lived. Is this consolation or intimidation? Vincent was confused. Arya patted his head as if petting him. It was an innocent touch. He can't feel even a single drop of affection, but Vincent stiffened and fiddled with his own hair. Until she turns her back and walks away, Vincent was silent for a while. Is this a big shock? As time passed, Arya had a slightly different thought. If his mother had been the prey of gutter rats and kept going in and out of the gutter, the Grand Duke would have known someday, no matter how long it took. Then what happened? She suddenly wondered. After Vincent was driven out of his past life, the Grand Duke, who later learned all the truth, found him again. I don't know right now. After Vincent was evicted, she heard that he died miserably in his gutter. He can't find someone who's already dead. That was then. She suddenly heard a knock on the desk. Arya slowly raised her head. It's been a while, sister-in-law. It was Vincent. He took a seat in front of Arya, putting down the documents he had brought to the library to study. This time it wasn't the law code. His Highness and brother took my mother out of the gutter and moved her to a safe place. And he suddenly brought this up. I think you might be curious. Supposedly, after Arya heard those words, she somehow had a thought. A few years later, Tristan and Lloyd, who later learned all the truth, must have found Vincent. Although what they found was a cold corpse, was this a step to prevent the Valentine's incident? She does not know, but Arya thought she would keep running while doing everything she could possibly do until then. Why did you help me? Vincent asked as if waking her from her thoughts. Arya tilted her head, and she replied as if he was asking again when she had already told him. I said I would protect my person. Am I sister-in-law's person too? No, you are Lloyd's younger brother. Her answer was very firm. Vincent was silent for a moment with a puzzled look, and then he let out a faint smile. You mean you helped me because I was brother's younger brother? Arya nodded her head. She didn't hesitate for a second. As if there was only Lloyd in her line. Is there no chance that I will become sister-in-law's person? Even 1%? Even 0.1%? The question is persistent. The boy's face, who had been hesitating, became hardened. Anyway, I said that I helped you because you were Lloyd's younger brother, so why are you getting so serious about it? Arya sighed and wrote a new card. Try that. An effort to be 0.1%. Vincent grumbled about whether he was being discriminated severely against, but then he smirked and laughed. I'm confident in trying. Therefore, Tristan looked down at Arya, who looked up at him with her eyes wide open. And he looked away. Standing next to her was Carlin, who continued to stare at her and smirk. You said you gave me the relics you brought. Then the shaman responded dryly with a soulless voice. Yes, because the miss keeps asking for it. Even a passing dog knew that there were no relics in Valentine's estate. Because this place isn't called the Devil's Land for nothing. So the only conclusion I can come to is that I got it from outside the territory. Arya finds out that she has gone all the way to Garcia, so naturally, she blames the relics as Carlin's. It was because she heard that his hobby was to disappear from time to time and to travel all over the world. If it's Carlin, it wouldn't be strange at all if he was hiding at least one relic he found by chance. Thanks to this, Carlin's situation became very embarrassing. Are you making a fuss? Hearing that, his employer seemed very displeased. I never said that I needed anything trivial, so you're the one who makes me buy and donate things first. Is that so? But I can't believe you're whining, you. He doesn't know why those words sounded like something like you. Carlin was at a loss for words for a moment. Aren't holy relics enough to whine about? Why are you so jealous of that? The shaman unknowingly glanced at Dwayne, the Grand Duke's assistant. You are already serious. He shook his head as if he understood 100 times. Carlin changed his words to avoid sparks splattered at him. Come to think of it, I asked politely rather than make a fuss. Ask politely? Look at me and tell me what to do. Tristan seemed unwilling to listen to what Carlin had to say. Only Arya, who was able to move through this flexibly because of his sacrifice, smiled brightly. Isn't this necklace a holy relic? Carlin said, carefully examining the necklace Arya held out. At first glance, the transparent crystal crafted in the shape of water droplets looked just like an ordinary jewel necklace. It was an item she obtained as a bonus along with the holy relics when she went to the Holy Empire. It is common for holy relics to contain a lot of divine power, but it doesn't feel any energy. Of course, the miss knew it. Arya nodded her head. It seems to be something that sucks life force. Sucks life force? Yes. It's usually like a magic sword type. A magic sword? Arya was familiar with that notoriety. It is said that just raising the sword sucks energy to the limit, and ordinary people simply die. And it also absorbs energy through human blood. Instead, it is said that the power is enormous as it absorbs a huge amount of energy. There are quite a few gems like this necklace. They're usually called cursed gems, and they kill all the owners. It's brutal. Arya stared intently at the necklace in Carlin's hand. So does it mean that Veronica wore a cursed necklace that killed even its owner? TL note. So Carlin was previously translated as just Carl. But I think the name is Carlin, so I'll be keeping the name Carlin from now on. Smiley face. And since I'm also back reading this as I go, please bear with me if there are slight mistakes. Thank you for waiting. Well, she wouldn't have died because she was the saint. Then Carlin poured magic into the necklace. Then the transparent jewel suddenly glowed dark red and trembled, then became transparent again like how it always was. But magical powers don't work. Then what do you think works? I don't know. It could be divine power, it could be blood, it could be soul. Carlin handed over the necklace again, presuming that it was divine power, as she had picked it up from a temple site. Arya tried to infuse her own magical power, just in case. The jewel was briefly dyed a dazzling purple color, then became transparent again. Is it not a magical power or a divine power? Arya thought she might not be able to reveal the identity of the necklace then for the rest of her life. I don't intend to be involved with the Holy Empire as much as possible in the future. She tucked the necklace in with an uneasy expression. Anyway, that was the point from now on. Pierce my core. No, can't do. Then the sword-like sharp answer came back. Arya thought about it. She must have been scammed. I told you to prove it, but you didn't say you did. Swindler. Who is the swindler? Carlin groaned, but he still averted his gaze as if he was the one being stabbed. It was a mistake to give a chance to a 10-year-old kid, because he wondered what she would be able to do. Anyway, Carlin didn't want to kill Arya. No, to be exact, he doesn't want to be brutally murdered by his employer, precisely for killing the miss. He was an unparalleled great shaman, but nonetheless he still could not win against the devil. From my point of view, I think the miss talent will reach someday. No, with my help, it can be done within a year. But you'll risk your life because you can't stand that year. If I die, there is nothing I can do. That attitude is the problem. Carlin had become frustrated. Normal people leave their lives as a last resort, no matter what extreme goals they set. Because that's human nature. But Arya didn't really care about her own life. I'm going to say this after joining in, but it was really crazy to go to the place alone. It wasn't really what he meant. I know that the coordinates are set to the Papal Palace, so of course there are things to do there. Carlin suddenly started nagging. He sent her knowing that it was safe because the world knew about the security in the capital of the Holy Empire. Well, to me, the capital seems to be the most dangerous. The Holy Empire keeps the Siren in check, because the recovery of the body was a unique realm of divine power. Healing diseases and creating miracles could only be done by those with divine power. It was no exaggeration to say that the existence of the Siren itself was a challenge to God's authority. Right now, only a few know the existence of the Siren, so they won't come forward. When the Siren's name begins to be widely known and praised, they will rush to find their weaknesses. And they were going to use it as an excuse for war by finding out that Arya's song incites people's madness. Like it was in the previous life. Arya wondered if the reason the sire lived in hiding for generations might have been because of the oppression of the Holy Empire, which was not written down in the history books. Then Carlin suddenly stopped what he was saying and asked with an annoyed look on his face. You're not listening to me right now and you're thinking of something else. You're waiting for me to stop nagging and pierce your core. Sometimes, it seems that you really wanted to die. Didn't she say that she doesn't want to get involved, but she wants to change the future anyway? To do that, she has to survive. He jumped up from his seat, clicking his tongue at Arya's stubbornness. I'll get going then. Carlin muttered something, drew a shamanic circle, and then vanished in the air. What kind of irresponsible? Arya sighed briefly, then patted Silver's back, who was lying next to her. She said, "The next time you see the shaman, bite his butt. Rough." Silver barked loudly. After finishing her singing practice, Arya was still standing around the garden today. Because today was the day Sabina sent a letter. But in the end, the carrier pigeon did not even bring a flower. It's never like this before. It's ominous. Arya looked only into the air until the sun went down. Dark clouds were floating in the sky as if it was going to rain soon. Achoo! It's cold. Wearing her summer short sleeveless dress, she shrugged her shoulders and sneezed. As if they had waited, raindrops began to fall, 1 or 2 drops at a time. Arya furrowed her eyebrows and stretched her palms toward the sky above. The rain soon became thicker. Sure, it was when she was defenseless against the sudden pouring rain. Black darkness fell before her eyes. Arya raised her head in wonder. It was an umbrella. You're going to collapse again. She tilted her head to the limit. Lloyd looked down at her displeased as she squatted down. Do you think you can be a flower? Yes. It's not raining for you. That's obvious. Arya licked her lips. Showers usually fall suddenly. Ha, Pretend to avoid the rain and say things like that. There's nothing to say. Arya, who was quietly in the rain because she was too lazy to move, averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. Lloyd let out a sigh as she was fiddling with the flower in front of her. What do you do in the garden every day, idly standing? Aren't you tired of it? Shusha's waiting for a letter, Arya thought to herself. But she didn't say anything because it was a secret that she and Sabina sent letters. Because you're standing here, Lloyd shook his head slightly and mumbled something softly. She heard what he was saying, but had no idea what he meant. It was when she tilted her head at her puzzledness. Grand Prince. The attendant who had been wandering around in search of Lloyd came running towards this side. They were drenched from head to toe. I think you should come and see it now. What's going on? The madam suddenly had a seizure. Up to this point, it's actually happened quite often. But was it different this time? The attendant's voice trembled uncontrollably as they conveyed their words. The doctor said it would be difficult to pass today. What? Arya jumped up. She can't believe the end is already here. It was what she expected. It was what she expected. I didn't know it would be this fast. Arya bit her lips tightly. She hadn't even sung the first verse of the healing song. The only answer is to threaten the shaman to pierce her core. It was when she made up her mind and hurriedly took her steps. Her wrists were held tightly. Arya raised her head, with eyes wide open, and the blade-sharp gaze met hers. Your wrist is all better. She was hit by a jaguar and sprained her wrist, but now it was fine. Because she wasn't seriously hurt in the first place. I'll make a mansion for you to live in the Grand Duchy. I don't have a hobby of pushing a child who said she would live again. If there's anything you want, just tell me. I'll get everything no matter how much it costs or how long it takes. Now was not the time to be like this. Arya, who was in a hurry, shook her hand several times to shake off the grip on her wrist. Let go. But Lloyd held on tight and wouldn't let go. He held the black umbrella over his hand to Arias. Contrary to the gentle consideration, his eyes were dyed blacker than the night sky, and it was cold. So get out of here. This time it's real. It's a real dismissal order. His quiet sincerity was read even without the radical expression of telling her to get out. Arya paused for a moment, holding an umbrella that was too big for her to lift. Call Dana. Lloyd gave orders to the attendant and left without looking back. Arya was silent for a moment, and she stood firm on the spot. Until Dana comes and takes her to her room. Why is it raining like this? Dana looked at the pouring rain and muttered as if she was tired of the rain. It's really the last chance. Arya bit her lip thinking that it was finally time. I have to save her no matter what. Arya recalled that she had returned to the time after her mother, Sophia's, death. It was similar to the despair she felt then. Even though she has enough power to save her, she feels helpless to give up according to the laws that cannot be helped by human power. Is this fate and is this rational? No way. Going back in time was a miracle out of fate and order. If you get a miraculous opportunity, should enter you do a miracle. At dawn, Arya opened her eyes. Carefully, she got up and walked out of the room. And she ran down the hallway. She almost ran into the employees from time to time, but she managed to get through a few crises by hiding herself in a corner. Arya called Silver and climbed on its back, to the east tower. A drizzle of rain hit her face violently. Arya shook her wet body, but she didn't care and clenched her teeth regardless. She went to the shaman and said, I'm going to cure the Grand Duke's wife. I'll ask you again. Pierce the core as promised before. It was a bold declaration to change the future and to go against the rules. It's not possible. The madam is the one who must die today. That's the law. What she wanted to do is break the laws of the world. You can say that. It's hard for Carlin to say no as firmly as last time. He couldn't even run away. Just like back then, when he reluctantly suggested that she prove her abilities, the current Arya had such a power that he couldn't resist somehow. Those damn eyes. With a soft color like petals. Strangely, there was a strong power that made people believe and move. I'm crazy. I must be crazy. Carlin grumbled constantly. It was because he readily accepted a 10-year-old's childish request. Somehow, from the first time she broke the door, he had a bad feeling. No matter how talented the young miss is, if you forcibly pierces your core, you will die. So, I'll temporarily activate it. In simple terms, I'm going to use my magic to open up a fake path. I thought you were going to say no again. Arya widened her eyes as if in surprise, and then nodded her head. She didn't care what it was, as long as she could use her powers right now. However, if you take in an energy that is different from your natural energy, the side effects are huge. It will all going to burden your body. Karlan sighed deeply while speaking. Arya was now drenched in the rain. But, whether water drips from her body or not, she doesn't even think about drying it. She didn't seem to care about the condition of her own body. He couldn't help but sigh. Please come back alive, or I will be killed by my employer. Yes, I will. You're very good at answering, Karlan grumbled to the end. Then after biting his finger, he shed blood and engraved the text on Arya's forehead. The text engraved in blood instantly turned golden, and permeated without a trace on her forehead. This is all I can do, Karlan said and moved Arya to the Grand Duchess room in an instant. If you move me right away, people will find out. Arya looked frightened and looked around the unfamiliar surroundings. But strangely, she didn't see anyone. She of course thought there would be Valentine's blood relatives to keep her on her deathbed. No Tristan, no Lloyd, no Vincent. Arya panicked and she froze there for a moment. From the sound outside the room, it seems to not be surrounded by guards. There is no one guarding the room. She found it strange that Sabina didn't even have someone to nurse for her. I'm sure today is the last day. The interior of the room was so small and simple that it was hard to believe that it was a room used by the mistress of the Grand Duchy. Perhaps it is a structure that considers the movement of patients with difficult mobility. Arya scanned the monotonous wallpaper and simple design of furniture, and found a white curtain spread over the bed, and she turned her direction towards it. Sabina. Beyond the veil was the shadow of death that could not be hidden. Short breathing and light moans. Arya was worried about Sabina's condition, so she took a step forward. At the same time, a cold voice like frost fell. Obviously I told no one to come in. Arya was surprised. It was a rough, cracked, thin breath that seemed to break at any moment. But Arya felt a bold spirit that couldn't be hidden in the voice. Like a knight, no, like a commander. Arya opened her eyes and stopped her steps. The Grand Duchess coughed, and then spoke to her. Go away. She was only now aware of the situation. All the people who were guarding the Grand Duchess were kicked out, so they couldn't be by her deathbed. Come to think of it, I've heard of it. Whenever Sabina's illness becomes critical, she wants to be alone, and she kicks everyone out. So, her husband and son, who were unable to be by her side, were killing people. Why are you rejecting everyone? Maybe it's because she thinks that the disease can't get better no matter what she does. Or maybe it's because she doesn't want to show anyone her weakness. Arya found the look of Sabina's son, Lloyd, from her current look for some reason. She thought, somehow, that Sabina was being harsher on purpose. Didn't I tell you to go? Arya stepped forward and stood in front of the veil. Sabina, who turned her head in annoyance, but laboriously, made a voice slightly startled by the shadow smaller than she had expected. She muttered in a slightly bewildered voice. No one can come in here. Through the cracks in the scattered veil, Sabina's figure caught a glimpse. The pitifully skinny fingers reminded her of a relic she had seen before. Arya suddenly wondered, what was the Grand Duchess like before she got sick? She thought that it would be quite different from how she is lying helplessly like she is now. Arya took a small breath. Then, with the veil in between, a sound filled with magical power flowed in. Do you know the land where the lemon trees grow? Slowly, quietly, she continued her singing. So as to not strain herself, the end of life was less painful than she thought. Sabina couldn't feel anything anymore. Her body, which only felt heavy weight, became lighter and lighter. Lighter than feathers roaming the air. She was finally freed from the bondage of her sick body. Her eyes gradually became blurry, and it went dark in an instant. Oh, I'm going to die soon. Now it's really over. She thought so. Do you know the land where the lemon trees grow? But Sabina heard the sound of life breathing into her senses that were gradually disappearing. It was all over the place. Like a mother's lullaby, the song, which bloomed in the sky, quietly permeated her ear like a drizzle. In darkened leaves the gold oranges glow, a soft wind blows from the pure blue sky. The pungent smell of grass brushed the tip of her nose. The fresh green of summer gently tapped her heart. As if to announce her noon, the green color fluttered with comfort like water drops falling on the surface of the water. The myrtle stands mute, and the bay tree high, Sabina took no care, and she roamed among the overgrown grasses. Do you know it well? It's there I'd be gone, to be there with you, oh, my beloved one. The gentle melody seemed to be cut off and went to one place one step at a time. Like a gentle breeze, turning behind her then disappeared, and when she looked forward, it pushed her back. Do you know the clouded mountain mass? The mule picks its way through the misted pass. And dragons in caves raise their ancient brood, and the cliffs are polished smooth by the flood. The river, which was flowing gently, met the sea and shook like a huge wave. The weight of life began to weigh on her again. Do you know it well? It's there I'd be gone, to be there with you, oh, my beloved one. She wondered if she would wake up from the pain, and her breath, which had been stopped, burst out with a cough. Her chest ached like it was crushed as she took a deep breath. Life and pain go hand in hand. Her vision that had flickered in black flashed, and soon she met the emerald-colored world. Do you know it well? It's there I'd be gone, to be there with you, oh, my beloved one. Then her pain was gone, and a gentle breeze wrapped around her flesh. As the sound of the singing disappeared, the feeling that had been lost came back. Her world, which she thought had collapsed and disappeared, began to bloom again. This time, it wasn't a hallucination, it was reality. Sabina slowly lifted her closed eyelids. It was raining hard. Drops of water on the windowsill. Water drops flowing through the leaves. The land is wet and breathing. And a singing voice. I'm alive. She checked the imprint of the little person beyond the veil. The fairy of spring, Sabina muttered with confidence. Then she saw a really small figure, like a fairy, startled. But she couldn't continue talking, because Suma came rushing in uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Arya vomited blood as soon as Sabina fell asleep. This seems to be what Carlin referred to as the side effect of taking in an energy different from her natural energy. She felt like she was going to throw up her insides because her stomach won't turn anymore. Arya was paying the price for lightly passing the shaman's warning. Gh. He suggested a safer alternative than piercing the core. Even this is so far. Had he pierced the core as she had asked the shaman in the first place, she would have been really dead. Still, I was able to sing a song of healing, even temporarily, so it was cheap at this price. She saved Sabina. Finally, she had fulfilled her first wish properly. She leaned against the wall for a moment in shock, as if she was being ripped to pieces, holding her breath, and finally regained her mind. Then she took out her handkerchief and wiped her lips and her hands roughly, then dug through her arms again. She had originally planned to deal with the guards out of the room by singing the Song of Oblivion, but she couldn't. There was a reason the shaman provided a separate movement scroll. Arya grabbed the enchanted movement scroll and tore it to pieces with a blunt blade. At the same time, her body immediately moved out of the main palace. Phew, she roughly wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth in the rain, preparing to whistle to call Silver. It's raining again. That was then. Suddenly another voice interrupted and broke the silence. Arya raised her head in surprise. On the second-floor terrace, a dark-haired boy was staring intensely at her. Lyrics quote, Goethe's novel, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Mignon. Regular updates scheduled starting from this week are on Monday and Sunday. Since when has he been watching? Arya quickly looked at Lloyd's expression. The boy's smooth forehead had cracks as before. This situation seemed unsatisfying, but he didn't seem to know anything. He didn't see it. Arya sighed in relief. If he had witnessed her move with the movement scroll, he would have started to doubt her again. As she lifted her head, rainwater poured in through the hole. Lloyd stared tenaciously at the raindrops that flowed from her eyes and formed a mask, running down her chin. The eyes, blacker than the night sky, shone like a wild beast. He asked, narrowing his eyes, is it rain or tears? Well, of course it was rainwater. Arya couldn't understand those words. Then she suddenly remembered a scene in the opera Aida. The main character, Aida, was in the rain to hide her crying. Crying in the corner that no one can find out. Is that a misunderstanding? Sold to the Grand Duchy and with no other to turn to, she hid in the rain and cried secretly, because she was afraid to show people even her flowing tears. It was an absurd misunderstanding, but there was no way to solve the misunderstanding. No, it might be better to let it be misunderstood. Because she doesn't have any excuses for why she was out alone. So Arya avoided his gaze, as she did not answer the boy's question. It's a talent to go against my nerves this much. Lloyd grabbed the railing of the terrace and jumped lightly. Mud stuck to the boy's trousers, which were made of fine fabric. He approached her without paying any attention to his clothes getting wet. If you speak, I will understand. If you don't face anything, I'll feel bad. Whether it's rain, people or anything, don't leave like this. Lloyd came close to her threateningly and clenched his fists tightly. He seemed not to know why he had to put up with this. As if he didn't know what to do with Arya, who made him say this. Lloyd's eyes, soaked in rainwater, sank more and more deeper than the deep sea. Calm down. Arya put her hand on the boy's head as if saying so. Her hand didn't even reach the top of his head, so it was closer to touching his bangs. She admired in her mind. The feel of his hair was soft. The slender slickness was easily disorganized between her fingers. As expected, this person was still a child. As if he was very surprised, his wide-open eyes felt cuter than expected, and Arya was perplexed inside. The Lloyd that she remembers was a fully mature man. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, Arya thought for a moment. When Dana stroked her hair, I couldn't pinpoint what to explain. The tickling from the fingertips spread all over her body, filling her with warmth, and it seemed as if all her clots were melting away. No pain, no anger, no sadness, no loneliness. She just thought he would like it too. She wanted to comfort him. I hope you don't get sick. Arya flapped her lips. Lloyd's black eyes fluttered slightly. He again carefully flicked the rain-drenched black bangs to the side. Then, even at a young age, his cool and stretched facial features were revealed. This makes him a little meek. A feisty cat. It was when Arya was secretly thinking she was rude. Lloyd, who seemed to have calmed his excitement for a moment, grabbed her wrist roughly. Who do you think is weak like you? He sighed as he brushed his bangs with his remaining hand. I don't know how you're going to hold out while getting rained on. You'll die. Surely. Arya knew it too. That the Valentine Grand Duchy wives are short-lived from generation to generation. It's not that I didn't know. Arya looked up at Lloyd with a dazed gaze with such a meaning. Then the boy licked his mouth and then bit it. At the same time, his gaze at her at the same time became cold in an instant. I won't even look at you if you cry. Lloyd dragged Arya and took his steps. Even the gatekeepers who guarded the castle gates were confused as they looked at them drenched in the rain. Lloyd naturally grabbed the towel the servants handed over and put it on Arya's head. And he pressed it on her crown as if to wipe it off. Arya bowed her head for a moment at the strength, then grabbed the end of the towel with her hands and she looked up at him. It's no use having eyes like a puppy in the rain. I don't know what you're dreaming of in the Grand Duchy. This is hell. It's worse than any past you've been through. As she stares silently, this is the bottom. The boy re-emphasized it and put on a freezing cold sneer. His brief smile seemed to ask sarcastically why she was staying here when she was weak in body and mind. At the same time, he felt a deep hatred for Valentine. That was also self-hatred. Once you step in, you'll never get out. You can't handle it. Before that, get out. I'll take responsibility and let you go. Lloyd added, pushing Arya into the guest room. And as she thought he was going out, he threw her into the bathroom. Can you take a bath by yourself? Can you take a bath by yourself? When Arya was treated as a child by Lloyd, she felt strange. Because, in her eyes, he looked younger. I'm not a kid. She licked her lips. After reading Arya's mouth shape, Lloyd snorted back in reply. That's right, kid. He strode in, turned on the faucet, and poured the hot water in the bathtub. Hot steam rose from the water filled in the bathtub. If she takes a bath here, her flesh will probably ripen. Do you want me to go in? Arya took turns looking at Lloyd and the boiling bath water. He raised his eyebrows as if asking if there's a problem. The young master, who must have been taking a prepared bath unlike this all his life, didn't seem to know that he had to control the temperature of the water. Who is really looking at whom and calling them children? You tried. Arya gently stroked the boy's head, who was standing crookedly. As if weird. Oh, why again who? Take a bath and change clothes. He let out an annoyed sigh and clasped her hand. Then he rummaged through the closet, pulled out any clothes, and forced it into Arya's arms. With a bang, the bathroom door closed. Outside, she could still feel the boy's presence. Oh, H is watching. Was he planning on waiting outside until Shush is all washed up? Arya was bewildered, but she understood his feelings. She had gotten ill after getting rained on. Well, it was because she used too much power and she barely stays in her room, and he finds her getting rained on outside again. It's strange that he wasn't angry. It was fortunate that people didn't get angry and shout like fire. Had Arya was with the people she had been through in her previous life, they would have raised their hand already. She knew Lloyd's different from them. I thought he would at least ignore me now. I didn't even think to listen to him and disappointed him many times. But contrary to Arya's expectations, Lloyd still cares about her. He seemed to not want her to get sick. Because he can't kick me out when I'm sick. No, he could have kicked her out at any time, whether sick or not. For some reason, it felt like her face was heating up from the heat of the hot water. Arya turned the faucet and mixed cold water into the boiling bath water. I ordered my knight to find a mansion worthy of your living without the Grand Duke's knowledge. I'll get it in one day, so don't get sick until then, stay quiet. You want me to live outside the castle? How? Arya splashed water for no reason and made a sullen expression. You know, once you get married, you can't legally divorce. As long as the marriage documents were exchanged, the two were married and could divorce after reaching adulthood under imperial law. It was a law to prevent even a little bit of the reckless marriage business of the aristocrats. So now is your last chance to run away. Arya slammed the bathroom door open. Lloyd, leaning against the wall right next to the door, looked down at her with a surprised face. Lloyd stopped talking. I'm not running away. As Arya said, she could have lived a normal life in the Grand Duchy. She could have completely ignored the Valentine's incident and the misfortunes of this place. She will be able to live freely. But she didn't want to live like that. She will definitely regret it. One life full of regrets for her was enough. Divorce. 10 years later. When she become an adult. So, marry me. Arya moved her bluish lips to and fro so he could understand. Lloyd, who was paying close attention to the shape of her mouth, didn't seem to understand at all. Did you understand what I was saying? Let's get married to get a divorce. No matter how much you think about it, I don't know what you want. I'm worried about your safety, yet you don't care about your body at all. You're not interested in money or power, then? Arya hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes tightly. She grabbed the rain-soaked boy's collar and tugged it. Suddenly she pressed her lips to his closer cheek, pressed it together, and pulled back quickly. I don't bite. I came all the way here to marry you, and I have no intention of running away no matter how much you scared me. So even if you hate me, I can't help it as if say NG that. Lloyd slowly raised his hand and brushed his own cheeks away from her, that had touched Arya's lips. The light slowly returned to his eyes, which seemed to have gone out of his mind, and it burned horrible. It looked like a black flame. Arya felt threatened by the threatening aura. Hook, she quickly closed and locked the bathroom door before the boy regained his senses. It was fortunate that it was a structure that could be locked from the inside. Hey, open the door. Quang, the doorknob fluttered. Arya was startled and she went into the moderately warm bathtub. She pretends to wash hard while hearing the sound of gritting teeth from outside. Surprised by Lloyd's threatening aura, her heart raced. Grand Prince. It was around the time when the rabbit mask had dried up after taking a bath. Suddenly the door swung open. I heard you were in the rain with the lady. What is going on? Dana rushed over and blocked between Arya and Lloyd. Perhaps it was while she was sleeping. Her usual neat appearance was nowhere to be found, her hair was out of shape and her attire was a mess. Did you threaten her again? Dana noticed the subtle tension between the two and asked. Well, I felt a death threat. It was her fault anyway, so Arya grabbed Dana's hem and shook her head. Lloyd didn't seem to care whether he was misunderstood or not, he was just staring fiercely at Arya. It was a gaze like a cold blade. If he had been able to kill people with his eyes, she would have already been stabbed to death. You two, what happened? Dana knew the boy well as she had once been Lloyd's nanny. Even in her eyes, Lloyd's momentum was not normal. Dana looked at the two of them in turn and made a puzzled expression. Fearless rabbit. Is this calling her? Arya tilted her head. My first no, that's okay. It sounded like a little swearing. Lloyd looked like he was about to burst into anger, then swallowed his emotions. He then rubbed his own cheek with his palm. Rubbed his cheeks until his cheeks turned red, although he immediately returned with a nonchalant look on his face, as if nothing ever happened. First, Arya held up her card and asked again, as if she didn't expect the word at all. Because she thought that it wouldn't be the first time for a kiss on the cheek. If it was a noble son, a light kiss on the cheek would have been accepted as a greeting. No way. However, Lloyd, who looked uncomfortable, took her card, ripped it to shreds and threw it away. Why do you want to marry me that much? Lloyd asked. She explained why she came to the Grand Duchy. Simultaneously with her question, the bloody gaze was removed and it began to shine sharply without emotion. Arya felt it intuitively. H is going to make a decision based on my answer now. Was he going to kick her out of the castle, or will he keep her by his side? So she answered, I want to bring back the happiness that the person who saved me could have enjoyed. Her own honest feelings. What? The boy asked a beat late. And he narrowed his eyes, as if doubting that he had read her card correctly. That was then. Suddenly, a thumping sound was heard and an employee opened the door. Great thing, no, a miracle has happened. Madam has risen from the sick bed. The timing is coincidental. Lloyd turned to Arya with a hard expression on his face, then asked. Have she crossed the crisis? No, it's not. Shush is suddenly healthy. What else is that? Lloyd asked with a vicious force. And he strode over and placed his hand on the handle of his sword. It's like H is going to slash his throat off if it's nonsense. But Arya found the boy's fingertips trembling. Her body was weakened due to a long illness, but other than that, she is said to be in good health. As if the disease had disappeared. Guide me. Lloyd followed the employee and hurriedly left the place. Dana also asked Arya for a pardon and quickly followed the boy. Arya looked at their backs and was relieved. Thank God. For some reason, her eyes were blinking. She slumped her body as if she had collapsed on the bed. Arya's physical condition was the worst. It was the first time she had been so sick since turning back time. She forcibly opened her core, sang a healing song, and then got hit by the rain, so it was actually strange that she was fine. Did you faint again? Lloyd's consideration for pushing her to a bath to avoid getting sick was useless. Fearless Rabbit. It was a name she got used to after hearing once. Arya gently opened her eyes. Lloyd was facing the intense sunlight penetrating the window. Perhaps it was because she was overwhelmed by the fever, his expressionless face was particularly dazzling. Lloyd suddenly reached out to her. Arya's shoulders trembled as he touched the rabbit mask as if he was going to take it off. Why are you crying like this? The boy wiped away the tears, not the mask. Only after seeing the tears on the tips of his fingers did Arya realize she was crying. I must have cried because of the pain. It was physiological tears. Arya was relieved that she hadn't made a single sound of pain, even though she was in pain as if her insides had been turned over. That's why habits are scary. Your mask is all wet. As Lloyd said, the rabbit's mask was wet with tears or sweat. You have a fever. It's better to take it off. I have to know the face of the person who will be my wife. He had a bitter expression on his face even though he had said it himself. Arya, who heard those words, had a similar expression. I'm the one who forced you to marry me because we'll get a divorce in 10 years, but... The silly word wife seemed to circulate without melting between the two of them. Arya hesitated, blinking her hot eyes, then flapped her lips. Are you going to do it? You asked me to do it. Yes, but... She thought he might really kick her out of the castle this time. By this time, Arya had no choice but to notice. Lloyd hated her weak body. Even more so for those who are weak but don't spare their own body. It wasn't her intention, but he kept seeing his sick mother over and over in her. She did a terrible thing. She thought it was unavoidable if the boy pushed her away because he didn't want to see her. I wasn't sick with the intention of bothering you. I know. You just can't take care of your wounds. Wound. You're an idiot who doesn't even know you've been hurt. What do you mean, idiot? Still, it's a better treatment than receiving death threats and being told to go. Arya blinked her eyes. Lloyd took a deep breath. I don't care what the rabbit looks like. From the first time Lloyd met her, he called Arya a rabbit. Pink hair and red eyes. Besides, she always wears a rabbit mask. Whatever I look like, I'm just a rabbit. It was a disrespectful expression. But Arya was relieved on the contrary. The sound of the words in her memory of murmuring that she was a hideous demon seemed to fade little by little. That was correct. She could not hide her face for the rest of her life from whomever she would marry. Arya dropped her eyelashes, pensive in her thoughts, then licked her lips. Aren't you going to chase me away? It was a question of whether she could just pass as a rabbit as she was now, no matter how ugly she was. A nickname that mixes indifference and childish playfulness. It doesn't matter what you look like. You're my first anyway, it doesn't matter. Arya looked up at Lloyd, who looked complicated in many ways, and carefully fumbled through her mask. and she slowly pulled it down. The cool breeze brushed against her wet face in cold sweat. I must have gotten more ugly because I'm ill. Arya felt that she was suddenly terrified, but at the same time convinced that she had nothing to worry about. What was she worried about? I knew who Lloyd was. He doesn't want anything. Someone who doesn't value anything. I was the first to find out. Arya slowly lifted her tightly closed eyelids. A ray of light leaked through the cracks in the window and draped over her face. Long, pure white eyelashes hung and fluttered like the flap of a butterfly's wings. But Lloyd looked at her face and looked away without a word. And he put the towel over her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes went dark. Arya blinked again and again under his wet towel. Lloyd Cardenas Valentine. What's your name? Lloyd asked. Even though they know each other's names, he thought they should just do that. Come to think of it, I haven't even told him my full name yet. Arya thought her reunion with him was a mess in many ways, and she licked her lips. Ariadne Cortez. Ariadne. Lloyd muttered the name several times. As if it was engraved in his mind. Sir Knight, Sir Knight. Gabriel let out a small groan at the soft touch that was waking him up. He felt hot water dripping down his face. Ugh, he fluttered his eyelids. He struggled with the bitterness to open his eyes, and his bruised, swollen eyes covered half of his vision. Through the gap in his vision, watery golden eyes were visible. Golden eyes, a symbol of divine power. Gabriel stared blankly into the eyes, and jumped to his feet in embarrassment. No, he was trying to get up. But a great pain in his stomach struck him, and he couldn't help but groan while raising his body vaguely. Q. Stay still. You are seriously injured. A small hand pressed on his shoulder. Gabriel looked down at the hand for a moment, then raised his head to check the other person. Saintess, the little girl, had a determined expression on her face as tears were dripping down. It was Veronica. Gabriel lay quietly, feeling the strength draining from his body. Why are you crying? You've been hurt so much. Gabriel, who had been bullied by several rogues, could not open his eyes and look at her. Veronica said, wiping tears from her sleeve as if she was the one hurt. Sir Knight was lying down, so I moved you to the nearest infirmary. Oh, did you? I'm sorry for forcibly waking you up. You didn't even move, so I got scared, so I didn't know. She smiled shyly, scratching her cheek, perhaps embarrassed for fussing. Saintess, Veronica. She was quite famous in the papal palace. Although she lacks innate divine power, she is a warm-hearted person who embraces everyone with her natural character. Because you are kind to even a humble apprentice knight like me who might be kicked out at any time. First of all, it was Garcia of the Holy Empire that enjoyed absolute power from those who were born with divine power. But even between them, there was a class. The more shiny and vivid the golden eyes they have as melted gold, the higher their position was. Because it was evidence of high divine power. Veronica's eyes were so dark golden that they looked almost brown at first glance. But she had a fairly high position in the papal palace. Everyone loved her, Veronica, as a sign of respect and friendship. Gabriel was no exception. You don't have to cry for something like me. Where are those words? At Gabriel's words, she burst into anger. God is the one who embraces even a single strand of grass that has bloomed by the roadside. Don't humble yourself by saying you're unlike me. Are you going to ignore his love? I mean, what I meant. As the boy stuttered in embarrassment, Veronica let out a hardened face and sighed. What happened? Gabriel narrowed his eyes and traced his memory. The little child was surrounded by several men, and he was almost beaten up, so he approached without thinking. I must have been beaten and passed out. He had a dream to change the world. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter if it's very small, so at least he wanted the world to be a better place than it is now. I can't even stop a rogue. He was weak, so much that he can't help but laugh. What happened to that child? He passed out, so there was no way the child could be fine. It must have been sold as a slave. There was a moment of despair in the boy's watercolored eyes. His chest has been stuffy. He lowered his head and grabbed his messy silver hair. He was ashamed of himself, but most of all, he was very worried about the child he could not protect. I went to my hometown and found a child in danger. I see, but I couldn't save him in the end. Although he was from the lowest places, he was given the opportunity to become a knight with the Pope's grace. He was also given the name Gabriel. But even though he had the same class as everyone else, he was always behind and the weakest. It's a miracle that I haven't been left behind. Although he somehow withstood the evil. although today he felt unfamiliar with the white uniform he was wearing. I don't know where I am standing. Maybe I was still just an orphan from the lowest places. Is his capabilities just here? Is his dream beyond it? Sir Knight. That was then. A small, white hand came down like salvation and wrapped around his hand. Don't blame yourself. The young girl who had shed tears because Gabriel had been hurt too much had a determined look for this moment. Without wavering, with eyes full of confidence, the knight is not wrong, absolutely. She said what he wanted to hear the most. So, don't doubt the path the knight is walking. Gabriel opened his eyes wide in shock and clenched his teeth. That one word that he was right. How long has he been waiting for that word? Yes. The boy barely answered in a watery voice. Oh, I see. This is what he desperately wanted. Perhaps, in order to hear these words, he stood there and endured to the end even though he kept circling around the same place. Sir Knight. Veronica grabbed Gabriel's chin and lifted it up. The boy was crying with his water-colored eyes fluttering. Tears were dripping down. Don't be shaken, trust me. Veronica smiled benevolently and wiped his tears with her fingers. At that moment, his eyes twinkled strangely. She had found traces of gold that spread like the sunset on the edge of Gabriel's pale sky-blue eyes. A more vivid golden color than that of the Pope. After all, I wasn't mistaken about what I saw last time. It was rare, but certainly was, when the divine power was manifested late. Who would have known? This little, fragile-looking boy, in fact, had the potential to surpass the next pope. She found it first. Me. Veronica was overjoyed. Her dark tan eyes gleamed and she rubbed under the boy's eyes as if rubbing it with her fingernails. Ugh, Saintess. The boy let out a small groan and asked curiously. Veronica smiled like the sun and said, I trust Sir Knight. So, can we walk the road Sir Knight is taking together? She didn't even need to ask. Everyone laughed at the lowly born that was dreaming and fooling around. But how can he dare to reject the only existence that believes in him? Didn't you notice that I was right? He cried and swore. If the saint will be with me, even if I sacrifice my life, I'm willing. Gabriel kissed the back of her hand as a sign of submission. A satiated smile appeared on Veronica's lips, and then disappeared in an instant. Oh, look at your wounds. I'll treat you right away. She placed her hand on Gabriel's forehead and let her divine power flow. Because of the original innate divine power, the boy's recovery was very fast with just a little divine power. Even that was satisfactory. Then, take a rest. She exited the infirmary. And she warmly smiled at the priests she encountered one by one. Ah, Sister Veronica. That was then. Among the priests who showed affection and interest in her, there was a person approaching with a peculiar fishy smile. Veronica answered slowly, desperately blooming her face that kept trying to crumple. Brother Barham. She didn't know how many times she had suppressed her urge to just ignore him. However, that should not be the case. It was an act that deviated far from the character of the saintess that she had set. Barham glanced around and confirmed that no one was listening. I heard that you didn't miss the plague of appreciation this time too. I did the right thing. How merciful Sister Veronica is, you always reach out to those in need. As he continued her words, he lowered his head and whispered into Veronica's ear. She has so much divine power that I don't know how she became a member of the Holy Empire. If you accumulate good deeds and collect the plague of appreciation one by one, you will not be demoted. The corners of Veronica's lips, who struggled to keep her smile, trembled. Barham looked at her and said as he passed behind her, shedding scorn, and smirked. Oh, you must be tired. Veronica was left alone, and she stood there stunned. After a while, she casually walked through the hallway and returned to her own room, when she had lost her composure. However, when she returned to her room, her face, which had been smiling like a painting, became cold. Annoying bastard. She knew that no matter how openly he insulted Veronica, she knew that only she would be blamed for it, so he only touched her nerves without anyone else's knowledge. I have to take care of that, Veronica murmured softly, rummaging through her sleeves. Then, when she picked up Gabriel, the card she had found with him came out. She thought she had thrown it long ago, but she seemed to have forgotten. Home. Veronica read the card again. You are right. Don't doubt the path you walk. She couldn't come up with a line that would impress Gabriel. Did God help her? It's like the card was sitting right there begging to be read. Were you right? You. The girl smirked as she spat out a bitter profanity. Then she tore the card to pieces and threw it in the trash can. It's too childish. It's noisy. While Arya was so sick that she couldn't come to her senses, she heard a roar of words. She began to hear words she did not recognize at first, little by little, like ice melting in a glass. She didn't say a single word of pain. That's the way it is, isn't it? My sister-in-law is naturally unable to speak. It was Lloyd and Vincent. Who doesn't know that? Then why do you say that? Just wondering, it's like swallowing pain. Lloyd muttered a little, almost as if he was talking to himself. Arya was the only one who heard the words. She suddenly felt as if cold water was washed over her and she came to her senses. He seemed to know that Arya was holding back her groans no matter how painful it was. Right. What did I say? All right. Why do you stop talking? Be quiet. It's noisy. Vincent didn't say anything for a moment, as he was embarrassed. Who said about not getting married? And he grumbled for a while. The only ones who treat me so harshly are my brother and my sister-in-law. When Lloyd stared at him silently, he shut his mouth. After that he was silent. Perhaps they were using Arya's bedroom as an office, and from time to time the sound of turning papers and books could be heard. Why are you both here? After a while, the sound of turning the paper stopped, and she felt a hand stroking her eyes. Isn't this exhausting? It was Lloyd. Did I cry again? Arya thought blankly. She was in so much pain that the tears flowed, and this was something she couldn't stand. Because I can't make a sound, it seems like tears just keep flowing. Lloyd continued to wipe her tears with his hands. His skin was rough, and Arya's eyelashes trembled without realizing it. Then the hand, which had paused for a moment, became cautious as if she was tickled by feathers. Maybe Shush is having a nightmare. Nightmare? Why a nightmare? Isn't it natural to have nightmares if you keep staring at a sleeping person from the side and touching them? Lloyd's hand moved away. Arya thought that the warmth going away was a little disappointing. By the way, it's a big deal because my sister-in-law is weak. She seems to be weaker than any other people I've seen outside the border. Vincent's words continued. Siren seems to have specialized abilities in the mind rather than the body. As if he was a student at an academy who was crazy about research, he finished analyzing the siren with fragments of clues. You two may have good personalities, but do you know that the other is the worst? At those words, Lloyd and Arya stiffened at the same time. Vincent was so focused on the book he was reading that he couldn't see it properly. Worst? Yes. Put simply, it's like this. Brother will be poison to my sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law will be poison to you. Is this kid going to be poison to me? It was a debate as to whether that could be the case. Lloyd's reaction was natural. Vincent's words were surprising even to Arya, who was determined to hide her powers. Yes. Just looking at the siren songs I found in old books, my sister-in-law was born with the ability to stimulate people's emotions. The boy then added, even if she can't sing, you can't fool the blood. Therefore, on the other hand, Valentine's bloodline is very weak in mental strength from generation to generation, isn't it? That was the price of accepting a power that exceeded the allowable range of the human body. Easy to go crazy, easy to break. All of the past Valentine's Grand Dukes were like that. If the current Grand Duke was the most sane, then everything would be all over the place. It means that if my sister-in-law wants to, she can dig into brother's insides as she pleases, break it up, and shake it up. Or, even if my sister-in-law stays still, you will be swayed. It sounds nonsense. Lloyd didn't pay much attention to it. Well, I was just talking about possibilities. And Vincent, who spoke up, was indifferent. Because he knew that Arya wasn't like that. She was not the kind of person who can wield someone else's weakness. Besides, he didn't think it would be a big deal because she couldn't fully control the siren's abilities. Easy to go crazy, but Arya was different. The words weak in mental strength touched her so strongly that it continued to linger in her mind. Now, what more are you going to deny? Haven't all the people addicted to your songs gone crazy? Suddenly, Arya recalled the voice of Saintess Veronica in her memory. She resented Arya while her golden eyes resembling the sun were drenched in water. Arya couldn't have had a worse ending than her previous life, she thought. But, it wasn't. There was a really, really bad ending. One day, Lloyd was addicted to Arya's song and went crazy. It's okay. Listening to a song once or twice doesn't make you addicted. She thought so hard. To listen to the song to the point of being addicted, they had to be constantly exposed to the siren's song. Like the emperor who broke her leg, locked her in a cage, and made her sing every day. As long as they don't get too greedy, they won't be addicted to Arias songs. Besides, I'm never going to sing in front of Lloyd myself. There won't be any in the future. Arya was relieved at that moment and relaxed her body. Sleepiness came again, probably because she was unnecessarily nervous while she was sick. Arya gave herself to sleep without hesitation. Not long after Arya fell asleep, a doctor came to visit. Quirrell, who had become her doctor at some point, shook his head. This is not a cold. She was rained on and the fever rose. But it's not a cold. Then what? Lloyd leaned against the wall, folded his arms, and asked. He glanced at Quirrell up and down with an unfavorable gaze. Quirrell recalled memories of the past at that moment, the chilling memories of almost being killed for not being able to cure Arias' eating disorder. But this time it's the Grand Prince. What the hell did I commit in my previous life? But things are better now. If Madame's condition had not improved suddenly, the two of them would have threatened to kill me at the same time. Grand Duke Valentine was now with Sabina. Quirrell thanked heaven that the Grand Duchess had regained her health. If it's not a problem with the body, it's usually the core that contains energy. It's directly related to vitality. Energy? I think you should get a diagnosis from the shaman yourself. Quirrell shifted responsibility. And Carlin, who took over the baton of death, stood in front of Arya with a face lamenting his plight. After Arya had absorbed Carlin's magical energy into her body, she sang forcibly, and she was lying ill now. But Carlin couldn't have told the truth. This king's donkey ears are cute. What the energy in the mist body got tangled up, so what, roughly, it came to be like this. The shaman, not particularly adept at lying, was busily working his brain. How did this happen? It's a mess. Can't you explain it properly? Arias' sleeping face turned pale for a moment as Lloyd gave off a low threatening aura. She shook her body as if she had chills. Then he became quiet when he had spread the threatening aura. Even while sweating, Carlin was dumbfounded. The miss has very weak energy, even if she has a great amount of natural energy, it can't be controlled. He began to surround himself with roughly plausible words. If he thinks about it deeply, it may sound strange. Is that so? Lloyd passed it over easily. It was because he had never met a person with a low amount of energy. No, to be more precise, it was because he didn't care at all when he encountered such a person. Carlin knew that, too. That's why she should drink the energy-stabilizing potion periodically until Shush's well. It's kind of like Valentine's bloodline. Yes. What in fact, there are many more similarities. The shaman muffled the end of his words and then put down the potion he had brought with him on the table. This is a stabilizing potion. I will tell the employees to give it 3 times a day. It's fine, yes. I'll give it to her. Carlin had no reason to stop him, who said that he would take on the troublesome work himself. Carlin said so, and then stepped down. Then he ran quickly and slammed the door shut. It was like running away. Now there were only 2 of them left in the room. Lloyd looked down at Arya, who had been asleep for a moment, then lifted one of the potion vials. At one point, Arya opened her eyes wide. For a very severe illness, her head was clear enough to be refreshed. How long has she been like that? All of a sudden, the memories of when she lay ill flooded her mind. Come here. She remembered the hand pushing her hair, wet from sweat, behind her ear. Stay still. It seems that she struggled a bit and rebelled after waking up to take medicine. Open your mouth. Take your medicine. It seems like she was held in tight arms. Did she forcefully spit out the spoon that had slipped into her mouth? Swallow properly. Don't. A voice mixed with annoyance and irritation. But he said in a calming voice when Arya gulped. Well done. Arya doubted her own memory. To be held in Lloyd's arms, to feed her medicine, and to take care of her with sincerity. Is it a dream? It must be a dream. Where does the dream start? It doesn't seem like a dream until I overheard Lloyd and Vincent's conversation. Then it seems like a dream after that. Arya stretched out and looked around. At the same time, the black eyes met hers. You're up. Lloyd was right in front of her, pressing his forehead with a tired look on his face. Arya rolled her eyes as she lowered the arm that was outstretched up above her. She felt embarrassed because she dreamed of being cared for by him. Hi. Without realizing it, she reflexively greeted him. The boy raised his eyebrows silently. And after being silent for a long time, he said in a voice that was slightly submerged because it was morning. Hi. It became even more awkward after they finished greeting each other awkwardly like someone who had met for the first time. When did you come? Arya flapped her lips. Then she paused for a moment, with Lloyd frowning at her, and he replied a beat late. Just now, it was a dream too. Well, it's not that Lloyd doesn't have a thing to do, he'll be busy with his successor class, and he can't care for me all night. Then, she thought Vincent had stopped by from time to check her condition. Arya nodded her head, drawing a reasonable conclusion inside. How long have I been sick? A week. Is that so? Somehow, from the moment I got up, my body was droopy and I had no energy. She was so starved that she swept her stomach, when she couldn't even feel hunger now. Then she glanced at Lloyd's complexion. His condition looks very bad. She doesn't know if he was so busy with work these days that he hasn't slept properly, but it seems like his nerves are sharp. Even under his eyes, it was black. You look tired. Anyone who stays up all week long. Lloyd continued his words, but then he suddenly stopped, stiffened, and shut his mouth. Then Dana appeared and broke the silence. I brought a meal, Hugh. Dana looked at the awake Arya and hardened as a stone as she opened her mouth. It was like seeing Medusa, a monster in myths. Arya realized it too late that she had taken off her mask. She had a sad expression on her face. Lloyd was so consistent in putting on and taking off her mask so she forgot. In her previous life, she had seen how others reacted when she showed her bare face. She felt a little sad at the thought that Dana might not be smiling like before, but Arya had no intention of wearing the mask again. Because Lloyd didn't reject me. No, it'd be right to say he didn't care what she looked like. Thanks to that, it felt like her mind was pierced and she was refreshed. Arya felt like she had escaped from the shadows of the past that had been following her the whole time. However, Dana's reaction afterward was unexpected. Where did the Lord bring you such a lovely fairy? Maybe this is making fun of her, Arya thought seriously, but no matter how she looked at it, it wasn't the tone of mocking, because Dana looked really happy. Now you can sleep well without the rabbit mask, friend. She slept well from the beginning. Dana looked at Arya and blushed her cheeks as if enchanted as she kissed her on the forehead. Her lips touched. At first she thought it was soft. Strange. I've never felt this way before. When Arya was a siren, she received many kisses. Because everyone was so anxious that they could kiss the back of her hand or the back of her foot. But Arya only felt creepy sensations as if worms were crawling around. It was unlike this tickle that reaches her heart. Arya clasped her forehead with both her hands. She was realizing why Lloyd had rubbed his cheek after brushing against her lips. Ho ho, Dana laughed as Arya was being adorable. You're not really a fairy, are you? It was a small mumble. It was also something she would never hear being said to her. But Arya shrugged her shoulders and turned her head. And her eyes met Lloyd, who was leaning against the window sill. As if observing her, the obsidian-like eyes staring at her widened slightly in surprise. They averted their gaze at the same time. Oh my! Dana looked at the two of them alternately and burst into an exclamation that they did not understand the meaning. Lloyd threw a blunt word to Dana, who was smiling wide. What? Who? It's nothing. Shush has got a weird habit because you're constantly fiddling around without hesitation. Oh, what's the habit? Lloyd fixed his gaze out of the window, annoyed till the back of his head, and then abruptly turned his head away. And with eyes squinted in suspicion, he gently flapped his lips. You heard me. Arya shook her head. I think you heard. Arya shook her head and crossed her arms to make a cross. Oh my, did the rabbit hear it too? No, how did he figure that out? She was in a cold sweat. The gap between Lloyd's eyes, who stared at her tenaciously, gradually narrowed and his brows began to wrinkle little by little. You're doubting me. However, what had already happened was unavoidable. Instead of acting suspiciously, Arya tilted her head with an innocent expression on her face, and she smiled faintly as she looked at the flowering tree outside the window. Because the flowers are pretty, out of her old bag, she pulled out the card that she had shown Dana before. It's as if Lloyd wasn't listening, he was just staring at the flowers outside the window. And she smiled once more at the silent boy. Then he nodded his head. All right, have a meal. Arya nodded her head. Lloyd made sure she was awake, so he returned as if with no regrets. No, he was going back. Clink if Arya had just not picked up the spoon improperly and dropped it. Oh, Arya stared at her trembling fingertips in trouble because of the lack of strength. Because she was starving the whole time she was sick, her body did not have any energy. Lloyd let out a sigh. Then he dragged the chair and sat in front of her, was handed a new spoon from the servant, and picked up the bowl of soup. Ah, come on. It was an order, no, it was a threat. He kept calling her a bunny, and it seemed like he was really feeding the bunny. Arya stared at Lloyd's face and the outstretched spoon that he held by himself alternately. She was flustered. She was more embarrassed than that. I keep thinking of my dreams. The dream of her being held in Lloyd's arms like a child, and taking her medicine, kept tickling her mind. Open your mouth. The way he talked was the same. It was around the time when she thought that her dream reflected reality very well. Dana carefully pointed out his actions. Grand Prince, be a little kinder. I'm kinder now than ever. Lloyd raised his eyebrows, perhaps if Dana was asking for more here. Is this the kindest he can do? Well, I wonder if the Grand Prince has ever given food to others in his lifetime. Arya suddenly remembered when Lloyd gave her the bath. An expressionless face and a more blunt tone than that, but even though it was clumsy, the consideration was clearly felt. Without realizing it, the corners of her lips rose. Why are you laughing? He asked with a sullen face. Because it's cute. Arya thought so, but never spit it out of her mouth. You seem to be having unpleasant thoughts. Lloyd muttered suspiciously. Arya pretended not to understand, and she put her hand on his. For a young age, his big, rough hands trembled. What are you doing? No, just. She always thought he was blunt and rough, but in fact, she thought maybe he just didn't know how. Arya opened her lips. Just so you know. What? Act as oneself says. Lloyd frowned. He looked like he had no idea what Arya was trying to do. Let go. It'll hurt you. However, it was difficult for him to shake off Arya's hand. Because his hands were trembling uncomfortably, while considering what to do, Arya brought the boy's hand to her mouth with a spoon. What? With her other hand she placed her hair behind her ear, her eyes half closed and then raised up. And their gaze met. A smile formed on her lips as the soft soup seemed to warm her stomach. I want you to do it like this. Because Lloyd is kind. She called her by his own name, but would it be okay? Arya looked at Lloyd's reaction. The boy, who had been silent for a moment, avoided her gaze at an angle, frowned, then scooped out the soup again and offered it out. H is definitely a bit more kind than before. After a while, Carlin came. You're very stable, he said looking at Arya. Now that you've been through it all, you know that energy is nothing like a poisonous holy relic, right? Energy is very useful depending on how it was used, but there is nothing more dangerous when it comes to side effects. Carlin nailed it as if he was never going to let her ask him to pierce her core again. Arya nodded her head. The Grand Duchess' illness has been cured. Maybe she won't be able to use it for a while. As Carlin said, don't overdo it, and if she keeps learning for a year, she will reach the level. You've already changed the future enough, so don't try anymore. Of course, these words were heard with one ear and flowed out through the other. The shaman, who was quick-witted, noticed this and started nagging even more. Recently, they said there are a lot of intruders near the Ingo Mountains. Intruder? Yes. Are the whole group out of their minds? Arya had a shaky expression on her face, because she herself was once an intruder. She, of course, was doing well now that she was betrothed to the Grand Prince. It's nothing to worry about, but it seems like my employer is leading the hounds endlessly. The moment she heard the words, Arya remembered her first meeting with Tristan. She always wondered if that's how he handles intruders, with the hounds. Intruders are the dog's daily food. Well, anyway, the Grand Prince is there, but the castle is still without the master. Carlin spoke very unnaturally and ended up nagging again. You don't know what's going to happen when the employer is away, so don't move until you're fully recovered. Arya put on a sullen expression instead of answering. The shaman was looking at her as if she would be wandering around thinking about what accident to make. It's all for a reason. Because Arya was calm and usually just looked at the sky when she was not doing anything special. Don't make that face. The Grand Prince is already well, H is not in good shape. Lloyd, her eyes, which were like dried fish until she heard Carlin's nagging, suddenly came to life. Arya asked anxiously as she raised her bunny pink eyes. Why, is Lloyd sick too? There will be more days when he won't be able to leave his room anyway, for one reason or another. The shaman, who is not particularly good at lying, struggled today. It was an insignificant answer, so she had no choice but to ask with a questionable face. What is the one reason or another? It is unavoidable. Can't you explain it properly? Arya got angry. Karlan, who had just had this exact same pattern of conversation just a while ago, had a bitter expression on his face. Birds of a feather flock together. Compared to Lloyd's creepy aura, Arya was cute with that huffing and puffing. It's similar to growing pains. What else is similar to that? You'd better not go near it. You'll be deluged. Shush is not sure exactly what it means to be deluged. Arya, as if unable to sleep, remembered the boy whose eyes were dyed black. If so, it seemed like she should allow him to rest on his own for a while. If it's growing pains, I wish I could sing a song of healing. But she couldn't. Unfortunately, the risk is too great. Then tell me how to manage energy in the core. Yes, already. You said I was stable. Well, that was true. The shaman wondered if Arya was doing this to tamper with her body again, so he looked at her suspiciously for a moment. Then it'll give you the theory, so don't sing until you're fully recovered. That's a piece of cake. No matter how your body is, you will recover in 10 days. Arya nodded her head again. Only after highlighting it a few times did Karlan teach her the basics of energy management. A mass in the core. Think of it as a flowing liquid, not a solid, and imagine it moving around your body like blood. Okay, that's right. The guards at Valentine's castle checked several items the merchant was carrying in the wagon. Dolls and toys, medicines, herbs, paper, ornaments, fabrics, and various food materials brought in from outside the border. All of the finest, for Arya, who was to become the Grand Duchess of Valentine. They went through the books again meticulously, and belatedly discovered that one item of the transaction was missing. By the way, I heard that a pony will also be delivered, so why can't I see it? Hey, why don't you answer me? However, the merchant who was questioned bowed his back deeply and did not even move. Suspicious. Without hesitation, the guard drew his sword and placed it against the merchant's chin, forcing him to raise his head. As the Valentines thoroughly senses the intrusion of outsiders, they reacted mercilessly to suspicious cases, even if they were already a top trader. Open your mouth. Then the merchant trembled like shivering in a cold sweat, then closed his eyes tightly and barely opened his mouth. You got your tongue cut off, the gutter rat's prey. The guards were planning to immediately subdue it and call the third knights in charge of security. Then another merchant, who had been watching him, ran desperately and knelt down on his knees. See, sir. I guarantee this person's identity. Don't you know my face well? I've been to Valentine's castle a few times to deliver stuff. As he claimed, the merchant was familiar with the guards. But the guard raised his voice, pushing the blade closer to the merchant, whose tongue had been cut off. What makes a difference with your guarantee? The person's tongue is cut off. At those words, the other merchant, who knelt down on his knees, said, begging till his hands reached his feet. This guy's tongue was cut off because the lord of the territory he was staying in before made fun of his mouth. H is also unfairly framed. You're wasting time for nothing. How else can you prove that? There's solid evidence, sir. Look at this merchant plaque. Saying so, the merchant jumped up from the ground and searched through the arms of the merchant whose tongue had been cut off. Then came a wooden merchant plaque that was carried by each merchant belonging to the Merchant Alliance. Name: John. Characteristic: tongue cut off. The Guar saw it and lowered the sword he was holding threateningly. And he muttered as he put it in his scabbard, well, tell me earlier. You didn't even give me a chance to talk. As the merchant stared at him with a silent, resentful look, the guard looked over the mountain and coughed heavily. I know that the white snow pony is all owned by the imperial family, and it is difficult to conceive and it will take some time, and I was contacted recently. Is that so? Yes. Well, good. Pass. The gates were opened. After many twists and turns, the two merchants, who were able to enter the inside of Valentine's castle, bowed down to the guards and got on the wagon. Wow, that was going to be a big deal, right? The merchant gently shrugged his shoulders and said to the other merchant. And when the guard's appearance became invisible, he hardened his expression coldly and slapped the back of the other merchant's head. Hey, you ate a pony all of a sudden and you almost got caught before we even started, you bastard. I can't believe it, on a dignified mission like this. The merchant lamented his condition and threw the merchant plaque he was holding on the ground. Then, when he was in the hands of a merchant, what used to be a merchant's plaque turned into an ordinary stone and rolled around the floor. It's an honor that your ability is suitable for this mission. Right? As planned, stay as far away as possible and do your job without intervening. I'll take care of the rest. The gutter rat's prey nodded obediently without resistance. Hans, the limb of the gutter rat, glanced at the prey with a distasteful gaze, then stared straight ahead again. Their target was the Grand Duchess candidate. Isn't it too early for a walk? Dana said anxiously, chasing after Arya. Then Betty responded. That's right. You're not feeling well already, but if you take in the cold wind, you'll have a fever again. Cold wind. I think it would have been better to wear thicker clothes. Right, I think so too. Wouldn't it be better to go back to your room and prepare new clothes for now? Arya thought for a moment if it would be okay for her to tell them that today is a windless summer. Though she gave up looking down at the shawl that Dana had wrapped around her shoulder before leaving. I think I'm going to get hot. She took out a new card and wrote down on it. Can you both be here? Chief Maid and Chief Lady in Waiting. Both of them must have been quite busy as they had high positions. When I came to the castle, they had to take care of me until I got used to it, so they were sticking around all day. Is it possible that their job so far has been abandoned? Staring at them with such a gaze, Dana and Betty were sweating profusely and avoided her gaze. As expected, they must have left everything they had to do because they were worried about Arya and followed her. That was then. Chief Maid, Chief Lady in Waiting. A fairly large number of servants flocked to find Dana and Betty. Arya looked up at the two of them, as if saying that, there are so many things to do that I'm desperately searching for you two, but you left it all behind. No, I have finished today's schedule to some extent. Then the Chief Maid and the Chief Lady in Waiting clapped their hands as if saying that wouldn't be the case. What kind of fuss is this all of a sudden? Something has happened. The maid's mansion is on fire. What? The maid's mansion was a generic term for the space where the employees of Valentine's castle stayed and lived. Dana and Betty, who lost their home overnight and became homeless, shouted loudly at the same time in surprise. Then we should put out the fire. Now that the shaman has arrived, the flames will be extinguished soon. Before that, you two will have to come to rectify the situation and calm the employees. The two looked at Arya at the same time. Arya was startled to hear that there was suddenly a fire, and she opened her rabbit's eyes at the same time as she was pushed back as if to tell her to go. I'll be back soon, so go on the trail you always used to go. She doesn't even have an escort knight. It was when Betty was muttering as if worried. A black jaguar, who had been watching Arya from a distance, walked up to her, and it circled around her as if to protect it. It was just walking, but for a moment it was in such a threatening state that it took her breath away. By the way, there was a reason why she didn't have a separate escort knight. She forgot for a while. Betty realized later and nodded her head. And they hurriedly ran towards the maid's mansion with a peace of mind. Arya, who was left alone with the black jaguar, started walking along the trail she used to walk every day. After a moment's hesitation, she stretched out her hand, and gently stroked the hair. Oh, H is not shaking it off this time. She vividly remembers that she had been hit before and nearly cut her wrist, but luckily it seemed to have opened up its mind more than then. It was when she was passing under a tree with many branches. After Arya confirmed that there was no one around, she whispered to the jaguar. Your name, how about Black? Grr, the jaguar cried low at the crude and insincere name. He doesn't like it enough to reveal his teeth. Silver likes it. Arya scratched the back of her head. Although she tried to come up with something else, she wasn't very good at naming things. Then it's yellow because your eyes are yellow. Hearing those words, the jaguar suddenly lowered its body low as if it was very wary, entered an attacking stance, and jumped up. As if it was about to attack Arya. Did you hate it that much? At the sudden turn of events, she closed her eyes tightly and crumpled her body. However, the jaguar pushed Arya in one leap and flexibly cut through the air. Ah! The thrown-out Arya fell on her butt. At the same time, the shawl that Dana had wrapped tightly around her even in the hot summer flew in the air. And on the shawl hung a black snake. Arya remained frozen for a moment, not figuring out what had happened. Did I almost get bitten by a snake? She was shocked, because she didn't even think that there would be an animal that would rush to her. All animals love Arya. It was a rule and there were no exceptions. Just as the Grand Duke's wolf that broke the orders of their master, the Grand Duke, didn't kill Arya. But the snake, which fell on the grass, rushed to her without hesitation. Getting bitten. Arya quickly covered her exposed nape with her hand and closed her eyes tightly. However, the jaguar rushed over and killed the snake without hesitation. And Arya received the snake. The jaguar who finished its hunt, like boasting about the carcass of the dead snake, put it over the hem of Arya's skirt. Is this the cat's repayment Shush has only heard of? No jaguar's repayment. With a bewildered expression on her face, she looked down at what was the snake. It was somehow familiar in her eyes. This snake, maybe. From the beginning, she thought she had seen scales black enough to shine somewhere. It seemed to be a viper that would become popular among the aristocrats in about 5 years. Precisely, among the fallen nobles. Taxidermist. Once bitten, the body hardens like a stone and makes it immobile like a doll. The peculiar thing is that the victim dies while maintaining the shape they had at the time it was bitten by the snake. Like taxidermy, there are many nobles who want to own whatever they like, even if it is a stuffed person or something. A lot. Eventually, it became a social problem and was banned outright. Why is the taxidermist here? It was evidently the Dark District, the gutter, that first began to distribute taxidermist. The gutter, an intruder that appeared near the Ingo Mountains. A fire breaks out in the maid's mansion, and the taxidermist is aimed at Arya. Combining all of these circumstances, kidnapping, the taxidermist's venom was not fatal enough to die immediately after being bitten. Rather, it takes several months for one to die from being bitten by the snake. However, it was perfect for criminal use as it completely paralyzes the body and renders it immobile. Kidnapping in broad daylight, it was such a daring and reckless way. Valentine's isn't easy enough to hide in the middle of the night, so did they choose to go that far? Then they would try to finish it quickly. Arya leaned close to Jaguar and looked around, vigilant. They will definitely be around, the one waiting for me to fall. That moment, she heard the sound of stepping on the grass from the person who hid their body. She turned her head towards that side with precision without a single notch. And then she rolled her fingers into her hands and bit them, and blew a whistle. Wick. At the same time, the birds heard Arya's call and flew in without hesitation. They pecked with momentum to tear the flesh of the assassin who had been hiding and targeting her. Attacked by birds, the assassin scrambled and whipped his hands, twisted his body, and let out a silent scream. He had no choice but to jump out of the grass. He was a man with a gloomy impression. Not even a scream. There is a high probability that it is the rat's prey. Arya looked at the man, crouching on the floor, biting his lips as if he was muttering something. She narrowed the gap between her eyes, and she tried to read the shape of his mouth, as Lloyd did. Cannot. What's wrong? Arya was puzzled and at the same time suddenly felt a sense of anger. How should she say it? It's like I shouldn't be approaching. For a moment she felt eerie and reflexively stepped back from him. But from the moment the man appeared, the jaguar, who had been growling wildly, ran towards him like bouncing. No. Arya quickly reached out her hand, but it was already too late. The man lifted his head as the jaguar attacked him as if to devour him, and she heard the jaguar's cries as close to a scream. Keying. Arya stood up with a pale face, because the jaguar was lying on the ground and not moving. The whole body is paralyzed. She quickly approached the jaguar and checked its condition. The beast was only breathing heavily. It had the same reaction she had when she was bitten by the taxidermist. But there were no snakes near that man. The only snake that was there was bitten by the jaguar. Arya held the jaguar in her arms as if protecting it and quickly bit her finger. And again she whistled. No, she was going to whistle. Ah! Arya couldn't help but scream. It was because her arm was bent behind her back by a strong grip. Why is this little kid still moving fine, huh? If you can't do one of those things, how are you making this team work? Behind her, she heard the voice of a man she had never heard before. Clearly no one was there. He suddenly appeared out of the air. He shoved the jaguar in Arya's arms with his feet and forcibly pulled it apart. Arya couldn't resist, and she looked down at the jaguar spread out like a doll, lost for a moment. Isn't it weirder than that? I've heard this one can't talk. An audible voice. Arya, who had her head bowed for a moment, lifted her head with cold eyes. Then a man tilted his head and blocked her movement. He wrinkled his eyebrows as if in doubt. Unlike the prey, his tongue is not cut off. He spoke in good condition. That means, one of the limbs of the gutter rat. A skillful one too. Because she felt the flow of magic from the flesh that touched her for a moment as she was suppressed, Arya stared at her opponent as if to kill him. I'm scared. The reaction was funny. Hand smirked at Arya's blazing eyes and ignored it. It was nothing to subdue a 10-year-old kid who had no power. As the rumor goes, it looks like she knows how to deal with animals. However, he was puzzled by the fact that the candidate for the Grand Duchess was speaking in a different way from the rumors. Did he get it wrong? Anyway, the age, the clothes, and the impressions are exactly the same. Hans said, holding Arya very firmly to keep her from moving. I don't have time. They'll notice her and come rushing in, so let's hurry. Then the prey touched the ground with both hands, and suddenly began to squirm and vomit black slime. What is this? Arya couldn't keep her mouth shut at the bizarre sight that was hard to capture in her eyes. She just thought he was spitting up a black, slimy mass, but she looked closely and it was a snake. So, a living snake. The man, to his surprise, was raising the taxidermist in his body. I was wondering how you get a snake and pass that tricky check. If he hides it in his body, of course they won't be able to find it, and the jaguar had been beaten by the taxidermist that the man had in his body. Dozens of taxidermists. Physically, she had no way of knowing how he had all that in his body. However, one thing is certain, the moment one gets bitten, one will be used for the rest of their life by the gutter rat, and then they will die. Let me go. She hurriedly twisted her body, but it didn't really move. Be quiet, kid. It'll sting for a while and it'll be over. There was only one way left. Arya wasn't gagged and both the men's ears were open defenselessly. Arya saw the snake running fiercely towards her, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. And then the song flowed, along the sacred stream. That calmly here is flowing, enlivened by the songs of birds among the pines. At that moment, Hans' arm, which had been holding Arya tightly bound, flinched and trembled. Are you singing in this situation? Is this kid going crazy because she was terrified? However, the absurd feelings faded as the cold air melted away in an instant. She sings very well. On well ride away, on the stream well ride away. The melodies that were softly wrapped around his ears continued as if flowing through a river. Then the snake stopped towering. To be precise, the eyes of the prey, which were controlling the snake's behavior, became hazy, and he blinked his eyes. Now, as if he didn't know what he was doing here, through wavelets shimmering brightly. Carelessly rowing lightly, well reached soon the steeps. A song of peace. It was a song that made one lose all their intentions to kill in an instant. Even people in a hostile relationship could temporarily hold hands. Where warble the birds sprightly, may the god keep you from dangers. The melodies that soared to the limit fall from the sky like spring flowers dancing in the wind. Hans stretched out his hand into the empty air. I have a mission to do. A gentle melody that gently embraces his whole body. He felt strangely drained. He obviously didn't have time to delay until earlier and thought he had to move quickly. Soon it didn't matter, till we arrive at the pool just in view. Where wild swans, those snowy-winged strangers, he didn't want to do anything. He just wants to stay in this place and listen to this song endlessly. This place, but where is this place? Valentine Grand Duchy. What about that? Valentine? He used to think they were evil and meant to kill, but he doesn't feel any hostility anymore, and he doesn't feel like fighting at all. Come and join we their meeting. Come join we their meeting. Hans had no choice but to let go of the hand holding Arya. Why do people split sides and fight and start wars? It would be nice to get along like us. Hans, who decided to be a pacifist as of today, muttered lamentably as he tucked his chin. And the prey of the rat sitting quietly next to him nodded his head as if in agreement. You're on a mission to kidnap me? Arya asked a question. I was going to make a threat after paralyzing you with a taxidermist, by offering an antidote that doesn't exist, as a condition. Then Hans spit out all the truth without hesitation and was speechless himself. What the hell of a third-class villain idea is this? Whose idea is this? The prey then stared at Hans. Hans murmured as if he had remembered it too late. It was me. I was the third-rate villain. The pacifist Hans looked quite shocked by his personality. It's my song, but sometimes it's scary to see. Arya wondered how he would react the moment he regained his sanity. She was convinced that he would spit out swear words out of great anger and shame. No antidote? No, it's still unfinished. Then, after 5 years of wandering in the dark on the gutter, it seemed that the taxidermist would be completed. It's not a real snake, is it? Chimera. A created creature. Chimera. Arya thought about it for a moment. It was kind of weird. Even though it was his master's command to keep snakes in his body, he couldn't show an intention to attack her. It was because it was a life that was not born naturally. That means you were trying to use an unfinished poison for me that didn't even have a proper antidote. She thought so and looked down at the jaguar in her arms. Had it not been for this child, she would have been dragged into the gutter by now, and she would have been used as a threat till her death. She is conscious, but her body is frozen like a doll, and she is unable to move. She can't do anything. It's as terrible as a previous life. Arya looked around her. She wanted to dig further, but alas, before the crowds flocked, she had to decide how to deal with this. Are you going to hand this over to the guards like this? But she didn't want to. She was almost attacked, and she didn't want to let it go that easily. More than anything else, the gutter rat. Even if she hands those two over to the security guards, the gutter rats won't take any damage. She couldn't leave them like this. Perhaps it was because of Vincent's case that they had proper vindictiveness. Shouldn't they be properly informed of what will happen if they make hasty tricks? Are you of high rank in the gutter? Then he put his hand on his waist as if she was asking the obvious and answered confidently. Of course, I'm trusted too, and I have quite a few younger brothers. It seems so. He came up with a seemingly dangerous plan to infiltrate Valentine's castle and kidnap the fiancée of the Grand Prince himself, and even put it into practice. It means that I am confident in my skills and that I am being trusted. He doesn't sound like someone who always does things imperfectly every time. That prey must have been selected for its ability to hold taxidermist in the body, and the limb was. Arya glanced at hands up and down. He suddenly appeared out of the emptiness where there was no one and knocked her down. She felt the flow of magic overflowing the moment he touched Arya's hand. He must be a wizard. That's pretty outstanding too. Though he never rebelled and he was beaten by a song of peace, because he had no idea that Arya was a siren. Then let the pacifists do this. Huh? What does that mean? Arya remembered the song she once sang to be engraved in the soul. Love is a rebellious bird, and she started singing. A song that makes the opponent completely obey. It was an enchanting song. Miss, I came running after hearing that you were alone, Uak. Karlan, who quickly put out the fire and ran to the garden, screamed. Because Arya was lying on the grass and she was babbling. Next to her was the jaguar, groaning as it bit her hem to somehow put her in a safe place. But it seemed impossible to even carry her on its back as Arya couldn't lift a single finger. What the hell is this? The shaman was startled and grabbed her quickly. And he looked thoroughly. Her body was limp as if she had run out of energy, but it didn't look like anything was wrong. He was relieved in his heart. The fire broke out at a coincidental timing, and he ran, just in case, but it was fortunate that nothing happened. Thank you. My body suddenly lost strength and I couldn't move. Wait, did you suddenly become like this while walking? He stuttered, pale white. He was making an expression that he did not know that such a glass-like body existed in the world. Arya added one more word, would that be possible? You know, I can now sing a song of healing. She smiled faintly as she turned her gaze to the healthy jaguar. It was detoxified before the body was completely hardened with the taxidermist's poison, so there will be no particular after effects. Yes. How? No, wait, didn't I tell you not to use your powers until you're all better? You used your powers forcibly and this is what happened. I knew it. Karlan groaned, screaming and nagging. When Arya, who had been attacked in her eardrum, made a groaning sound, his voice soon diminished. You're in a strangely good condition after something like that. Your energy is pretty stable. I borrowed Karlan's energy last time, but once I made a passage, it was easier from there. It was absurd. She succeeded in using someone else's power once, and then succeeded in managing the energy entirely with her own power. Are you saying that you only hear the theory once and apply it at once without trial and error? What kind of genius do you have to be able to do that? Karlan stuck out his tongue without saying a word. Is this how other people feel when they see me? He thought to himself. Arya was beyond the scope of understanding him, who prides himself on being a genius. Why did you suddenly sing a song of healing? Karlan didn't ask, but he looked around for a moment. Seeing Arya's condition, he was so startled that it was too late to realize. It smells bad. It was too terrible to the point of wanting to vomit, and it was an unpleasant stench as if something unpleasant was sticking to the whole body. He knew this smell very well, the smell of the gutter. No way, a gutter rat is here. Did they leave? Arya looked up at him with a look of how he knew that. She sniffed a few times and noticed, it was an incredible dog nose. No, his limb. What? Carlin was stunned at those words. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I took care of it on my own. Oh my God. He was speechless, so he stopped and touched his forehead. It looked like Arya had no realization that she was 10 years old. Even if she had a side effect of knowing the future, that doesn't mean she becomes an adult. So there's a fire, and the lady sings a healing song. What the hell happened? Am I finally getting killed by my employer? I knew this day would come, Carlin murmured. He was speaking with a serious face. No, I'm going to keep it a secret that the gutter side sneaked in. No, you don't have to. Of course I'm going to get killed, but they're aiming for the miss who will be the Grand Duchess of Valentine. As an example, they should be punished. The shaman answered sharply. He hated seeing the gutter rat more than dying because the rats looked down on Valentine. I'll blow up the gutter. Carlin, who was thought to be rational, sounded like Tristan and Lloyd for a moment. Arya thought to herself, it seems like you're a Valentine too. You know what self-destruction means. How can I not know? Self-destruction? Why are you suddenly acting like an idiot? Arya shook her head and added, it'll going to be like that soon. Lyrics quote, Flower Duet from De Libre Opera Lacme. Arya looked down at Quirrell's special potion, a dark red liquid with an unknown bubble bubbling. It was a very vicious visual that seemed to take life by vomiting blood the moment it was touched. Are you trying to assassinate me so proudly? But the doctor's eyes were very solemn. It was full of will to somehow transform her fragile constitution into a healthy one. It was very desperate, as if someone had threatened to kill him. I was told that you collapsed from exhaustion while walking. Arya heard that and raised her head. Tristan leaned his back against the post of her bed, looking down at her with a slanted face. Then Quirrell's shoulders shivered and trembled. He suddenly began to shake his whole body like a blizzard in midsummer. It seems this is the one who threatened you. She roughly expected it, though. At that moment, Lloyd, who was standing opposite the Grand Duke, murmured in a low, subdued voice as if scratching the floor. I've heard that it's not a physical problem, but then Quirrell turned his face as well as his blue lips, and started sweating profusely like rain. Maybe this one too. Quirrell seemed to be suffering all sorts of troubles because he was caught between the two Valentines. He is being threatened with death by the Grand Duke and the Grand Prince at the same time. Sorry, I often get sick. Arya had no choice but to stare at Quirrell with a very pitiful gaze for a moment. She thought that from now on, she should not be too reckless and think about the future. She must have got the heat. Out of bounds, there was something called heat stroke. Dar said very hard to herself. She clenched her fists and groaned, unable to hide bitterness towards her ignorance. I didn't think about it and I was afraid that she might catch a cold, so I foolishly wrapped a shawl in the summer. Without the shawl, Arya would have already been bitten by the taxidermist and would not be here by now. Because of the chief lady-in-waiting's excessive worry, she had actually saved Arya's life. I shouldn't have left the Miss side even for a second. And Betty squeezed tears. If she hadn't left Arya's side, she would have been like the jaguar. No, since the jaguar is a silent beast, it was kept alive without having to kill it. If there were any witnesses, they would certainly have dealt with it mercilessly. Rather, the two women would have survived because they had not been by Arya's side. I can't help it. Arya squeezed her eyes shut and gulped down the mysterious potion. Contrary to the appearance as if possessed by an evil spirit, the taste was surprisingly not as painful as she thought it would be. This meant that she could barely swallow it without picking up the taste. You're amazing. Dana held out the star candy bottle. Arya took it all in haste and poured it all into her mouth. She seemed to have lost her sense of taste, seeing that she ate the candy in chunks, but had no taste at all. Instead of getting healthy, I lost my sense of taste. Could this be the law of equivalent exchange? But, do they really have the same value? She didn't know it would be more of a loss. Recently, when she was able to understand the saying living to eat, she took it seriously. Health and taste, which is more important? It was cute, though, to see her with a serious expression with her cheeks full of a lot of star candy. Tristan, who was looking down at the scene, began to speak. Is that really all? Maybe he knows something. Arya was so surprised that she almost lifted her head to the point where it was bent. No, he didn't notice. Even if someone found traces of an intrusion, there was no way that they would have thought that a child had defeated the unidentified assailant alone. She tilted her head, pretending not to know anything. It's just the jewel glinting eyes as she stares up and the cheeks munching on the candy, puffed up like a squirrel. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Arya and did not fall. Ha! Before Tristan could make a decision, he placed his hand on her head and patted her gently. And he mumbled and burst out laughing as if it was ridiculous. Are you saying this is cute? Arya's head was pressed hard by the uncontrollable, merciless hand. I think I remember being crushed like this before. Are you trying to pet me? She couldn't even guess. She just thought she wanted to get rid of it. Well, don't overdo it, because I don't know what it'll do if you're hurt too badly. Her head shook back and forth and her eyes frowned. Arya wanted someone to teach the Grand Duke how to stroke her hair, she thought. That was the moment. Lloyd, who hardened his expression, pulled the Grand Duke's hand away from Arya. Isn't it painful? And he whispered coldly. Tristan was staring alternately between his fingers, which were completely bent back, and his son. It's my fingers that were painful. I'm sorry it wasn't broken. It would be nice to have a little more power. What is this bloody atmosphere? Valentine's two father and son's gazes entangled wildly in the air, and the sense of veiling tension passed. That was then. With the sound of a brief knock, the Grand Duke's lieutenant appeared. Your Grace, I think you should come out for a while, but... Without further ado, Dwayne found Tristan and Lloyd, who was exuding a bloody atmosphere. He just said it was fine. Ah, the Grand Prince is also here. I have something to tell you too. What's going on? That is. Dwayne glared at Arya with a troubled glow on his face. Maybe he thought it wasn't something he would say in front of a small child. TSK. Tristan left the place with a short click of the tongue. No, he was trying to get away. Arya, who reached out her hand hastily, grabbed the hem of the Grand Duke's robe and looked up intently. Do you have anything to say? Well, she guesses she'll have to listen to Dwayne's report, so she caught Tristan. But she couldn't say that. Arya pretended she was a little child who was sick and wanted everyone to be by her side, as she lowered her eyelashes and trembled pitifully. And as she raised her gaze, she hesitated and held out a card. I want to be with you, Father and Lloyd, together. The two father and son looked down at the cards for a moment and were silent. And when they confronted each other, now, with Arya in between, they sat down on either side of the bed. The tense, threatening aura that seemed to eat each other quickly calmed down. Report. Yes. Here. She wants to be with me. Dwayne stared distastefully at the master, who had become unarmed. But when Tristan smiled with a look that was going to slit his neck, he sighed. They say there was an internal division in the gutter. Internal division? Tristan and Lloyd, who had had no reaction before, looked at Dwayne with surprised eyes at the same time. Internal division in that gutter was unthinkable. Is this accurate information? Certainly. If there's one thing that bothers them the most, it's that the gutter rat had never been betrayed by their people. It's not that the rat is that popular, it's because they were using dirty ways. The main figure is a magician named Hans. He was said to be a trusted person at one time, even as a candidate for the closest confidant of the gutter rat. At the end of the day, a wizard. Yes, H is very lethal. It seems that the brainwashing magic that had been applied to the prey was dispelled, and the men under him gathered and rebelled properly. The gutter rat must have been careless, as it had never been betrayed. When something he didn't even have in mind actually happened, he was naturally confused and slow to react. They say they're struggling quite a bit because they couldn't put down the rebels at once. But actually, it's just a matter of time. This was also an opportunity to hit the jackpot. Tristan thought for a moment, tapping the handle of his chair, then he said. There must be a spy from the gutter we planted last time. Last time he was talking about the Vincent case. Yes. Once your grace gives the order, I told them to prepare to move immediately. Arya heard those words and thought. Yes, I thought so. That her own guess was right. In order to secretly get Vincent's mother out of the burrow of the prey, they'll have no choice but to sneak inside. Spies must have been planted then, and there is a high probability that it hasn't been noticed yet because it's been a while. I thought so, so I urged that limb. He seems to have done a good job. She was relieved inside. As she listened to the conversation, it seemed that there were quite a few spies planted inside at that time. From those who become the limbs of the rat and deliver information, to those who are deliberately caught pretending to be hostages and leaking fake information. Internal manipulation was in perfect condition. Besides, even the wizard who was trusted by the rat is running rampant. Heaven gave them a chance to swallow it whole quickly. Tristan was silent for a moment as if he had fallen into sleep, and then stared intently at Arya. By throwing an insignificant gaze, she felt the corners of his lips curled at an oblique angle, quite uneasy. Finally, the time has come to eradicate these damn pests. Lloyd raised his eyebrows as if he was hesitating, then gave the order instead of the Grand Duke, who had his eyes on elsewhere. Clean up. Finally, she was able to see Sabina in person. How long have I been waiting? Arya's heart pounded at the thought of meeting her soon. What would be the best gift? She held out her card, her cheeks dyed red like a watercolor painting. Betty's hand tickled as she wanted to hug Arya tightly. A flower? What flower? She tends to like all kinds of flowers, but she also likes the flowers that bloom on the trees the most. A flower that blooms on a tree, especially in the summer, it is Ray. I think I saw it out the window yesterday. Arya immediately ran and looked up at the tree in which the buds were in full bloom. The bright red flower buds on each branch looked like burning flames on top. Fire tree. This fascinating and colorful flowering tree has a name just as it looks, but it was too high to pick the flowers, so she couldn't reach them. Should I call the carrier pigeon? That was when she thought so. With a rustling sound from above, the flower buds fell down. Arya widened her eyes and reflexively gathered her hands together to catch the falling flower buds. It was as if a fire had erupted in Arya's palm. What, was it you? Arya slowly raised her head at the sound of the voice coming. It was Lloyd. He was standing on a tall tree, stepping on the branches, and climbing gently. Lloyd looked at the branches for a moment, pondering. Then, he clasped the most splendid and coveted buds of a branch in one fell swoop. It's like picking up some loot. It sounded like the screams of the tree could be heard. The boy jumped off the tree as if he had accomplished his goal. Arya was startled and made a strange gesture as if to accept him, then grabbed his wrist. Hey, it's dangerous. Perhaps Lloyd was not a human, but a cat pretending to be human. He had a surprisingly smooth landing. Is your body okay now? Arya nodded her head and opened her mouth. I heard that Lloyd was sick. Me? Am I sick? Then, the boy made a face as if he had never heard that before. What? Wasn't he so sick that he couldn't get out of his room and he couldn't deal with it directly when the gutter rats infiltrated? Carlin said growing pains. Growing pain It seemed to be late, but he realized what she was talking about. Well, that's not entirely wrong. But when she saw the reaction, it didn't seem like he was talking about real growing pains. For some reason, Carlin's reaction was also very questionable. It seemed he was lying. Arya wished Silver had bitten the shaman's butt properly. Are you going now? I've got this, so you can go right away. To bring the branches, it's a little. If Sabina cares about the fire tree, it doesn't seem to be a very good choice. Arya was silent for a moment, and then she took the branches from Lloyd's hand. Take this, and she moved the flower buds she had kept in her hands into his palms. What looked full in both her hands was barely enough to fill the palm of his hand. What? Lloyd frowned again. However, he did not criticize or rebel against her actions. Instead he grumbled a little. Pruning branches is the surest way to prove to Mother that flowers have bloomed. Because it's not loot. What are you trying to prove? Arya rummaged through her bag and pulled out a card. Because the flowers are pretty. That card again. Lloyd put a flower in his hand into Arya's mouth. With a flower in her mouth, she looked up at him with a questioning gaze. She couldn't immediately figure out what he was doing. Seeing you play with flowers like that, I wondered if you could even eat flowers. She doesn't like it because she wants to eat it. You don't think him a real rabbit, do you? Arya was bewildered, then spit out the flower she had bitten, and she put the flower behind his ear while Lloyd looked away for a moment. Feeling her touch his ear, the boy glanced back. Is there something? Arya smacked her lips quickly, then he seemed to ignore it. As if he could never have imagined that she would dare to play a prank on him. If you're used to pranks, you'll know right away. Haven't you ever played a prank before? He was surprisingly naive. The first kiss, the first joke. As Arya was admiring him inside, PFFT, suddenly, she heard a suppressed laugh and turned her head. The red-haired boy who had been silently following Lloyd's back was desperately covering his mouth. His shoulders trembled. The name, was it Cloud? He was never introduced, but Arya had seen him occasionally. He was presumed to be Lloyd's aide and escort. Although too young to escort the Grand Duke's successor, seeing him with a sword around his waist, he must be a knight. He looked the same age as Lloyd, or at most 1 or 2 years older. At that age, if he was in a position to assist the young master, he would surely be a great man. But it's the first name I've seen him since coming here. That meant that he was one of those who died in the incident. It felt as if she had guessed the tragedy of another genius boy in advance. When Arya stared blankly, he coughed and lifted his head. "Are you crazy?" Lloyd asked sarcastically. "You seem to know how to laugh." "I'm sorry." The knight clenched his teeth and answered. He couldn't even make eye contact with Lloyd, who had a flower on his head, and was puzzled. Cloud was in trouble and asked Arya for help. Lloyd noticed that gaze and looked at Arya and Cloud alternately. His expression got even worse. "Your eyes are unpleasant. Turn around." "Yes, but I haven't gotten to the point where I can turn around and escort." As the atmosphere became more reddish, Cloud neatly resigned. "Well, it's kind of training. I'll do my best." And he really turned his back on the command and started walking. Even when obstacles appeared in front of him, he dodged it very skillfully. What kind of skill is that? Arya couldn't help but glance at Cloud. Anyone would, but Lloyd didn't like the fact that her gaze was fixed on Cloud. Lloyd grabbed Arya's wrist as he had always done it, and dragged her, but then stopped. Because Lloyd is kind, it was because that word came to mind. Since birth, Lloyd never once looked back on his actions. He knew that he was far from sociable, but he wasn't particularly conscious of it, and he didn't correct it. If necessary, he puts it aside and puts it away if it bothers him. He ran towards his goal, looking ahead, because he was in a place to do that. But why? Why was he being swayed by such nonsense? It seems that all the kind people are dead. Lloyd looked down at his own palm, and thought. What are you doing? Arya stopped abruptly and tilted her head to see the boy staring at her as if she was an enemy. I have to go quickly. She has to go and see Sabina. Like Lloyd, she stood. Arya grabbed Lloyd's hand. She squeezed it between her fingers, lest he shove it away, and grabbed it tightly. Before, when her fever had risen, he felt as cold as an ice cube. It was neither cold nor hot now. Their body temperature was similar. It feels good to hold hands. Like an unripe early summer day. As Arya had expected, Lloyd tried to shake her hand away. But it was so tight that he couldn't shake it off. Me. It hurts. Arya looked up at him half-heartedly without answering. I think it's going to crush. But she grabbed his hand tightly and spoke with the shape of her mouth. Then it's okay to crush it. Ha, how could you say something like that? You know how many times I told you to take care of your body. Because it's Lloyd. Lloyd was speechless and couldn't say anything for a moment. His eyes swayed vigorously in agitation. It was as if his throat was strangled by the gaze of a calm lake that came upon him. So, can I hold your hand now? Arya was not a weird person enjoying the pain. Since she returned, she never put up with anyone who touched her. But Lloyd was fine. Because it's Lloyd. Is there any other reason? Arya took the lead and walked first. As she pulled Lloyd's arm, he was dragged by her hand. Ha! A deep sigh was heard behind her back. He said he was going to crush her hand as he was going to shake her off. Lloyd followed Arya's narrow stride silently. Arya's heart beat faster and flushed as she got closer to Sabina's room. She started kicking her soul to the ground. I'm nervous. She doesn't know what makes the visit so nerve-wracking. Lloyd was both puzzled and dissatisfied with Arya's reaction he had never seen before. Rabbit, you were so shameless in front of me. Because it was true that she stroked his hair, kissed him, and held his hand, she smirked and averted his gaze. Because you never had a face like that. What? Arya looked straight up, but Lloyd only stared forward. This, should she answer or not? It seems like he said it out of nowhere. As she pondered, they arrived at the door of Sabina's room. Perhaps as he had often come and gone, Lloyd naturally opened the door and walked in, so she met Sabina in an instant without having to prepare her heart. Sabina. It was the first time Arya had met her in person, but Sabina was just what she imagined. Her ailment was clear on her face and body, but her spirit was not with it at all. She was stiff and completely flawless, but naturally relaxed. Cool. That was the first thought she had. Are you feeling a little better? There's still pain. Sabina shrugged her shoulders and touched the sword adorned next to her. It was in the cabinet, but it didn't seem to be for decoration. The blade stood sharp and it was maintained consistently, and traces of the years were felt, like the paint staining and discoloration in some places on the handle of the sword. As expected, shush is cool. One day, when her body fully recovers, Sabina was depicted wielding that sword. Arya looked up at her with twinkling eyes without realizing it. Sabina, who looked at her, grinned and asked in a mischievous way, "Would you like to touch it, Mother?" Lloyd let out a sigh, and he briefly discouraged her from doing so. Sabina poked him in a funny way and swiped Lloyd up and down. Class, 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 train, train, train. It seems that youth has come to my boring son who only knows how to study. The fever of first love is more summer than spring. It's not like that, Lloyd shook in reply. No way, with that hot youth on your head. Hot youth, it is the flower language of the flame tree. Sabina almost took the red flower off the boy's head. It was then that Lloyd, who just noticed Arya's prank, turned his head and glared at her. The knights and employees that did not look away all the way. Lloyd looks good in red. Ho! Lloyd let out a sigh and ruffled his disheveled bangs. She had the talent to keep him from getting angry no matter how angry he was. After that, Arya and Lloyd went to visit Sabina every day. Then, they had an unexpected encounter with Tristan. Tristan raised the corners of his lips crookedly and smiled with a mischievous smile, and Lloyd hardened his expression as if he had seen something he couldn't bear to see. Arya looked at the two father and son without a word. They seemed incredibly out of touch together. It's like looking at sworn enemies. It wasn't to the extent of hate, it was more of a one-sided hatred. Arya looked at Lloyd, who looked like lava. The eyes were almost pitch black. Before, it wasn't this bad. After all, it was right before Vincent was kicked out. And in another situation, they had to agree with each other over the gutter rat issue. The situation outside was getting more serious, so there would have been no time to pay attention to each other. So, you suspected the child to be a spy and tried to kill her before. Are you going to get married now? Then Lloyd was surprised. The momentum to jump out at any moment and cut off the Grand Duke's head was slowed down for a moment. Tristan leaned back without a smile. Do you think I will allow it? It was the tenacity of a daughter-full father, who said that he would never marry his daughter to any bastard. No, His Grace has no daughters and only 2 sons. Besides, the bastard he was wary of was his own son. Dwayne, who watched the scene from afar, was very excited. Who made this child my marriage partner in the first place? Lloyd did not lose and responded, with his arms folded and his head tilted languidly. And you were going to build a play park when before you were going to toss the rabbit for dog food. Then this time, Tristan had no choice but to harden his expression. Do you think you are qualified to talk about permission? Silence fell between the two father and son. It was as if invisible sparks were flying as they confronted each other without a single step back. You both are trying to kill me. It was Sabina who broke that silence. I can't believe it. Are you both out of your minds? Tristan and Lloyd sunk at Sabina's eyes burning with anger. At that time, both of them deeply regretted it. What the hell were you two doing while she was wandering around for a while? Sabina opened her arms towards Arya without hesitation. Are you asking me to come closer? Arya hesitated, blushing, and she approached. Where in the world can I touch such a small and precious baby? Sabina grabbed Arya's waist and lifted her, and placed her on her own lap. She was so strong that it was hard to believe that she was a person on the brink of life and death just a few days ago. The red eyes stared gently at Arya, because she was worried that there might have been some trauma left in the child. But Arya just sat there, blinking her eyes wide. Is this what it is? With her hawk's eyes, Sabina found a very faint sword mark on the nape of Arya's neck. With her expression hardened, she glanced at her husband and son, sharper than the blade. Fine. Arya took the card out of her bag. I came prepared for everything. Of course, she expected to be rejected. For this life, she was risking her life to save Lloyd. If she were to die at his hand, she thought it would be impossible as it is. However, seeing the card, Sabina's expression was crumpled like a piece of paper. Don't say it's okay. If you keep saying that, you'll think you're really okay. How can that be okay? Sabina said firmly. It shouldn't be okay. That is nothing to say even if you hate these two father and son for the rest of your life. The two father and son who were mentioned without a story, flinched at the same time. While confirming the existence of a conscience that she didn't even know existed, and she wasn't supposed to know in the future. As expected, the Madame the Valentine's only common sense. Dwayne was so moved that he almost applauded. The moment it came out of Sabina's mouth, seeing Sabina speaking without hesitation in the murderous remarks made her relieved. It sounds like a thing of long time ago to hear. Arya nodded her head. When it's their first meeting, when they see someone they don't know, that might be the case if the nature of their meeting was to take up swords instead of greetings. That's what she thought, but it is just something that happened because it's been a long time. Sabina said something completely unexpected, and Arya became confused for a moment. Don't talk to those two until you get a proper apology, and if you don't want to forgive them, never forgive. It's not like it's been a year, they didn't even know you were hurt. Obviously this. Arya glared at Lloyd without realizing it. He also looked at her with a complicated expression as if his thoughts had increased. You just can't take care of your wounds. You look like an idiot who didn't even know you were hurt. She definitely has heard the same thing. That's what he meant. Lloyd knew what state Arya was in, and she realized later. In her previous life, she suffered a lot of worse things that can't be compared, so what she experienced at that time was really nothing. She received sincere affection from the employees. Someone is willing to run around for her. Someone is willing to find out what she likes and do it for her. Someone is willing to get mad at her whenever she gets hurt. Thinking about it after she became friends with Tristan and Lloyd. I think I got hurt. It wasn't that she wasn't hurt. The calluses around her wounds were hard enough for her to bite in pain. Arya had a tearful face. She suddenly became sad. It was the first time she felt this way. Is this sadness? It wasn't that she was afraid to die or anything like that. Her feelings for Lloyd didn't change either. That can't be true. It was just a little bit of her heart pounding. As Arya shed tears and stifled her nose, Sabina hugged her tightly without hesitation. Arya smelled a faint herb in Sabina's arms. Both of you, get lost. Sabina beckoned her husband and her son to go away. Lloyd's tenacious gaze was fixed on Arya for a moment and did not fall. However, for this time, he had no choice but to back away. There's nothing worth kicking out for. Arya stopped her tears and stared at the closed door. Her feelings of disappointment did not last long. Shush is easily pricked by sensibilities, but that doesn't mean Shush is swayed. As long as she wasn't brimming with ill feelings to the point of revenge, she didn't have any regrets about the past. More than that, Sabina and her were left alone. She had a lot of questions. Although unfortunately all the questions were something Arya couldn't ask. Then Sabina said, stroking Arya's hair gently, from now on, please pour out a lot of cursing. If you hit because you were born needlessly strong, it will only hurt your fist. Cursing? Arya instantly recalled the swear words she had learned from Lloyd. You're a bastard, that's killing me. No, that's a bit. Should I really do it? She was in agony. It's okay, it's okay. No matter how badly I acted like a jerk, it's only for my husband and my sons. At Sabina's words, Arya couldn't hold back for a moment and almost burst out laughing. Biting her lip, she desperately held back. Then, as if she should end tea, Sabina pulled the bitten lip between her teeth with a stern expression on her face. Laugh if you want to laugh. You can do whatever you feel like. Arya rolled her eyes. Do whatever I feel like? It was a difficult request for Arya. Sabina was telling her to express her feelings. The corners of Arya's lips raised, like a habit, but Sabina said oh ho, sternly, and pinched her cheek. Don't smile like that. She was caught. Arya was genuinely surprised. She sometimes forced herself to laugh, but no one noticed it. You don't have to look good to me, so just mess around like a kid, just like my sons. Arya remembered Lloyd and Vincent, who were messing around like a child. Neither of them are affectionate, but they're really a mess. A smile like the wind blew out, then Sabina smiled happily at her and hugged her tightly. Yes, like that. As Sabina said, it was very difficult for Arya to act like a child. It just became a habit, hiding emotions, swallowing, smiling. The Grand Duke must have said something similar to me. He said she can cry if her heart permits. It's okay to laugh and it's okay to get angry. How can I say what I feel? No one cared about how she felt. Even her followers, who fell at Arya's feet, didn't want to know if she was happy or in pain. As expected, the couples resemble each other. Saying that, she had no choice but to hug Sabina. Arya crouched, blushing, and hugged Sabina's back tightly. It's okay to tell me your secrets, if you can afford it. And at Sabina's next words, her shoulders trembled. It was the answer to a question she kept wondering, but couldn't ask directly. If you have a little secret, no one will blame you, no one. Arya raised her head in Sabina's arms. Isn't that right, Spring Fairy? Then Sabina kissed her on the forehead and smiled softly. As expected, Sabina knew it from the beginning, Arya's identity. You got kicked out. Tristan pulled out a cigarette and muttered. Lloyd, who was treated like the Grand Duke and was forcibly kicked out, frowned. I'll just go. Why? Was he asking because he doesn't know? Because I don't want to talk to you anymore. The boy turned his back without regret, as if he didn't deem it worthy of dealing with Tristan. Tristan then lit a cigarette and burst into laughter. Venting your anger is meaningless. Meaningless? This wouldn't have happened if the Grand Duke didn't say useless things in the first place. But Lloyd admitted it. The root cause is in himself. Regret was it? Lloyd obviously regretted it, for the first time since birth. If it was possible to turn back time, he would gladly do so. Why so far? The boy questioned himself. What is with me? From the first time they met, he didn't know. It would be more accurate to say that he couldn't take his eyes off. As if something is still stuck, as if something is missing. Because of the unpleasant sensation of knowing and knowing nothing in the end. The sensation was similar to that felt when seeing a traitor or detecting a dangerous person. So when Lloyd saw Arya for the first time, he misunderstood his senses and almost killed her, though he knew it wasn't like that now. Being too blind, is it sane to say that it is okay to crush her hand because it's Lloyd? What do I say? He had no memory of doing anything to the child that would have meant that much. Rather, it was Tristan, not Lloyd, who should be thanked by Arya. Oh, come to think of it. She obviously said so. She said she wanted to bring back the happiness that the person who saved her could have enjoyed. At the time, he couldn't understand what she was talking about. Isn't that person the one who saved you? Lloyd stared intently at his own father. It was a gloomy gaze that gently oozed a threatening aura. Tristan exhaled his smoke slowly and smiled strangely. You seem to have something to say. To that child the boy licked his lips as if hesitating for a moment, then wrinkled his eyebrows and spoke. What did you do? What did I do? Rescue, as you might hear. Who? Tristan raised his eyebrows as if in surprise, and he answered gently, because it looked interesting. I gave her advice. Are you talking about counseling? You? Lloyd couldn't believe that at all, so he glanced at Dwayne. Then Dwayne replied sullenly. Well, you can call it counseling. Even though he said that he would rip the mouth, pluck out the eyes, or cut out the wrist during the consultation. Yes. He said he'd absolutely be on her side. Was that what it meant? Dwayne was full of doubts, but the listener was moved anyway, so he convinced himself that it was. Then they ate. A meal? It sounds like she hadn't eaten properly before then. Lloyd asked urgently, you mean she couldn't even eat properly? He knew her body was weaker than the average, but he didn't expect it to be that much. Then Tristan clicked his tongue as if Lloyd didn't know that before. The only things she can eat are soups, drinks, and candy. And even that, she vomited after eating the normal amount. He didn't know that. He had no choice but to be so. Until he went to the academy, Lloyd had no other thought but to kick out Arya. A child who will soon disappear anyway, he didn't even care. He gave her a fountain pen to replace the broken quill and ordered her to eat dessert before he left. She said marshmallows were delicious, so he thought she would like them. Not knowing that Arya could hardly even eat dessert in those days. I have given my authority. Although it was definitely impulsive, there was absolutely no need for it, but Lloyd himself didn't know why. Other than that, I took care of the other things that seemed necessary and the things that seemed annoying. Tristan mumbled, that kid deserves like me, he nodded, convincing himself. If it was left as it is, he looked like he would brag by taking out all of the cards that he robbed from Arya. Therefore, Lloyd was deep in thought. The Grand Duke spoke only of things that would normally be called rescue. It was Tristan who had saved her in the first place from her biological father, Count Cortez. That's why she decided to marry me in order to repay the favor to the Grand Duke. So helping Vincent not get kicked out, and so does following Lloyd so blindly. Now I understand. At the same time, he felt very dirty. It was as if he had been drowning in mud. More so because he didn't know why he had to feel that way. We're going to get divorced when we're an adult anyway. What is the purpose of a contract marriage? Arya wants to repay the favor. Lloyd couldn't leave Arya alone, who would always come back from where she was hurt. That was enough for him. Their interests would be mutually satisfied. That's what I want to ask you. It was then that Tristan spoke. Ariadne Cortez. Everything has flowed positively since the child came, as if trying to show hope in this rotten reality. Two men with the surname Valentine never believed in miracles. When there is a cause, there is also an effect. Cherry blossoms bloom twice in spring. Sabina's illness is also getting better. Suddenly, a holy thing that they didn't even know existed helped Vincent. It was also an accidental opportunity to sweep the gutter that used to be a thorn in the eye. Obviously, it wasn't a blessing from God, it was the result of someone else's creation. I'm sure you must have West, too. The cause is Arya. The Grand Duke said so. Is this the start of a long-standing misunderstanding? Like Lloyd didn't think Arya cared for him and only does it for Tristan. Not the other way around. Surely Lloyd had certainly doubted that a few times. However, isn't that why you wanted to keep her by your side, because you thought it was the child's ability? Stop the nonsense. Sparks flew from the boy's eyes. It was the eyes that had completely broken the string of reason that had been holding onto it, though narrowly. What burden are you afraid of carrying on a child who has never even felt a warm touch? He couldn't hide his threatening energy at all this time. To the extent that a jaguar wandering nearby reacts to its owner's threatening energy and shows its teeth wildly. You're forcing her to repay the favor. What, sir, are you doing that? Lloyd let out a smirk. It's none of my business. Whether that child has any special abilities or not, even if Shush is a protective shield, I'll never use it. Don't even dream of it. If so, I will inherit the title of Grand Duke immediately. Lloyd means that if Tristan made fun of him carelessly, hell kill him. Has he ever seen such a bastard? But Tristan was used to the situation. He knew and was accustomed to Lloyd's desire to kill him, so he only replied with a crooked smile. Arya, just touch it. Lloyd left without looking back. The jaguar, assimilated with its owner's feelings, growled and threatened once, then followed the boy. He has a good brain, but H is very misunderstood. Is it because he was young? About the time Lloyd was completely out of sight, Tristan tilted his head and wondered so. He has a tendency to judge hastily. It's because H is still not good at anything, and you said something that could be misunderstood. I knew he was going to be. It's cute. Then you'll really be killed. Is that cute? Lloyd's intention to kill was sincere. When that day comes, it is very likely that he will pierce Tristan's chest with his sword and say, I'm getting your title, father. Dwayne thought he would never understand his master for the rest of his life, no, even in his death. I was just wondering if the kid had that long sought-after key in Garcia. Tristan muttered a little. Yes? Dwayne, who had not heard, asked. Then Tristan spoke up. That's enough to marry my daughter. Who is whose daughter? That's your son over there. The Grand Duke's lieutenant no longer bothered to refute, so he shook his head. Today, priests will come from the Great Temple. Arya's shoulders trembled at Dana's passing words. The Great Temple of Eden Faith, of course. Is there another Great Temple? Eden Faith. It was also the state religion of Garcia, the Holy Empire, and the only remaining religion in the world. In Eden Faith, worshipping other gods other than the one believed in was called heresy and idolatry. To put it simply, it meant that spies from Garcia would come to Valentine's castle. I expected it. Every person had to ask God for permission to marry. Of course, what they meant as permission was just a formal report saying, we are getting married. So, priests are coming from the Great Temple of the Eden Faith's Panetta branch. But I know that usually we only need to deliver documents to the temple. Are there times when they come directly to you? It'll be fine. Arya hid her identity, and she could get married hiding her identity. After all, Count Cortez renounced his custody, and Arya was a commoner who now did not even have a birth certificate. Should I meet the priest? No, you don't have to. Dana firmly shook her head. Why does our precious lady have to meet the petty priest? Petty priest? Arya had a shaky expression on her face. Anyway, that was rather fortunate. It won't be a big deal. Arya was relieved, washed and fell asleep. Annoying noises. A sharp exchange of words could be heard. Arya suddenly woke up. Who is fighting? The sun has gone down. Arya looked out the window curiously and went out of her room. She paused her steps for a moment, stood and listened. It was coming from downstairs. It was so far away she couldn't tell what they were talking about. Apparently, they weren't the employees. Outsiders. The villa was almost exclusively occupied by Arya, but it was originally a place reserved for the vassals or guests. Since the vassals had been sheltering themselves after the Count Beaufort incident, there was a high probability that they were guests from outside. I think it would be better to eavesdrop. It was intuition. Arya stalked down the stairs and put her ear to the door where she heard the voice. Shush, lower your voice. What are you going to do if someone is eavesdropping? What a surprise. Arya pulled her ears off for a moment and pressed down over her fluttering heart. You're worried about everything. How can anyone hear what's going on in the room? It sounds very clear. The voice was mediocre, but the gentle tone that caught her ear had the power to focus the audience. It's like a person who makes speeches. Well, it sounds like an accent I've heard a lot somewhere. Somehow she was used to it. It was when Arya was tilting her head. Their conversation continued. Brother doesn't know either. Brother? It was a priest from Garcia. She quickly discovered the identity of the opponent. I can't believe you're sending Garcia's precious talents to Valentine's. Send talent? Don't you know that there is no choice? In the world, there must be darkness in order for light to exist. But to say it's an apprentice, it's nothing different than a hostage. Hostage? What are they talking about? I can't let those children become infected with evil. How thoroughly I have managed to prevent them from learning evil since they were young. Still, you can't live in a temple for the rest of your life. For those children, if you think of it as a kind of training. It's too early, it'll be too early. Are you saying that because you don't know how quickly children get into their surroundings? Arya was at loss as she listened to their conversation. Sending a child from Garcia to Valentine's. Looking at the prospect of talent, did they send a candidate for a new priesthood? I never heard of it. Even Arya, who knew most of the rumors that had spread in the world, had no idea what they were talking about. That said, it was a top secret that should not be known to anyone. Most of the things related to Valentine were top secret, though. If you send an apprentice to Valentine's, they will surely become tainted with evil, commit sins and fall. I guarantee. Well, that's a bit. Arya, who is living well at Valentine's castle, was a bit dumbfounded. Garcia's strict standards of goodness have always been difficult to follow. Then let's do this. Have you ever heard of a child who developed divine power late this time? Are you talking about that aspiring knight? His name is. With the name of an angel. An angel's name? Gabriel? Arya stiffened. The commander of the Holy Knights of Garcia. In her past life, he killed tens of thousands of people. He took the lead and slaughtered the people of the Panetta Empire. The dead bodies were cut, ripped, and frozen by his hands, and they were lying scattered on the side of the road. All of this is God's will, he constantly shouted with divine power in his voice. Knights of the kingdom of God, do not be shaken. What you are doing is only a process of purifying the soul. Do not hesitate to kill them. They are already tainted and cannot be undone. The only way to save them is to free them from the bondage of their tainted bodies. It was madness to justify his blind beliefs. Even if she dies, she will never forget that scene. The voice of the Mad Knight Commander was still vivid in Arias' ears. No, she immediately shook her head. I can't be sure. Is there one or two people with angelic names in Garcia? Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, others. In the Holy Empire, the names of angels were commonly borrowed. They said he came from the lowest place. We can send that child. The priest who insisted that no one could be sent to Valentine spoke with a voice that suddenly became brighter. The lowest place. A place full of all evil in the world. If he was born and raised in a corrupted place anyway, they wouldn't mind sending him to Valentine's. It's good. The divine power that was developed after growing up is a very unstable power. Before, he told me to give him a chance to hone his skills. He wanted to become strong quickly. There is no one like him. Of course. I'm relieved now. With those words, the door was about to open. As soon as the doorknob turned, Arya immediately clung to the wall. Maybe with a little bit of luck, he'll volunteer himself. Her body was hidden behind the door, and the footsteps of the priests were getting farther and farther away. Something about the conversation a candidate for a priest who has been nurtured and cherished since childhood cannot be let go. Because it can be tainted with evil. But it sounds like a rolling stone from the lowest place won't be cared less whether they fall into evil or not. It was blatant discrimination. Besides, wanting him to volunteer on his own means making it his own choice and letting him take on the responsibility. As expected, humans are humans. even for a priest who stands in the church and preaches the doctrine of God. Arya knew a little about how the priest apprentices who were educated under him grew up. Because they made a great contribution to making war as sacred as possible in front of the church in the future. What is good and what is evil? According to Garcia's standards, is it good to listen to the Pope and evil to not listen to the Pope? One thing was certain. Valentine representing evil and Garcia representing good are the same. The essence was no different. Anyway, it seems that soon someone with an angelic name will come as an apprentice from the Holy Empire. The priests didn't seem to mind. It seemed that they had to send a child with divine powers to Valentine's. Because there is no way to do such a loss without any profit considering Garcia. Is there some kind of contract? Arya had no choice but to doubt. I thought that Valentine and Garcia were opposites of each other. Did they have a relationship? When there is darkness, there is also light. They obviously said so. What do you mean? Does it mean that Valentine is necessarily evil? That's the law that governs everything in the world, though. But there seems to be something deeper. It was when she was immersed in her thoughts. What are you doing standing in the hallway? Suddenly Lloyd's voice was heard. If you can't sleep, ask them to sing a lullaby. Arya looked up at the approaching boy and flapped her lips. Sing it for me. No, are you crazy? Lloyd let out a harsh sound without realizing it, then rubbed his lips. As if he had made a mistake. Not me. The chief handmaiden or something. I don't like anyone but Lloyd. You keep saying things like that, so I'm mistaken. Ha! The boy sighed deeply. Arya looked at Lloyd, wiping his bangs wildly, and she suddenly wondered. It seems that we often meet at the detached villa. Well, one of the rooms here is being used as my office. Arya widened her eyes. Really? Even in the same building, it was not on the same floor, so she didn't seem to hear Lloyd's voice. If she had known earlier, she would have gone for him. She looked disappointed. Didn't you know? He thought she knew it. In a place overlooking Lloyd's office window, she would always stand looking up at the sky endlessly, as if asking to take a look. Even when it rained on. He wondered what the purpose was. You just had no idea. Arya heard those words and tilted her head. Lloyd rubbed his finger against his heated earlobes with an expressionless face. He knew for the first time that he lived with so many misunderstandings up to this point. Lloyd. Then Arya pulled Lloyd's hem, who was turning his gaze away, and flapped her lips. Your mother told me to curse at you. This was another development he hadn't thought of. He said after being silent for a moment. Where are you going to do? Lloyd thought it'd be better off listening to her cursing. Even if that makes her feel better. I've never cursed. You probably know. This person. Arya thought for a moment before she pulled out the swear words she knew. Retard, half-wit, dumb, monster, stupid bastard. It stopped right there. It was because she couldn't think of it anymore. The last thing was the one I taught you. Huh, did you hear somewhere else about the rest? That's how it is. Arya didn't answer the question, but Lloyd was already convinced. The back of his hand was tightly engraved with veins, and his jaw tightened. His eyes, which had darkened as pitch black, flashed a blatant expression of threatening energy. I should have taken care of it sooner, Count Cortez. Arya instantly figured out who the boy was thinking of now. It wasn't a complete misunderstanding. The second last thing I heard from Carlin. Shall keep this a secret forever. Arya swore to herself. It was difficult for her if the capable and useful shaman was sent to the underworld. This time Lloyd spoke up. It's not that you're bothering me, I just realized that I care about you for no reason, although it's late. Arya was confused as to how to take these words. He cared about her for no reason. Are you saying in a roundabout way that you cared for me because I looked like your mother when she was sick? Lloyd's words continued. I understand why you want to marry me and I have decided to accept it. It seems like H's talking while grinding his teeth. Arya became even more lost as she read the hazy resentment from the boy's black eyes. She wants to give him happiness in return for being saved by Lloyd. In the end, he will be angry, but Arya had a time limit. The fact that she would die anyway was also the reason why she completely hides that she can sing a siren song. Still, it would be a shock if someone who he had been married to for 10 years died suddenly without saying anything. Angry with himself and with his partner, so Arya was never going to tell him her own circumstances in detail. Then Lloyd will remember her for the rest of his life. Lloyd will outlive me. I don't want him to carry the guilt for nothing. So, a light sympathy was enough as Lloyd decided to marry Arya. It's rather the best scenario. They stay married as they are, and when he becomes an adult he can go out and find the rest that he didn't know about. Are you listening to me? It was when she was in deep thought. Lloyd narrowed his eyes and pulled Arya's cheeks to either side. "I'm serious." It looked really serious. His hand was fiddling with Arya's cheek. He just stretched her cheeks without much thought, because he liked the feel. "Marshmallow, is this serious?" Arya, caught by Lloyd's serious expression, was stunned for a moment. When she showed her sullen eyes, the boy let go of his hand and coughed a little. "I made my own judgment and threatened your life and made it difficult. I want to apologize." Arya was startled. It was because Lloyd clasped her hand politely and bent one knee to the floor. "It will never happen again. I swear, Arya." The boy's eyes, who had always been cold, seemed deep for that moment. Even the end is invisible. Arya couldn't take her eyes off the lake-like eyes that illuminated the night sky. He called her Arya, for the first time. Never again, no one will be able to deny Ariadne Valentine. "I'm here. Don't go anywhere. This is your home. My home." Home? Arya had no home. She lived in a cage with iron bars. She was a livestock raised in strict confinement. Where is the luxury of talking to and expressing emotions to livestock that are desperate to live day by day? The siren's only worth was singing, and it was thanks to it that she survived. Home. It was a more miraculous word to her than the siren song. She never dared to wish, believing that even if she died and woke up, she wouldn't have it. Arya's eyes, who had reacted bluntly to everything he did, shook greatly. "Anyway, I'm your husband now." "Am I, Lloyd's wife?" "Yes, wife." Lloyd replied bluntly. He didn't make a bitter face, nor did he make an awkward face as if he was spitting out unfamiliar words. Just as he would say that apples are red by its natural definition, he called her his wife. "If you allow it, I'll tell the employees of each department to prepare for the wedding as soon as possible." Wedding? Naturally, she thought that when they got married, they would only exchange documents in an informal way. "I don't think we can do that." Arya was perplexed. Because weddings of young nobles were prohibited by law. That was the privilege of only those who had the right to hereditary powers to the throne. In other words, the only person that can hold a wedding at such a young age is only the crown prince. That skeptical and inflexible emperor would certainly take it as treason. He will definitely run wild. Or, he can remember the incident forever and accuse him of it later. Arya was well aware of the current emperor's personality, because Shush has been watching him closer than anyone else. "It's illegal to hold a wedding." When Arya asked, Lloyd replied. "You still follow the law. When did you see the Valentines do the law?" "That's right." Arya had nothing to say. If the emperor wanted to nitpick the wedding, they would have to catch up with the shaman who was blazing in Valentine's castle. He was a criminal just by his existence. Then, what the Grand Duke said wasn't a joke. Of course, she thought it was a joke to say that he would give her a wedding as luxurious as the Empress. But it wasn't. But then it'd be a blemish for Lloyd when you remarry again. What nonsense. Lloyd's hands were tense, his eyes darkened black and he rubbed his lips, but when Arya frowned, he let go of her. The boy gritted his teeth and spoke as quietly as he could. "There's only one marriage in my life. You're the first and last. Do you understand?" Arya paused for a moment at the question, and then slowly nodded her head. "Because he said it when he was still young. When you grow up, you will change your mind." He stared intently at the back of her hand, which was red with the handprint. His brow wrinkled, but he looked like he was agonizing in a gaze that asked, "Does it hurt?" "I have to let the world know you. You're not a ghost, Ariadne. You exist here." Arya patted the back of her tingling hand, and hardened. Ariadne. Every time he called his name, her heart felt strangely pounding and rattling. Is that okay? Can he tell the world about her? That? Her heart raced faster when he said she wasn't a ghost. Not a siren, not a ghost, not Ariadne Cortez, Ariadne Valentine. It meant accepting herself as his family, not her songs. She was afraid. She was looking forward to it. Contrasting emotions disturbed the regular rhythm of her heart. "No, I can't." All the memories of her previous life flashed through Arya's mind. Naturally, Arya had no choice but to think about the past first. Lloyd, who read her anxious gaze, added with a savage smile. I wanted to set an example for what would happen if someone dared to touch you. Arya looked at Lloyd's wicked smile, and the him in the future overlapped for a moment. With a lush rich voice, the devil who announced her revenge and plunged her into hell. Ah, at that moment, Arya realized, I like you. She seems to have liked him a long time ago. Even back in time, she saw Lloyd alone and came to the Grand Duke's residence without any countermeasures. She wondered why she hadn't noticed this before, but I think I like you even more. A person who gives salvation every time for no reason. A person who is consistent even when she takes off her mask. A person who tells her that she can stay here even if she doesn't prove her worth with a song. A person who she wants to live again with even if there is another life. I can't believe I realized this now. It's bad luck. Arya bit her lip. You can't say that. It is better to bury this heavy heart for the rest of her life. Lloyd shouldn't know. Instead of giving happiness, what if she gave him a burden of her heart that he might carry for the rest of his life? A storm broke out inside Arya, but she captured all of her feelings and pretended to be as calm as possible. It's forgiven. Then a small smile formed on the boy's lips. The sweet scent of hyacinth emanating from the crevice of the window filled the hallway. It was the name of a flower that said even if it dries and withers, the fragrance never disappears. It hurts. Arya slowly patted her own heart. Her heart continued to pound and she felt it fall to the ground. Take care. Yes. Don't push yourself too hard. To Veronica's worried words, Gabriel answered with a faint smile. I will come back stronger for sure. Don't do that. The saint bluntly rebuked him so that he wouldn't get hurt for no reason. However, the boy evaded an answer with a hazy smile and got onto the prepared carriage. Soon the carriage departed. Valentine, I want to protect the saint from all threats, so that she can be free to do whatever she wants. Gabriel stared out the window. Veronica's figure, waving her hand, grew smaller and smaller. 5 years, it's short and long. Gabriel had to stay on Valentine as an apprentice during that time. It was something he volunteered for. The priest said that the devil Malice must be purified with divine power. It was a contract of some sort, passed down from generation to generation between Valentine and Garcia. Once a generation, they sent a young priest with great divine power to purify evil as a kind of training. Malice exactly means malignancy that has been corrupted after being possessed by the devil from hell. And he heard that the younger they are, the better their ability to purify that malice. I won't lie to brother. Valentine is a very dangerous place, but there is no better place to practice your divine power. The boy gladly accepted the offer, because he thought it was a good opportunity given by God. But he couldn't understand it apart from that. Valentine, devil worshippers. Why were they helping them? At least in Garcia, devil worship was strictly forbidden and the punishments were very strict. The suspect was taken away by a heretic inquisitor and tortured, and if they were found true for doing devil worship, they would be trialed. Valentine is the territory of the Fanetta Empire, so even if they are worshippers of the devil, we have no choice but to leave it alone. He understood that part. But then, why do the Holy Empire have to purify it? Isn't that what happened by borrowing the power of the forbidden devil? It wasn't something to be helped. It's a matter between empires, to annihilate and overthrow the evil devil worshippers. This is not right. Gabriel thought so. However, he had no choice but to participate in this unsuccessful plan. He had no power over himself yet, but when I become strong and become an adult, then, I will expose this to the world and make sure the devil worshippers receive their due punishment. Gabriel promised. He never dreamed that he would meet the girl he could not have saved again at Valentine's castle. Will the wedding cake sheets be vanilla or chocolate? The baker asked seriously, so Arya also answered seriously. Strawberry flavor. Understood. Then, the chef gave instructions to the assistants with an expression that had reached enlightenment of the principles of the world. He was needlessly determined. Not only that, but representatives of each department were moving in unison and preparing for Arya and Lloyd's wedding. Everyone looks happy. At that moment, Vincent, who was sitting across from her, answered. It must be because they saw hope. He was constantly snacking the meringue cookies that the baker had specially prepared for Arya. The chef glanced at him with sullen eyes. Hope? Isn't the madam completely cured of her illness? Originally, the marriage of the head of the household was an auspicious occasion. Normally it is. But has there ever been a time when Valentine's weddings, where the mistress had to die giving birth to the heir, a ceremonial occasion? If Sabina, whom they thought was only going to die, had not recovered, the marriage would still have gone on like a formality. It's a vague hope that Valentine's curse, which has been passed down from generation to generation, is completely over. Employees will be able to bless the marriage of the successor for the first time in their lives. At least a festival was about to take place. Perhaps I will break that hope. Arya was somehow sweating. This marriage is also going to break down. She thought that her time limit should never be discovered. In a similar context to wanting to protect the innocence of a child. But before I die, I intend to get rid of the curse completely. I hope they can see it that way. She thought, smiling bitterly. There is no way the curse can be lifted. Although Vincent struck the candle right away, Arya had no choice but to ask. You know something? Of course I don't know. What? He doesn't even know. He was furious as she narrowed her eyes and looked at him pathetically. The Valentine's secret is a top secret known only to the head and the heirs. Still, I thought you could guess something. The fact that the madam was cured has nothing to do with Valentine's curse. Then what is it? There must have been an external factor. Arya was startled, but she seemingly maintained her unconcerned guise. Whenever she saw him as a genius, he smirked and showed off, but it seemed that his mouth wasn't the only thing alive. How do you know that? Because even if the curse has been lifted, Valentine is still full of malice. Malice? It's the first time she heard it. Arya stared at him and sent a gaze to ask for an explanation. Damn it, was it a secret? Then Vincent sighed late. Brother will kill me. The boy squeezed his long, shiny blonde hair in agony. It was going to be ripped off right before his death for moving his tongue in front of Arya. Ah, I thought you knew. How could I have known that you were overprotected to this extent? Can't you tell me sooner? Look at this. If you look at this personality, you will know that I don't have to go around recklessly. Vincent sighed. As he had already said so far, hiding it was meaningless. He eventually divulged the truth he knew about malice. Well, it's only a guess. The rumors people are talking about are also based on reality to some extent. The first head of Valentine was once loved by God. And there was a time when Grand Duke Valentine was revered not as a symbol of evil, but as a hero. You probably didn't know. What happened back then is no longer in the records. God trusted Valentine, so God gave him an oracle. When the day of salvation comes, he will judge the human world himself. And God specifically ordered. When the day of salvation came, he was ordered to go down to hell and annihilate the devil, the source of evil. But instead of annihilating the devil, he succumbs to the devil's temptation. He betrayed God's expectations and summoned the devil to this land before the day of salvation came. Even sold his soul to the devil. Actually, it was because he was afraid of being saved by God. He didn't want to leave the human world and go to God's side, and he didn't want to let go of worldly things. He had a lot of regrets in this world. The land, power, and wealth he cultivated. The praise for being a hero, it was for absolutely human reasons. God was deeply disappointed, and God decided not to engage with humans any longer, and Valentine was forced to live their life accepting the curse for the sin of freeing the devil and opening the gates of hell. After sitting quietly and listening to all the stories, Arya came to one conclusion. God was wrong. What? Vincent asked as if he didn't expect Arya to react like that. Why do you think so? Why entrust such an important task to humans? What you can do? That's true. Why was it? Vincent reacted as if he hadn't thought of it that way. If the first head has laid the foundation, God will rule the land and suck the honey. It came out again, a sharp tone. Suck honey. He was about to burst out laughing. Where else did you learn those words? Vincent began to be very curious about the next piece of Arya's writing. And the reward was to leave all the precious connections in the human world and go to God's side. Then what about family and friends? They will be judged by God too. Of course, he didn't think of it that far. Family. Vincent deeply sympathized with that. As he tried to get his birth mother out of the gutter. Come to think of it, that's true. All his family could go to hell. Arya then held out her cards seriously. And how do you know if God will make you do it again? If you follow the orders diligently, then get the honey sucked again. I think it'll just go on strike after just getting to taste it. Pooh ha ha. Ah really? He couldn't help but burst out laughing out loud in the end. You're really blaspheming. Because I'm Valentine. Yes, you're absolutely Valentine. Anyway, Arya seemed to understand why this story didn't go public. Because it was a story that the people of Garcia would seriously believe. It's like someone made up a novel, an instructive story to be recorded in the temple. Arya's reaction was overly sarcastic because she thoughts are in her heart. Vincent seemed to have guessed her thoughts. It's better to filter the stories that are passed down because it's bound to be adapted. If you look at the facts here, it's like this. Vincent summed up the conclusion. Valentine's devil malice is passed down from generation to generation on the direct bloodline, also known as the curse. Arya nodded her head. As a result, it has irrevocably corrupted Valentine. Even animals that are so huge that you think they are monsters. Even the residents of the estate who are strong at a mutative level with being immune to any poison. Parasites that survive even if they are roasted in a fire and kill people. It's all a product of corruption. Arya tilted her head. I understand what you mean, but wouldn't it be good if the body was strong enough to be immune to poison? If money could buy such a body, the nobles would give their entire fortune. I don't know if corruption is bad just hearing about it. That's because it's all been purified. Purified? The divine power can periodically purify malice to keep it at this level. Vincent said as if he remembered it too late. Come to think of it, a priest apprentice from Garcia will come soon. Oh, that's why. Arya was belatedly able to understand the conversation the priests had that day. If Valentine's curse corrupts more, it's their loss after all. It's an unavoidable symbiosis. It was Vincent's conclusion that no one knew what the consequences would be if the devil's malice was further corrupted here. It may lead to the destruction of the world. Arya heard those words and thought. In other words, Valentine is like a time bomb that is unknown when or where it will go. This was the reason why even the Emperor couldn't touch it carelessly. She could only vaguely guess, but after hearing the clear explanation, it felt like she could grasp it more. Finally Arya found out the secret of Valentine that she had wanted to know for so long. And the solution too. Then it will be over when we completely purify the devil's malice. Of course, that's true, isn't it? Vincent's response was, who can do what the Pope couldn't do? Who doesn't know that? But it's impossible. If it could be completely purified, why would Valentine have suffered for hundreds of years? Arya thought. Because I wasn't there back then. It was Arya who, with her healing song, did a complete treatment that even the Pope could not do. Unless they die, she cures all ailments. It was the reason her song was called a miracle, and also why she was feared, contained, and attacked in the Holy Empire. And among those with such powers, there would have been no one who was as persistent as me to break the curse. So she could. I can. How? Somehow, you don't seem to have anything planned for it. But it was weird. Since Arya says it's possible, he really thinks it would be. He thought it was possible that such a miraculous thing could happen. Like that one day when she appeared like a warrior carrying the judgment of God. It was later he learned that the relic came from the shaman Karlan, but Vincent did not believe it. To be honest, he doesn't think anyone with Valentine's surname would believe it. There are only fools. Vincent let out a smirk. If they had a personality like him, they would have dug up and investigated what secret Arya was hiding sooner. If sister-in-law says so, I guess. But he didn't want to argue. He wanted to watch. He simply trusted and supported Arya entirely. Good morning, young madam. Arya rubbed her eyes and stood up. A girl who looked to be about 16 woke her up. She said good morning in a mutter with a spaced-out expression. Young madam, it was the first name she ever heard. So, is Sabina the elder madam? Kind of cute. The employees must have put their heads together and thought hard about the titles of the two madams. Elder madam, young madam. Arya smiled unknowingly. Then the girl's eyes, who had been staring at her as if possessed, became more hazy. What's wrong with her? Arya realized later. Oh, I don't wear a rabbit mask anymore. Arya groped her empty face. Since she took off her mask, Gina and everyone she meets has a face like that. At first, I thought it was shocking to see something so ugly. She was mistaken because of her past memories. However, she soon found out that it wasn't. Because everyone gathered and praised her, did they say that it was like a mysterious appearance, reminiscent of fairy tales? At first she thought they were joking, but it turned out to be real. Even Vincent, who doesn't say empty words even if being beaten to death, looks at Arya's face and says, as expected, shush is a face genius. I still can't believe it. Arya waved her hand in front of the stone-hardened girl's eyes. Gasp! She came to her senses belatedly. Who are you? Then the girl hurriedly grabbed the end of her skirt and bent her knee. My name is Maronia. I am going to serve the young madam in the future. Then, Dana, who approached, added an explanation. Shush is a kid who was framed and kicked out the other day. Fortunately, the criminal was turned into the Knight's Order, so she was able to get rid of the false accusation and come back. It was something she had heard of somewhere. No way. A slang for when you take benefit or advantage of something. Self-explanatory actually. A term for someone who is very beautiful or gorgeous or handsome. Like your face is talented. Gosh, that makes no sense. Arya looked back on what had happened several months ago. The attendant overheard the Siren song and threatened to try singing more. She heard that they have been accusing innocent people and habitually collecting compensation. Is this the maid who was kicked out then? Arya stared at Maronia. She had a cute impression, but perhaps she had had a lot of hardships, so her body was dry and her face looked haggard. She was originally a child of the main palace, but the elder madam suggested that she stay with the young madam. If it was the elder madam, it would be Sabina. Now is the time to slowly look for attendants for the young madam's side. Dana said so. Take her by your side and, if you like her, appoint her as the handmaiden. Dana's words were as if the decision rested entirely with Arya. Actually, there is something I heard from the elder madam. Then Maronia looked into Dana's eyes and staggered closer to Arya and whispered in her ear. I heard you saved me. Arya was startled. How in the world? Only the attendant had to know what made him turn himself over for all the crimes he had ever committed. At that time, Sabina was lying ill. Even if she found out that I'm a siren, does she usually guess that far? Don't ordinary people think of each as a separate event? Or maybe only Sabina, who was watching everything from a distance, was the only one who could link the case. Arya was a bit fuzzy. She did something that no one knew, but someone noticed. She felt like she had been caught. Actually, I asked my uncle to send me here. Then Maronia brought out unexpected words. I have received a favor that I cannot repay even if I die, so I want to live only serving the young madam until I die. Arya only relieved the injustice, so why was Maronia saying that it was a grace that cannot be repaid even if she dies? But Arya understood why Maronia said that, because she was kicked out under the disgraceful false accusations of being a thief. Once rumors of her spread, no one would have hired her. Her livelihood must have been cut off. She can't imagine how much Maronia must have suffered alone, so Arya couldn't push her away. Actually, I had no reason to push. It was the first time she had a handmaiden in charge. Arya scratched her cheek with embarrassment, then wrote down her card and held it out. Please take good care of me, Maronia. Of course, young madam. Maronia nodded her head vigorously, with a blush on her face. Arya looked at the eyes trembling with emotion. You seem to be about coming of age soon. It seems that she has no choice but to see Maronia as her younger sister because of memories of her previous life. Arya smiled cutely without realizing it, and she stroked her hair. Hook, madam stroked me. Maronia made a fuss, then caught Dana's glare and closed her mouth. An emergency summon was issued. All the vassals who guarded the estate were brought up to the Grand Duke's castle. All of this happened overnight. Already, how? If they were on the border of the principality, it wouldn't be enough to travel a full fortnight in a carriage to the capital of the Grand Duchy. Then Maronia put on her new pajamas and said, I heard there are moving scrolls distributed to each estate to be able to use in case of an emergency. Arya suddenly remembered the moving scroll that Karlan had given her. It's very expensive, he used to boast. Is it? What kind of emergency? For example, wartime situations. Arya was stunned. Is this marriage as dire as a wartime situation? It is a huge abuse of power. In front of her, it seemed as if the vassals were holding their backs. Since the vassals have gathered, will there be a meeting soon? Perhaps it is. Arya had a worried expression on her face without realizing it. Then Maronia explained to her reassuringly. The name is just a meeting, but most of it is a formal process. No matter what conversations come and go at the meeting, the Grand Prince will do as he pleases. In the normal case, though, it wouldn't be that easy. The vassals will surely oppose it with terrible anger, because things are different now. I'd love to spy on the meeting, too. That way she can prepare ahead of time. That night, Arya sneaked out of her room. It was possible because she had not yet been officially assigned an escort knight. There was also the case of Sir Anju. Best of all, when Arya called, she had wolves and jaguars running right away. She didn't seem to feel the need to attach an escort knight. It was a relief. The conference room was next to the reception room on the first floor. She went to the back of the conference room building, stepped on the lawn, through the garden trees and explored the surroundings. There it is. Fortunately, she was able to find a window that was slightly open. Arya carefully poked her head through the gap, and Vincent followed her leisurely. How did he know and followed her? Arya quickly turned her head and stared at him without a word. The boy shrugged his shoulders. Sister-in-law's behavior pattern has already been analyzed. What the hell is that you seem to appear in every place you don't have to, but you always want to be at the center of the incident? Arya was terribly offended that she had been spotted by Vincent. A sharp child. Seeing the curious expression on his face, he seemed to have followed her because it looked interesting. I won't disturb you. Arya then placed her index finger on her lips as if to be quiet, and she again looked inside the window. Inside the conference room, Lloyd, who was sitting at the top of the table, asked while looking at the crowd. That is all. Is there have any objections? At the same time, there was a bang and a beating on the desk. It's impossible. You can't even say where she came from. If she was born into a noble origin, why can't you say where she came from? Even an illegitimate child would be more honorable than not being able to reveal the origin. Even if Shush is a commoner, why can't it be revealed? You have to explain the reason for us to understand. It's not enough to say that we can't talk about it, it's absurd. Maybe Shush is from the gutter. The reaction was as expected. The wedding was meant to announce Arya's existence to the world. Then Arya could not hide her identity. They're finding fault with that now. Originally, they wouldn't have had any reason to oppose it, as I would only give birth to an heir and die. As Vincent said, after Sabina was cured, people saw a vague hope. The vassal is no exception. They saw the hope of a rise in status. They were obsessed with trying to somehow drive Arya out and put their own child in the place of the Grand Duchess. If the curse can be healed, if it has been resolved, then they will no longer just have to have children and die. A chance to become an influential extended family. They couldn't miss the opportunity. There is a reason why they immediately ran as soon as the summon was issued. Isn't this why you were really determined to clear the gutter this time, in order to erase the blemishes of your fiancé without a trace? Honestly, we have no choice but to be skeptical. Isn't the timing too coincidental? Why did you wait and watch the gutter rat and now the vassals eventually drove the opinion as if Arya was from the gutter? Like Vincent, do they think that Lloyd would have no choice but to reveal Arya's origin? If such a humble origin was revealed like that, they're going to bite her even more fiercely. Vincent clicked his tongue next to her. The pattern is the same every time. Right. Weren't they bored of it? But it's a method that works so well, so perhaps they'll use the same method every time. They said it knowing that if they pointed at the gutter, Lloyd would react sensitively. Maybe Lloyd's doubts will rekindle. Arya thought so. He said that they sent spies before they cleared the gutter, so he won't take the suspicions of buying her off. Because he didn't elaborate on why he couldn't reveal the fact that she was the Siren's daughter. However, sister-in-law, what are you worried about? The answer is decided anyway. Vincent looked at her seriously hardened face and said with a smirk. Brother is the answer. That was the moment. Didn't I talk about everything? The voice of the arrogant ruler was heard. A languid tone mixed with boredom and annoyance like a wild beast looking down at a swarm of mice squeaking under my feet. Shirring, a sharp metallic sound rang out. Arya looked inside the window again wondering what it would be. Lloyd drew his sword from the scabbard around his waist and pointed it at the vassals. He rested his upright back against the back of her chair, and with the elbow clasped in the handle, threw and caught the sword with both hands as if playing. I'll ask again. Does anyone have any objections to my marriage? The crowd was silent. A heavy silence descended upon them as they were unable to even squeak, crushed by the ruthless aura. Soon, the voices that had been resounding all the way to the outside of the conference room ceased to be heard. None, then agreed. Unanimously, I knew you would agree. Lloyd smiled contentedly, and he hardened his expression coldly again, as if he had never smiled. I believe that everyone was prepared and made fun of their mouths. The vassals who were unanimously opposed to those words shook their shoulders. They looked clearly in fear. Drawing a sword in the conference room. If that's the case, then why did he call the vassals in the first place? How can he do that? Arya felt strange. No matter how much Lloyd was Valentine, he had not yet inherited the title. H is just the successor, but he was leading the meeting on behalf of the Grand Duke, and no one questioned it. Rather, they took it as if it was natural, and they couldn't even make a sound at the outright threats. You must be prepared to pay the price for insulting my bride. Grand Prince, look forward to it. A subtle murderous energy was sharply melted into the low words. Arya couldn't move from the spot as if her hands and feet were tied tight. She was weird, too. It feels she always wanted to solve it with Siren's song, as she has always been. Since the vassals will be staying overnight in the castle, they will go to their respective rooms and she was going to brainwash them. But she thought she might have to go find Carlin again, as her body hasn't been able to brainwash a lot of people at once. But it was solved at once. Lloyd, it was my job, it wasn't just her job anymore. Because we're a couple, an insult to Arya was the same as an insult to Lloyd, and what will happen to Lloyd will be Arya's future. Now officially, now that I see it, I don't have to move behind the scenes without anyone else's knowledge. Now, there were people who realized her true identity as the Siren. Sabina and Carlin. Arya knew that both of them would never reveal Arya's identity in front of others. Vincent didn't tell me anything, but he analyzes my behavior patterns at will. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of exposing or provoking Arya's secret. It just meant that he was always watching her with interest. Maybe he wants to be my person. Little by little, she was starting to feel it. That she had a family now. That was then. Young Madam and Second Prince. Vincent turned his head in fright. Arya was less responsive than Vincent, because before she heard the voice she felt a little bit of presence. She just stared at the other person. I came here because I felt a presence, but what is going on here? It was Cloud, Lloyd's escort knight. He must have never imagined that Arya and Vincent were hiding. Cloud put the sword he had pulled out halfway back. Are you really going to try to cut us? Vincent asked with a stiff expression. The Grand Prince ordered that all witnesses be dealt with. I'm sorry. Huh. At that moment, Vincent sighed briefly and showed an outright dislike expression. Arya was more surprised at Vincent's reaction than to be caught hiding and eavesdropping. It's the first time he shows a sign of disdain in front of a person. I've seen many times that he just flipped it with a big smile. Arya was intrigued in her heart, and she watched them both with interest. It seems like I should report to the Grand Prince that the two of you are here. Cloud said as if to notify them. The reaction was the most sensible of all the Black Falcon Knights Arya had ever seen. To the point that she can't help but admire a bit. No, why would you do that? But Vincent just found it absurd. Weren't you secretly listening? I just saw a development that was sufficiently predictable even if I didn't see it right in front of my eyes. He frowned and responded. I don't know what you mean. I knew they were going to come out like that. Weren't you secretly listening? Cloud repeated the same thing. Vincent looked a little tired. Let's just move on. It's not a big deal. If it's not a big deal, I'll report it. It's not a big deal, let's not complicate things for nothing. It's not complicated. I've seen you two here, and I'm just reporting what I saw. Oh, for God's sake. And Vincent seemed to explode in the end. If you report it, Sir Cloud will get scolded for almost slashing sister-in-law. Sir, don't you think about it? Why are you so inflexible? What is flexible? What? Vincent let out a gasp. And he murmured in disbelief, as if he had seen the end of the world. Don't you know about flexible? When he sounded ignorant, Vincent was lashing out with all sorts of sarcastic remarks. There were quite a few times when I really wanted to hit you when you're talking about intelligence to the point that it was so severe. But to say that they don't know how to be flexible in front of such a person, Arya seemed to understand why Vincent was overreacting to Cloud. You don't know about flexible? How do you know the word report? How do you know the word witness? Do you know the dictionary meaning of processing? How the hell do you know about presence? I just said I don't know because I don't know. Vincent couldn't control his temper and staggered as if dizzy. Then Cloud supported him. Let go of me. You have a bad complexion. I don't want help from a gorilla who talks. Are there such creatures? It's you, Vincent roared. How do you know the word creature? He must have been very shocked that there were people who did not know flexible. Maybe he really doesn't know. Cloud was about the same age as Lloyd, but he even joined the Black Falcon Knights. Above all, he was enough to take on the task of escorting the heir apparent among the many knights. Even if they can hold a sword from the age they can't even walk, it's impossible without great talent. It looks like he just put all of his effort into his innate talent. Just like Vincent studied more desperately because he was a gifted genius. What about being a little ignorant? He just has to do his job well. I don't know what flexible is, but if you teach me, I'll learn. I'm going to faint. He shook his head and muttered. Then, this time, Cloud looked down at him as if he couldn't understand. It's unbelievable how he gets excited about trivial things by himself, and then he collapses from exhaustion. You seem too weak. Vincent stopped, lost his words and shut his mouth. Extreme geniuses find each other. It would be nice to get along well. No, this is a bit. H is the only night that makes Vincent mad. As she saw, Vincent lost his reason and ran rampant, as if the core that had accumulated inside him was unraveling. As Arya was thinking so, a familiar voice came from behind her. What are you doing? It was Lloyd. Vincent was screaming so loudly that he couldn't help it, even if he tried to ignore it. Lloyd stood next to Arya and asked absurdly, "Why are you being so noisy?" Arya picked up her card and pointed to Cloud at those words. "After the ceremony is over, I want Sir Cloud to take over my escort for a while." And seeing the card, Vincent's face turned pale. "Smile, young madam." Arya looked curiously at the clear glass marble that was facing her. It's a videosphere. It was the first time she actually saw the videosphere. For it was forbidden to record the siren singing. It was, of course, a rule that Count Cortez had set at will. It was based on the logic that the sirens should be scarce and that they should not be easily accessed through video. "I don't know how you are so lovely. Even the fairies in the forest will be mesmerized when they see the young madam." Dana admired and took a picture of Arya. "That's right. When the young madam bursts into laughter, the white snow from the sky will mistake it as spring and will melt by itself." Far from stopping Dana, Maronia was taking another step. "You know what? I was looking for the young madam for a long time in the flower garden yesterday, but I soon realized that it was useless," she said, shaking her head. "No matter where I looked, I couldn't quite reach the brightness of the young madam." "Stop it." Arya reached out her hand and covered the girl's mouth. She felt like she was being brainwashed as she listened to their quick conversation. Maronia said "Youppi up," and shook her head to and fro, then Arya finally took her hand away and let out a sigh. "I know you don't believe me. You always looked suspiciously." Arya looked at herself in the mirror. Her image was reflected in the mirror she had always avoided because she was afraid to face each other. Part 1 ends here. In this video I take chapter 1 to 50. Now the next video start from chapter 51. So I hope you like this video. If you have any queries just ask in below comment section. Have a good day.